Oathbound to the Orc by Luna Draven. Content note: this is an orc fantasy romance. This is the closed-door edition. The love scenes fade discreetly to black, and the strong language has been softened. It still features a careful giant of a man, tusks, and the kind of swoony size difference both leads have feelings about. It also contains a sister dying of a magical plague, a heroine raised in the slums and held in debt bondage, branded as a debt collector's property, and the long work of believing she is worth more than what she can be spent on. There is on-page peril, battle, and killing, masked assassins, an orc berserker rage, and a man paying a terrible physical price to save the woman he loves, and a sacrifice that costs more than either of them means to pay. She has spent her whole life being the one who pays. He has spent his being the wall that does not break. Neither of them planned on being wanted. You've been warned. For everyone who learned to want nothing, so the wanting could never be used against them. You're allowed to want it now. You're allowed to be kept. The wind on the black spire flays. It doesn't push, doesn't shove, it strips skin. It screams through the jagged peaks of the Blood Peak range, carrying enough ground ice to shred bare skin to raw meat. My pick slams into the rock face. Thunk! The blow shudders up my arm, through the heavy wool of my sleeve, and lands hard in my shoulder. My muscles burn, a choir of knots pulled tight by 3 hours of climbing straight up. 3,000 feet down, the world is a soft, white blur. A fall wouldn't be tragic. It would be a red smear on white canvas. Hold, I hiss. My breath freezes against the wool scarf wrapped around my face, stiffening the fabric into a hard mask. Just hold, you piece of junk. The rusted iron of my left crampon bites into the narrow fissure. It holds, for a second. Then the shale crumbles. My left leg kicks into empty air. The boot skids, sending a shower of loose rock tumbling into the void. My whole weight slams onto my right axe, and the wrench of it nearly tears the handle from my frozen grip. The metal groans, a thin shriek that cuts through the roar of the storm. I swing out over the abyss. My stomach drops into my boots. Sweat breaks out under my layers and freezes against my skin. My fingers spasm inside the stiff leather of my gloves, clawing at the leather-wrapped grip of the axe until the knuckles go white. If the right axe pops, the fall ends in silence. There is no rope to catch me, just gravity and the long, screaming drop. Grip, I snarl, grip or die. Fire floods my forearm, the veins burning down to the wrist. I drive my left toe back into the wall, hunting for purchase on the slick, ice-glazed stone. Metal scrapes on granite. A spark flares and dies in the white. Then the teeth of the crampon catch on a lip of rock no wider than a coin. I don't exhale. Air is precious up here, and so is heat, and I have learned not to spend either without something to show for it. I hang here, plastered against the side of the god-cursed mountain like a tick on a wolf's flank, and the sheer stupidity of it sharpens everything to a point. Most people spend their 25th birthday in a tavern, drinking watered-down ale and making mistakes with someone warm. I'm freezing on a vertical coffin lid, armed with gear I pulled off a corpse 3 years ago. Leah. The name is a hook in my chest. The fear doesn't leave, my heart still slamming hard and fast behind my ribs, but the paralysis breaks. I haul myself up, 1 foot, 1 hand, thunk. The wind howls a fresh threat, slamming a wall of snow into my back. It tries to fuse me to the spire, to turn me into another frozen gargoyle warning the next fool away. I press my cheek to the ice and wait out the gust. The cold leaches through the furs, greedy and relentless, sinking its teeth into my marrow. It's personal. The mountain knows I don't belong here, among the clouds and the ancient, silent things. 10 feet above, a shadow cuts a hard line against the swirling white. The ledge. Almost there, the words are swallowed by the storm. I drive the pick in again. Pull, step, pull, step. The rhythm is a mantra. Ignore the burn, ignore the wood-like stiffness of my fingers, just climb. My hand slaps over the lip of the ledge. Stone, solid, flat stone. I heave. My weight tips and I roll over the edge, collapsing onto a shelf of rock no wider than a dinner table. The wind roars, tearing at my boots as I pull them to safety. I lie there, staring up at the slate-gray sky where the moon should be, and the air tastes like knives. Safe, I wheeze, ish. Sitting up requires an act of will that nearly snaps my resolve. I drag my back against the cliff wall, seeking shelter from the biting gale. The ledge houses a single, rusted iron grate set into the rock face, the ventilation shaft for the sacred temple. My entry point. Heavy outer gloves hit the stone. Wincing as the air attacks my liner-clad fingers, I fumble for the pouch at my belt. Stiff, clumsy fingers fight the buckle. Check the gear. What I have is a joke. A coil of rope that has seen better decades, a set of lockpicks flaking with rust, and a glass vial of worm bile, an acid I bought off a back-alley alchemist in the lower city. It cost my last 3 silver marks. If it's fake, if it's just green water, I'm going to haunt that bastard from the other side of the veil. I tap the vial. The green liquid inside moves sluggishly, thick with cold. Don't freeze, I warn it. A hard lump under my tunic presses against my sternum. The locket. I don't pull it out. The metal is cold enough to burn skin. But the shape of it is a brand against the bone, a cheap tin circle, dented on one side. Inside sits a charcoal sketch of Leah, drawn before the sickness took the fat from her cheeks and left her eyes looking too big for her skull. A ghost of a smell hits harder than the wind, sweet rot, lilies left too long in a vase of stagnant water. The sickness rots a body from the inside out. It eats the mana first, then the flesh, and leaves a garden for the grave. 7 days. The healer didn't use soft words. He just pointed at the purple veins spreading up Leah's arm, darkening her throat like a bruise, and named the day she'd die. 7 days, he'd said, and that was 3 days ago. 4 days left, I say to the wind. I'm making good time, but the mountain eats time like it eats everything else. Attention turns to the grate. Iron, ancient and black, fused to the stone by centuries of ice and oxidation. A normal thief would look for a keyhole or a hinge. I look for weakness. 4 bolts secure the corners. Huge, hexagonal monstrosities etched with fading runes. Now, they just look tired. I uncork the worm bile. Sulfur cuts through the crisp mountain air, sharp and gross, stinging the inside of my nose. Drink up, I whisper, tilting the vial over the top 2 bolts. Liquid hisses as it hits the metal. Smoke, green and acrid, curls up and is snatched away by the storm. The acid eats. It bubbles and pops, a violent chewing that turns the iron into a gray, running sludge. I watch it work, counting under my breath, saving the last precious drops for the bottom hinges. 10, 9, 8. At 0, I jam the pry bar from my belt into the gap, between the grate and the stone. Moved. I throw my weight against the bar. My boots slip on the icy ledge, scrabbling for traction. My teeth grind together, my jaw aching with the strain. Spots dance in my vision. Cracked. The sound cracks loud as a dropped blade in an empty hall. The top bolts shear off. The grate groans and tilts outward, beaten by acid and leverage. No celebration. I pour the rest of the acid on the bottom hinges, waiting for the hiss, then wrench the metal free. It comes away with a screech of tortured iron, heavy and dead. I let it fall. It tumbles into the white void, silent. No sound of impact returns. The hole in the mountain stares back, dark, square, tight. Okay, I breathe. Time to get skinny. I shove the pack in first. Then, feet first, I slide into the mountain's throat. Rough stone snags the furs. My shoulders jam against the sides. I have to exhale fully, emptying my lungs until my chest collapses, just to squeeze the ribcage past the lip. Rock presses against my face. The weight of the mountain sits on my chest and won't let me draw breath. Darkness presses against my eyes. The urge to thrash, to kick, to scream builds in my throat until it's a fist closing off my air. I shut my eyes, box, lock, key. I push back against the stone, shimmying deeper. The cold wind follows for the first few feet, nibbling at my boots, but with every inch gained, the howling fades. Then it stops. Silence hits like a hammer. Inside the mountain, the air is dead and still and stagnant. It smells of nothing, no dust, no rot, no life, just empty cold. My own breathing sounds deafening, raspy, and harsh in the tight space. Scritch. Scritch. The drag of wool tunic on rock fills the whole world. I crawl until my knees bleed. Reality suggests 10 minutes, but my nerves insist on an hour. The shaft angles down. I brace my knees, controlling the slide, boots scuffing against the darkness. Ahead, a faint line of gray light marks the end. The opening arrives, a vent of intricate latticework carved from obsidian. Through the gaps, the corridor beyond waits. Empty. Black volcanic glass walls polish the nothingness into a mirror. The floor is a single slab of seamless onyx. Home sweet home, I mouth. The latch on the side is simple, a gravity pin. I lift it with the tip of a knife, and the vent swings inward on silent, well-oiled hinges. I drop. My boots hit the obsidian floor with a soft tap. I freeze, crouching low, my muscles coiled, my hand over the hilt of my dagger. Silence stretches, no shouting guards, no thundering footsteps. Just the oppressive, heavy quiet of a tomb holding its breath. I stand and roll my shoulders. The corridor stretches away in both directions, lit by a faint glow that bleeds from the stone itself with no source I can find. It's cold in here, but not the violent, shredding cold of the storm. This is a deep, keeping cold, the kind that holds meat fresh for centuries. Vent drops into the north hall. Left turn, 40 paces, the sanctum. I turn left. My reflection walks with me in the walls, a distorted ghost in furs and leather. Dirt smudges the pristine diamond surface of the corridor. 10 paces. The fine hairs on the back of my neck rise. It isn't a sound, and it isn't a smell, just a hum at the base of my skull, like small spiders marching up my spine. I stop, the corridor looks clear, just empty air between me and the archway ahead. Too easy. I reach into my belt pouch and pull out a handful of ash, leftovers from yesterday's campfire. Show me. I toss the ash into the air ahead. The gray dust drifts forward on the stagnant air. Then, 5 feet away, the world breaks its own rules. The dust hits a patch of air and shatters. The flecks don't burn. They turn to tiny shards of ice and drop to the floor, tinkling like broken glass. Wards. Not a grid. Pockets of snap-freeze magic drift in the hallway like icebergs I can't see. Touch one, and the water in your blood freezes before your head can tell your lungs to scream. The frostbite is instant. The death is sure. Nasty, I whisper. I wait for another pinch of ash to drift. The currents of the magic stir the still air just enough to be seen. A shimmer, a wobble in the light like heat haze, but pouring off pure cold. This gear is too heavy. The coat is too bulky. If the fur grazes a ward, the freeze will travel to my skin. I unbuckle the heavy outer coat. It lands with a soft whump. Next comes the pack. I can't carry bulk through this maze. The sack. My pulse spikes. The lead-lined sack for the stone is in the pack. I drop to one knee, digging into the canvas bag. My fingers brush the heavy, cold fabric of the containment sack. I yank it out and shove it through my belt. My hand hovers over the spare dagger, a jagged piece of iron. I take that too, sliding it into my boot. I stand in my tunic and leggings. Without the coat, the chill of the corridor bites. The cold rolling off the unseen wards is brutal, like standing bare in a winter larder hung with frozen meat. 4 days left. I step toward the invisible minefield. Watch the shimmer. I move, my body folds and twists with the ease of 1,000 escapes. I step through a gap between 2 currents of freezing air. The cold raises gooseflesh on my cheeks. Torso twist, left arm back. I slide sideways. A strand of hair escapes the braid and floats near my face. My throat clicks dry. The hair drifts too close to the shimmer. It stiffens, turns white, and snaps off, falling to the floor as dust. I swallow, 1 inch to the left, and I lose a nose. Pelvis forward, slide the leg. It's a dance with a partner I can't see. My muscles tremble with the effort of holding myself bent. Sweat beads on my forehead and chills in the spelled air. If a drop falls and hits a ward, the burst of frozen steam wakes the rest. Final step, the lunge. The last gap is low. I drop into a split, sliding my front foot forward onto the safe obsidian, arching my back until my spine cracks. The bite of the magic ghosts over my stomach, pressing against the cloth of my tunic. It's the breath of a winter god. I pull the back leg through. I stand up. My lungs burn, desperate for air I hadn't known I was hoarding. I exhale, a long, shaky sound that fogs in the air. I look back. The hallway looks empty, innocent, just a dark corridor waiting for a mistake. Not today, I whisper to the walls. The archway to the sanctum looms ahead. It is massive, the lintel carved in the shape of two dragon skulls locking jaws. I step through. The air pressure drops, my ears pop with a sharp stab. I'm in. The inner sanctum is no room. It's a cavern carved from the heart of the world. The ceiling vanishes into darkness overhead, lost in shadows that seem to move. The walls are lined with statues of armored orcs standing vigil in eternal silence. They are carved fine enough to make my skin crawl, every tusk and scar and link of chainmail cut from stone. But they are stone. The threat and the salvation sits in the center. A raised dais of white marble stands in the middle of the obsidian floor, and on it, the Heartstone. Legends called it a gem, a diamond, or maybe a ruby the size of a fist, something cold and hard and valuable. Legends lied. No gem, it's the size of a human head, hovering inches above the pedestal. It has the shine of crystal, but the shape is wrong for it, lopsided and uneven, like a heart torn out of a thing made of light. It pulses. A slow golden light throbs from its core, swelling and shrinking. Some thumb, some thumb. The sound vibrates in the teeth. It resonates in the marrow of the bones. Gods, I breathe. Copper floods my mouth. The air thickens to syrup. The sheer weight of the thing pushes down on my shoulders, heavy as an anvil. This is the god's heart. It looks like a growth made of sunlight. I move toward it. My boots make no sound on the marble dais. Every nerve in me fires the same warning. Predator, danger. Wrong, the air here is thick, alive with a crackle that lifts the hair on my arms. But then the image of Leah superimposes itself over the stone. The Heartstone pulses with bright, awful life. Leah fades gray and quiet toward death, her skin going to paper, her veins to black ink. This stone has too much life and she has none, and that's the wrong I've come to put right. I force the legs to move. 10 feet, 5 feet. The hum of the stone grows louder until I can feel it as a hand on my chest, pushing, trying to shove me back. It knows I am here. It knows I am a thief. Take it, get out, sell it, buy the cure. I stand before the pedestal. The golden light washes over my face, warm and terrifying. The stone turns on itself, showing facets that look wet, as if it is sweating magic. I pull the sack from my belt. My hands shake, not from cold, but from standing this close to something this old. Sorry, I whisper to the empty room, voice cracking. I need this more than you do. I reach out. The air in the room changes. The hum vanishes, the heartbeat stops. Silence rushes in to fill the gap, deafening, heavier than the wind, heavier than the mountain. It presses against my ears. The light of the stone seems to freeze, the pulse caught mid-beat. Gooseflesh erupts on my arms, not from the charge in the air, from instinct. A smell hits me. It cuts clean through the sharp tang of the stone. Old leather and cold iron, and under it something dark and earthy, like a storm breaking over a pine forest. Him. I don't turn around. I can't. My body locks up. I'm a mouse that has just understood the shadow sliding across the floor belongs to a hawk. Something looms behind me. It doesn't rise from the floor so much as peel out of the dark near the ceiling, gathering into a shape that blots out the draft from the door. It's huge. It blocks the exit. It blocks the way out and the way home both. No breath, no footstep, just the cold dropping hard at my back.
The mountain does not sleep, and so neither do I. I kneel on the black slate of the meditation chamber, stripped to the waist. Cold air from the summit filters through high vents, settling on my skin like a second layer of flesh. My eyes are closed, but my vision is vast. I do not see with eyes, I see with the stone. For 20 years I have poured my breath into the foundations of the sacred temple. My pulse keeps time with the thrum of the obsidian pillars, and my lungs swell and empty with the drafts that whistle through cold hearths. I know the weight of snow piling on the western parapet. I know the shudder of the deep river cutting through bedrock a mile beneath my knees. I am the stone is the vessel must be kept pure. Silence is my companion, it is no mere absence of sound. It is a living thing, a heavy velvet cloak wrapped around the history of my people, and I have learned its textures. Dawn silence is brittle ice, midnight silence is deep, slow oil. The silence of this storm is violent, a muffled roaring beyond the walls that only deepens the stillness within. Then the world fractures, a tearing sharp and jagged in the north of the temple. I flinch, the muscles of my back spasm and break the stillness. My eyes snap open. Pain. A phantom ache shoots through my left side, in the very place of the north hall ventilation shaft. Someone has breached the skin of the temple. It hits me like a cracked rib. I exhale, watching steam rise from my lips. Calm shatters, and the cold, heavy clarity of duty takes its place. Trespass, I whisper. The word tastes like ash. I have not spoken aloud in weeks. The sound is rough, scraping against the silence, a violation in itself. I rise. I am not a small man. Standing, my head clears the 7-foot mark, my shoulders broad enough to block a corridor. The cold does not trouble me, for my blood runs thick, bred for the high places. The intrusion troubles me. It itches like a splinter worked deep under a fingernail. I leave the chamber, bare feet making no sound on smooth stone. I move to the armory. Armoring is ritual. I do not rush. The intruder is already inside, and rushing leads to mistakes, and mistakes lead to desecration. The mountain is patient. The avalanche does not run. It arrives. I step into the armory. The smell of cold iron and oil greets me. My armor stands on its rack, a dark sentinel waiting for its purpose. Black plate, forged from the ironwood of the deep roads and reinforced with steel from the human kingdoms below. Heavy, cumbersome to the weak, but to me it is only a second skin. I begin the dawning. First, the padded gambeson, thick wool to take the bite of metal. Then the greaves, locking around my calves with a firm clack, and the quist to guard my thighs. The breastplate descends over my chest, heavy and close, and it binds the breath and forces it shallow and slow. Good. It reminds me that I am not a man while I wear it. I am a wall. I buckle the gauntlets, leather creaks. I flex my fingers, iron plates sliding over one another with the sound of grinding teeth. Last, the weapon. It rests on a low altar of granite, night sever. A great axe of terrifying proportions. The haft is solid ironwood, black as pitch and hard as steel. The blade is a crescent moon of meteoric iron, etched with the prayers of the ancestors, prayers for a clean death, for a severed soul to find the sky, heavy enough to cleave a horse in two, sharp enough to shave with. I lift it, the weight is familiar, it grounds me. Forgive me, I murmur to the silence, I must make a mess. The oath demands it, the sanctity of the heartstone is absolute, the blood of the intruder is the soap that cleanses the floor. I turn and walk into the corridor, the hunt begins. The north hall is freezing. The cold strikes me the moment I step out of the central artery. The ventilation shaft has been opened, and the storm bleeds into the temple. I walk with purpose, my stride long and eating up the distance. The armor makes no sound. I have quieted the joints with oil and leather. A guardian who clanks is a guardian who fails. I am a shadow with weight behind it. I reach the vent. The grate has been forced and crudely. The heavy iron lies on the floor, twisted and weeping. I kneel, the metal of my greaves chiming faint against stone. I touch the hinges, they are wet with gray sludge. I bring a gloved finger to my face. Sulfur acid, worm bile. I frown beneath my helm, not the work of a mage. A mage would have whispered bolts open or shattered the grate with force. This is potion work, the tool of a thief who shops in gutters. I look at the shaft, narrow, impossibly narrow. My arm would not fit where this body passed. Small, I mutter. I look at the grate again, the force required to leverage it open. The intruder is small but strong, or desperate. Only a desperate creature forces itself into a hole that tight, risking suffocation for a prize they cannot possibly carry. I stand and scan the area. Against the wall, a pile of fur lies discarded. I approach it, a heavy winter coat, patched with mismatched leather, smelling of stale smoke and old sweat. Beside it lies a pack. I nudge the pack with the toe of my boot, light, too light. I crouch and open it. Inside, a coil of frayed rope, a half-empty water skin, and a bag of dried meat smelling rancid. No weapons, no enchanted scrolls, no grand tools of extraction. I lift the coat, and it is still warm on the inside. Confusion ripples through me. The intruder stripped off their protection against the cold, and I cannot understand why, because the inside of the temple runs colder than the lower slopes. To shed this layer is to invite death. Unless they needed to be lighter or faster. I look down the corridor. Dust on the floor has been disturbed, not by heavy boots but by soft, sliding impacts. They are heading for the Hall of Whispers. I leave the gear where it lies. It is trash. The owner will not be returning for it. I track the scent. Faint, buried under the heavy smell of the storm blowing in from the vent, but there. It smells of fear, acrid and sharp, and beneath the fear something else. A sharp tang, cold air, the smell of wards waking. I pick up the pace. The Hall of Whispers is lethal. I have scraped frozen remains of master sorcerers and bandit kings off that floor for 2 decades. The snap-freeze wards are ancient, unpredictable, invisible to the naked eye. I turn the corner into the hall. I expect a corpse. I expect a statue of ice, a human frozen in mid-stride, face contorted in final realization of error. The hallway is empty. I stop. Silence here is pressurized, heavy with latent magic of traps. I scan the floor. 5 paces in, a pile of gray dust lies on obsidian. I squat to examine it, ash would ash. I look further, another pile, and another. My eyes narrow. They used ash to find air currents. I stand and walk forward. I do not need ash. The wards know me. They are bound to the blood of the guardian line. I feel them as I pass, pockets of killing cold brushing against my armor like curious ghosts, then drawing back. I stop at the midpoint of the hall. On the floor, a single strand of hair lies curled like a broken question mark. White not from age, but from cold. I pick it up. It snaps in my fingers, brittle as glass. The intruder moved through this web, danced between unseen pockets of instant death, stripping off their coat to gain the half-inch they needed to live. A single mistake, a single tremble would have turned this hair into the whole of them. They didn't tremble. A shadow walker, I whisper. Respect is a dangerous thing for a guardian. It speaks of connection. It says the thing I must kill has worth, but I cannot deny the skill. To cross this hall without magic, armed only with ash and desperation, is a feat worthy of a saga. But there are no singers here, only the axe. I crush the frozen hair into dust and let it fall. Skill does not grant immunity, it only makes the tragedy more profound. I reach the end of the hall. The archway to the sanctum looms. I pause. Something small moves in the corner of vision. I turn my head. Huddled in the corner, pressed against stone where a thermal vent releases a breath of heat from deep earth, is a creature. A snow mouse. It must have scurried in when the vent was breached, fleeing the storm. Now it is trapped in the Hall of Whispers, ringed by a death it cannot see. It shivers hard, white fur fluffed against a cold it cannot keep out. Small black eyes stare up at me, terrified. It does not belong here. It is an intruder. By the letter of the law, anything that breaches the sanctum must be purged. Contamination is contamination, whether it walks on 2 legs or 4. I look at the mouse, dying. The ambient cold of the hall is too much. My hand tightens on the haft of Night Sever. Then I sigh. The sound is a rumble in my chest. I kneel. Movement is slow, ponderous. Metal plates of knee guards grind against stone. I hold out my left hand. The gauntlet is massive, a fist of steel that could crush a skull like an egg. I lay it palm up on the floor. The mouse stares, twitches its nose. Come, I say, low and quiet, the word a tremor in the floor. The stone is cold, I am not. The mouse hesitates, then skitters forward and climbs onto the leather palm of the gauntlet, so small, barely a speck of white against black iron. The frantic flutter of its heart comes through the leather and into my hand. I cup my other hand over it, creating a shell of warmth, and I stand. I walk to the wall where a small crack leads deep into temple infrastructure, away from wards and cold, and I lean close to the crack. Go, I whisper, find the deep heat, do not return. I tilt my hand, the mouse scampers into darkness, safe. I straighten, I look at my empty hand. I make a fist, I squeeze until the leather groans and the metal plates bite into my own skin. I crush the lingering warmth, the softness of the moment. I am a guardian, my duty is to protect the balance. Life belongs with life, death belongs with death. The mouse was innocent, it sought shelter, not theft. The intruder is not innocent. I turn back to the archway. The softness evaporates, replaced by the cold iron of resolve. The intruder came for the heartstone. They came to steal the pulse of the world. There is no crack in the wall for them. I do not enter the sanctum through the main arch. The intruder will be watching the door, expecting a guard to march in, boots ringing on stone, shouting challenges, expecting a soldier. They get a hunter. I slip into a side alcove, hidden by a tapestry of woven shadow silk that has hung there for 3 centuries. Behind it is a service passage, a narrow vein in the stone used by ancient priests to tend fires. I move through darkness. It is tight here, even without armor. I turn my shoulders to fit, the stone pressing against my chest and my back. I know this path by touch. I count my steps. 40, 41. I reach the viewing slit. I look out into the sanctum. The vast chamber is exactly as I left it. Statues of ancestors stand eternal vigil, stone eyes judging empty air. The central dais glows with the rhythmic, golden pulse of the heartstone. Thumb, thumb, thumb. The heartbeat of the god is steady. It soothes the itch in my mind. And then she enters. I see her stepping through the main archway. She is small. I judged her size right from the shaft, but seeing her in the flesh still jars me. Barely 5.5 feet tall, buried in layers of tunic and leggings too thin for this height. No armor, no weapon drawn. She stands at the entrance, chest heaving, a white puff of breath at her lips. She looks terrified. Her head snaps back and forth, scanning the shadows for the threat she knows must be here. But she looks at the statues. She looks at the floor. She does not look at the darkness between the light, and she is shivering. I watch her move toward the dais. Fluid grace, each foot placed with care, her weight rolling to silence her steps. Beautiful, the movement of a predator or of prey that has learned to wear one's skin. I draw the air of the room into my nose. There it is, the scent. Fear, yes, sweat, but underneath it, something cloying. Sweet rot. It smells like lilies left on a grave, the necrotic rot, the plague that ravages humans in the low valleys. I stiffen. This is theft, and worse, this is contagion. Does she carry the sickness? I look closer. Her movements are sharp, her hands shaking, not from palsy but from fear. She does not move like the dying. The scent comes from her chest, from under the tunic. A token, a carrier. It does not matter. She brings disease into the sanctum. She is no longer a thief in my reckoning. She is plague on 2 legs, and the purge must be absolute. She is halfway to the dais. The heartstone changes. My breath catches. The steady thumb falters. Golden light flares to a deeper, angrier amber. The hum that fills the room shifts and rises to a keen that vibrates in my teeth. The stone knows she is here. But it does not strike. It does not lash out with fire or force. It sings. It reaches for her. Cold dread pools in my stomach. In 20 years, the stone has never marked an intruder. It has ignored kings and archmages alike. I have knelt before it for 2 decades and offered it my silence, my protection, my very life. It has never sung to me. Why does it sing for this shivering slip of a girl? Jealousy, hot and shameful, flares in my chest. I crush it down. She stops. She feels it too. Her shoulders hunch under the weight of the magic pressing down. She is afraid. Good, she should be. She steps onto the dais a few feet from the artifact. I step out of the service passage. I do not step into light. I step into the shadow cast by the great throne of the first warlord, invisible, a part of the darkness taking form. I grip Knight Sever. The leather of the haft creaks under my hand. She stands before the pedestal, the light of the stone washing over her face. Young, tired, dark circles under her eyes, and a bruised look about her that the grime on her face cannot hide. She reaches for her belt and pulls out a sack of heavy canvas, lined with lead. A containment bag. She means to cage a god in a sack. The arrogance of it takes my breath. Then she speaks. Her voice is a rasp, broken by cold and fear. Sorry, she whispers to the empty room. I need this more than you do. The apology stops me. Thieves do not apologize. They snatch and run. They gloat. They calculate gold. She apologizes to the magic she is about to steal. She says she needs it. The mouse comes back to mind. Shelter, not theft. Is this theft or survival? She speaks to the silence as I do. She treats the stone as living. The oath slams down like a portcullis. It does not matter. The reason is nothing. The act is the crime. If she touches the stone, the binding will shatter and the force loosed from it could level the peak. She reaches out, her hand trembling. The stone goes silent. Its heartbeat stops. The hum vanishes. The sudden absence of sound is its own violence. It sucks the air out of the room. The girl freezes. She senses it, the shift in the world. She stiffens, and the hair stands up on her arms. She smells me. I see the moment it strikes her. Her posture changes from thief to cornered animal. She smells the leather of my armor, the oil of the axe, the pine of deep woods clinging to my furs. She knows she is not alone. She does not turn, she is locked in place, her every instinct screaming that to move is to die. I look at her neck, exposed, pale and thin. One swing would do it, it would be quick, she would feel no pain. A pang of regret hits me, she is skilled, she honors the silence, she is terrified. But she is here and I am the wall. I step forward. I let my boot hit the stone, clack. The sound echoes like a gavel. I let my presence fill the room. I let 20 years of isolation and violence roll off me in waves. I want her to feel the weight of the mountain before it falls on her. I stop 10 feet behind her, a monolith of black iron and shadow. I block the light from the door, I block the heat, I block the hope. Touch it, I rumble. My voice is a landslide, deep, scraping against the bottom of my register, unused to forming words for human ears. Touch it and you will pray for the storm outside.
The voice doesn't land in my ears. It lands at the base of my spine. It is a landslide given a throat, deep and grinding, traveling up through the soles of my boots before the sound is even words. Touch it, and you will pray for the storm outside. My body betrays me. It is a traitor, bred in the gutters of the lower city, trained to freeze when the watch shouts, to lock up when the predator growls. The instinct that kept me alive in the low city slums screams submit. It screams play dead. It screams that the thing behind me is a mountain that has learned to move, and you do not run from a mountain. You pray it doesn't notice you. I stop breathing. The air in my lungs turns to a solid block of ice. The shadow of the figure behind me swallows the dais and drops the heartstone in me into a sudden twilight. The cold coming off him is physical. It rolls over my shoulders like a wave of freezing water, smelling of ancient dust, pine resin, and the metallic tang of oiled iron. It is the smell of a tomb that has been opened after 1,000 years. The thought whispers, turn around, beg, negotiate, tell him about Leah. But thieves don't negotiate with executioners. And that voice, that low, heavy rumble, was not offering a parley. It was reading a sentence. I don't turn, I don't beg. I detonate. I drop my center of gravity, coiling every muscle in my legs until they burn, and I launch myself forward. Not away from the dais. Not toward the door. I dive flat, hurling myself across the marble toward the far side of the pedestal, scrambling like a rat flushing from cover. The air above me splits. Whoosh! It is the sound of the sky tearing open, a rush of air so violent it sucks the breath straight out of my mouth. Cracked! The sound of impact is wet and heavy, sick, and too loud in the closed room. The marble floor where I stood a heartbeat ago explodes. Shards of white stone spray out, pinging off the obsidian walls, shredding the hem of my tunic. The taste of ground chalk fills my mouth. The force of it hits me in the back and throws me forward. I tumble, my shoulder cracking against the hard stone, rolling with it. My hip slams into the base of a statue, one of the silent, stone ancestors. The pain is a white-hot flare that blinds me. I scramble up, fingernails clawing for purchase on the smooth floor. I spin, back to the stone statue, knife coming up in a shaking hand. It is a pathetic gesture, a toothpick against a mountain. And then I see him. He is rising from a crouch, pulling the axe from the ruined floor. The stone of the dais, marble thick enough to hold up a carriage, is cleaved to the bedrock. The axe head is buried a foot deep. He is impossibly large. The stories say orcs are big, that they are broad, but stories are just words. They don't carry the heft of him, and they don't carry how this creature seems to drink the light in the room. He is clad in black plate armor that looks more like the shell of some deep earth beetle than honest metal, dull and scarred. But it's the helmet that stops my heart. It is a skull of black iron, blank save for the cross-slit of the visor. And inside that darkness, 2 points of amber light burn with a cold, terrible cunning. He wrenches the axe free with a grunt. Stone grinds on metal, a screech that sets my teeth on edge. He turns that iron face toward me. He doesn't rush, he doesn't scream a war cry, he just adjusts his grip. Fast, he says, The word is almost a compliment, but it sounds like a boulder-crushing slate. For a human. My throat is sand. I'm not looking for a fight. Then you should not have broken into my house. He steps off the dais. The floor shakes. The jolt of it travels up through my knees and into my shins. He moves with a terrible, fluid grace that has no business in something his size. He doesn't lumber. He flows, like a mudslide, sure and crushing. I look left. The archway to the exit is 50 feet away. I look right, the service passage I missed earlier. I look at him. He stands in the dead center of the room, owning the space. He knows exactly where I want to go. He is hurting me. Leave the stone, he says. He raises the axe, the massive black blade gleaming in the golden light of the heartstone. And your death will be clean. I can't. The words rip out of me, jagged and desperate. You don't understand, I need it. Need is irrelevant. He moves. He bursts forward with a speed that shouldn't be possible for something made of iron and meat. One breath he is standing still. The next he is a blur of black metal eating the gap between us. I shriek, a humiliating, high sound, and scramble to the left, diving behind the statue of the ancestor. The axe hits the statue. It doesn't chip the stone, and it doesn't crack it. It blows it apart. The torso of the granite warrior bursts into dust and chunks of rock the size of my head. The statue topples and crashes to the floor with a sound like thunder. Dust billows up, a gray choking cloud. I'm crawling on hands and knees, coughing, my eyes stinging. I can't see him, but I can hear him, the heavy hiss-clack of his breath through the helm, the slide of armored boots on grit. He is walking through the dust cloud like a phantom. You run, his voice comes from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the vaulted ceiling. Like a rat in a cellar. I'm a thief, I yell back, my voice cracking, my eyes darting to the blocked exit. Running is the job description. I need an exit, I need a distraction. I fumble at my belt. My hand brushes the pouch where the worm bile used to be. Empty, I touch the coil of rope. Useless. I have a dagger that couldn't pierce a wheel of cheese, let alone that armor. I am going to die here. The thought brings a sharp clarity that washes away the panic and leaves a cold, hard knot in my stomach. Leah. I see her face, not the sketch in the locket. The real Leah I left 3 days ago, her skin gray and papery, the purple veins tracing maps of poison up her throat, her breath rattling in her chest like dry leaves. If I die, she dies alone. She dies thirsty because I'm the one who brings the water. She dies in the dark because I'm the one who buys the candles. The smell of the sanctum, the sharp tang and the cold stone, fills with the ghost of lilies. Sweet rot, the smell of my failure. No, I whisper. I stand up. My knees knock together, a violent tremor I can't control, but I stand. The dust is settling. Gorvek, that's what the legends call the guardian, though he looks more like the mountain come to life than a person, is 10 paces away. He watches me rise. He tilts his head, his eyes narrowing. You have nowhere to go, little rat, he says. My name, I say, shifting my grip on the dagger until my knuckles turn white, my teeth chattering loud enough to hear in the silence, is Senna. Senna, he repeats. He tastes the name, testing its weight. Senna the trespasser, Senna the corpse. He lunges. I don't run this time. I wait until the last sliver of a heartbeat, until I can smell the oil on his armor, until the wind of the axe touches my face. I drop, I slide between his legs. It's suicidal. If he drops a knee, he crushes my skull. If he trips, he flattens me. But he expects me to run away, not into him. I slide across the smooth obsidian, the friction burning my thigh through the leggings. I come out behind him and scramble up, sprinting for the service passage I saw earlier. A gauntleted hand, the size of a shovel, slams into the wall inches from my face. Stone cracks, dust sprays into my eyes. He spun in full plate faster than I could sprint. I skid to a halt, my boots squealing on the floor, barely catching myself before I run face first into the wall of black iron that is his arm. He backhands me. He doesn't even use the axe, he just flicks his left wrist. The blow lifts me off my feet like a swinging log catching me in the chest. My head snaps back. The world spins, gray and gold smearing together. I fly backward, the air leaving my lungs in a wet whoosh, and slam into the side of the dais. My vision goes black, then white, then red. I'm lying on the floor. My mouth tastes like copper. My ribs feel like they've been put in a vice. I try to inhale, but nothing in my chest will move. I wheeze, a pathetic, whistling sound. Get up. I roll onto my side, clutching my ribs. He is walking toward me, in no hurry at all. He knows he has me. He steps over the rubble of the statue he destroyed and kicks a piece of granite aside. You have spirit, he says. It is a waste. He stops 5 feet away. He plants his feet. He raises the axe high, the blade parallel to the ceiling. This is the executioner's stance, the final swing. I push myself up backward, scraping my spine against the marble of the dais. I can't stand. My legs are jelly. I'm trapped between the pedestal and the executioner. Please, I wheeze, blood bubbles on my lips. She's my sister, she's sick. The axe doesn't waver, his eyes don't blink. The stone does not care about your sister, he says, and neither do I. He tightens his grip, the leather of his gauntlets creaks. Close your eyes, Senna. I look at the axe, I look at the darkness inside the helm. And then I look behind me. The heartstone is right there, hovering inches above the white marble. It's pulsing again. Boom, boom. A low note that rattles my teeth, a double beat that hits my ribs like a hammer. The amber light has deepened to a bloody crimson. It looks angry, it looks hungry. The sack is gone. I must have dropped it when he hit me. I have no containment, I have no plan. But I have a choice. I apologized to it, I felt it listening. It didn't strike me down when I entered. It sang, it's alive, and if it's alive, maybe it can be reasoned with, or maybe it's just as desperate as I am. I can die here, cleaved in two by a zealot in a tin can, and let Leah rot. Or I can touch the godrock and see what happens. Maybe it kills me, maybe it vaporizes me. But maybe. The guardian tenses, the muscles in his shoulders bunch, the axe begins its descent. You missed, I whisper. I throw myself backward. I don't try to dodge the axe, I lunge for the stone. The guardian roars. There are no words in it, just pure, raw panic. No. I stretch my hand out, my fingers are trembling. Blood from my split lip drips onto my wrist. The heat of the stone hits me before I even touch it, like reaching into a forge. The hairs on my arm singe, the air warps. Boom, boom. Yes, the stone whispers, not in my ears, in my blood. My fingers brush the surface. The world turns inside out. Silence. Absolute crushing silence. The sound of the guardian's roar cuts off as if someone severed the strings of the universe. The wind outside, the hum of the room, the rasp of my own breathing. Gone. I am not floating, I am anchored. It pushes into me like an invasion. It is wet, pulsing meat under my fingers. It is a naked heart torn fresh from a chest, slick and hot and beating against my palm. My hand sinks into it. The crystal surface yields like water, then solidifies like concrete. It traps my fingers, it traps my wrist. Mine, the voice screams. It isn't a voice. It's the sound of mountains grinding together. It's the sound of a star screaming as it dies. And then the pain arrives. I thought I knew pain. I thought the frozen wind on the cliff was pain. I thought the guardian's backhand was pain. I thought watching Leah wither away was pain. I was wrong, those were just whispers of it. This is the whole of it. The stone doesn't burn me, it roots into me. Molten glass pours straight into my marrow. It travels up my arm, a wave of agony that kills every nerve as it goes. It reaches my elbow, my shoulder, my neck. It is remaking my body from the inside, burning away the human weakness, the cold, the hunger, the fear, and laying down something heavy and ancient in its place. I try to scream. My mouth opens, but no sound comes out. Instead, light pours from my throat, a beam of pure, blinding gold that tears through the twilight of the sanctum. I look down at my chest. My tunic is gone, my skin has gone clear as glass. I see my ribs, I see my heart. But my heart isn't beating. The heartstone has forced its way into my chest. I watch, horrified, as glowing tendrils pierce the flesh and stitch themselves into the bone of my sternum. They weave into the meat of my lungs like burning roots. It is putting itself where my heart used to be. Boom, boom. My blood turns to fire. My veins ignite, tracing a map of golden lightning across my skin. Please, I beg it, stop, it hurts, it hurts. Open, the stone commands, accept. My mind is cracking apart. The memories of my life, the cold nights in the alleys, the taste of stolen apples, Leah's laugh, the smell of the Guardian's armor, are burning away, feeding the fire that's remaking me. I am dying. This is what death is, being eaten by something bigger than you. No. I grab onto the one thing the fire can't burn. Leah. I wrap my mind around her image. I hold it tight. I build a wall around it. You can take the rest, I scream at the intruder in my chest. You can take the blood. You can take the bone, but you don't take her. The stone pauses. It feels me dig in. It feels the sharp, stubborn grit of a thief who won't let go of the loot. It laughs, a sound like bells ringing in a deep canyon. Worthy, it decides. The energy implodes. I am slammed back into the world with the force of a falling anvil. Weight returns, crushing me against the marble dais. Sound returns, a deafening ring that makes my teeth ache. I am lying on my back. My chest is heaving, pulling in air that tastes of hot iron and burnt hair. There is a crater in the center of the room. The shockwave. I turn my head, my neck creaks like rusted metal. The Guardian is gone. No, it's not gone. Across the room, 50 feet away, a pile of black iron is buried in the wall. He was thrown. The blast picked up 300 pounds of orc and armor and tossed him like a child's doll. He groans, a low, wet sound. He pulls himself out of the crater in the wall. It is a struggle. One of his pauldrons shears off and clatters to the floor. He stumbles and falls to one knee, the stone beneath him cracking under his weight. He tries to rise, slipping on the rubble, his breath coming in ragged gasps that rasp against the metal of his helm. He is hurt, the mountain has been cracked. He looks at me. And then he freezes. I follow his gaze, I look down at myself. My tunic is shredded, burned away in a jagged circle over my chest. My skin is glowing. Veins of molten glass pulse just beneath the surface, spreading out from the center of my chest, crawling up my neck and down my arms. They pulse in time with a heartbeat too slow, too heavy to be human. Thumb. The room is freezing. The damp in the air has frozen to diamond dust that hangs there without falling. The doors to the sanctum are sealed behind a wall of thick, white ice. But I am not cold. I am burning, I am a forge. The heat pouring off my chest bends the air around me. The stone floor beneath me hisses, the wet on it steaming away. I try to move. My limbs feel heavy and slow and far away, like they belong to someone else. What? My voice isn't mine. It sounds like two stones grinding together. What did you do? Gorvek stands. It takes him 2 tries. He ignores the damage to his armor. He ignores the blood dripping from the grill of his helm. He walks toward me, but the predator is gone, the executioner is gone. He walks with a strange, halting dread. He stops at the edge of the dais, just outside the reach of my heat. He drops the axe. Clang! The sound echoes in the silence. He reaches up and unclasps his helm. The metal is dented and the latch sticks, so he has to wrench it, metal screeching on metal, tearing it free with a grunt. He pulls it off. For the first time, I see his face. He is terrifying. A harsh, angular sweep of gray-green skin, scarred and weathered, with a heavy jaw and tusks pushing up from his bottom lip, carved with scrimshaw. His hair is a black mane, braided tight against his skull. But his eyes, they are the color of old amber, and they are wide, blown with shock. He looks at the glowing veins on my skin. He looks at the raw, pulsing crystal embedded in my sternum. He sinks to his knees. You didn't steal it, he whispers. His voice is raw, stripped of the mechanical filter of the helm. You swallowed it. I try to sit up. The movement sends a fresh wave of agony through me, but it's far off now, muffled by the heat. Fix it, I rasp. Get it out. He shakes his head. He looks resigned, like a man watching a city burn. I cannot, he says. It has chosen a vessel. To tear it out now would split the mountain in 2. I stare at him. The room spins. The golden light at the edges of my sight creeps inward, narrowing the gray world to a tunnel. Leah, I whisper, I have to. You have to survive, he says. He reaches a hand out as if to touch me, but pulls back when his fingers hit the wave of heat coming off my skin. You are burning, Senna. He says my name like a curse, like he is reading the words off a tombstone. Senna, he says again, do not sleep. If you sleep, the fire wins. Tired, I mumble, so tired. The darkness rushes in. It is cool. It is soft. It promises an end to the burning. I let it take me. The last thing I see is the guardian, the monster, the executioner, ripping the cloak from his shoulders and stepping into the fire to catch me before I hit the stone.
I hold the sun in my arms. The woman, the creature, the vessel, the catastrophe, is burning with a heat that should not be possible. It radiates through the steel of my breastplate and sears the skin beneath. It cooks the leather of my vambraces until they smoke. I should drop her. Every instinct honed by 20 years of guardianship screams at me to let go. She is a weapon. She is the enemy. She is the thief who broke the seal of the sanctum and swallowed a god. The law is clear. That which is tainted must be purged. But my arms do not obey. They are locked in stone-rigid tension, cradling her against my chest as if she were made of spun glass. I stand in the center of the crater. The silence of the sanctum has returned, heavier than before. The air is filled with glittering dust, moisture frozen hard by the shockwave, hanging in the twilight like a ghost fog. I look down at her. Her head lolls back against my shoulder. Her skin, once pale and dirty, has gone translucent, lit from within by pulsing veins of gold that thread her whole body. And there, in the center of her chest, where the tunic has burned away, sits the stone. It is no longer a smooth, perfect crystal. It has unspooled and dug into her flesh like a tick, burying jagged roots of light into her sternum. The beat resonates against my own armor, slow and heavy, the heartbeat of a sleeping mountain. You foolish, arrogant thing, I whisper. The words come out rough, damaged by the scream I let out when she jumped. She does not answer. She is limp, a dead weight that feels impossibly heavy for something so small. My forearms are blistering. The heat is unbearable. I take a step. The movement breaks the paralysis. The pain is good, a tether to the real. If the burn still bites, I am alive, and if I am alive, I have a duty. But what is the duty now? The stone is gone, the guardian has failed, the sanctum is breached. I look at the door. A wall of ice thick and blue-black seals the archway. The shockwave pushed more than air, it pushed magic, and the temple's old wards have woken. Locked down, nothing enters, nothing leaves. We are entombed. I look back at the girl, Senna. Senna, the name tastes like iron in my mouth. I cannot stand here. The dais is still radiating the residual energy of the bonding. It is a killing floor. I turn and carry her toward the western alcove. It is a small recession in the obsidian wall where I keep my pallet, my furs, my whetstone. It is the only place in this frozen hell that resembles a living space. I walk with care, my left knee grinds, wrenched when I hit the wall, but I do not limp. I swallow the hitch in my stride so as not to jostle her. Why am I being gentle? I should throw her to the stones. I should sever her head and see if the stone releases its hold. No. The thought brings a wave of nausea so violent I almost stumble. My stomach twists, my blood recoils. To harm her would be blasphemy, and not against the gods, against myself. I reach the alcove. A pile of shadow-bear furs lies on a raised slab of slate. I kneel, the metal of my greaves screaming against the floor, and lower her onto the furs. I pull my hands away. The relief comes at once, and with it something worse. My skin is raw, stripped of its outer layer, but the loss of her is the deeper wound. It leaves a cold, hollow ache in the center of my chest. I sit back on my heels, breathing hard. The air in the sanctum is thin, burned of oxygen. I unclasp the gorget at my throat to breathe. Then the smell hits me. Before, when she entered, she smelled of the low valleys, of mud and sweat and the cloying, sweet stench of the rot. I had named her in my mind, Contagion. But the fire has burned that away. The blast took the locket, the dirt, the pretenses. Now there is only her. I inhale. It is a scent that has no business existing in this sterile tomb of ice and rock. It is complex, layered, and terrifyingly alive. It smells of crushed cinnamon, of deep, sun-warmed copper of the air just before a lightning strike. My sight widens. The dim light of the alcove turns sharp and too bright, every edge cut clean. My heart, slow and steady for 2 decades, stutters and kicks into a double-time rhythm that hammers against my ribs. I freeze. I know this reaction. I have read of it in the iron scrolls kept in the library of the stronghold. I have heard the elders speak of it in hushed, reverent tones, usually reserved for myths and dead heroes. The finding. The lock and the key. The moment an orc knows the one creature in the world whose blood sings in time with his own. I stare at the unconscious, glowing human on my furs. No, I breathe, the word is a play. The stone chose a vessel and not at random, not some thief with quick hands and a foolish heart. It chose her, because she is mine. The irony sits on me like a weight. I have spent 20 years in solitude, guarding a rock, swearing to keep the world safe from its power. And the moment it breaks free, it binds itself to the one thing in the world I am made unable to destroy. I laugh. It is a dry, hacking sound that scrapes my throat. The ancestors must be howling with mirth. She moans. The sound cuts through my self-pity. She arches her back, her hands clawing at the furs, her face twisted in agony. The fever is rising. I lean forward. The golden light from her chest burns brighter now, pulsing fast. The veins on her neck stand out swollen. She is cooking from the inside out. A body can bear only so much heat before it fails. The heartstone burns like a forge. If I do not cool her, her flesh will give out and she will die. And if she dies? A black, red-edged rage flickers at the edge of my mind, a vision of the world burning. If she dies, I will tear this mountain down stone by stone. Focus, Gorvek. I assess the damage. Her tunic is shredded, fused to her skin in places, scorched in others. The leggings are soaked through with melted snow and sweat, and in the sanctum's bitter air they are already freezing stiff. She is caught between fire and ice. The damp cloth will boil against her skin or freeze to it. Either way, it must come off. My gaze drops to my hands, massive, encased in steel gauntlets, clumsy tools for such delicate work. Fingers stiff and reluctant, I begin to unbuckle them. To touch her again is dangerous, and not only for the heat, there is the pull. I slide the gauntlets off and set them on the stone. Exposed, my hands are gray, scarred, and tipped with black nails closer to claws than fingers. They look like weapons. Drawing the small skinning knife from my belt, I lean over her. Be still, Senna, I murmur. Bringing the blade to the ruin of her tunic, I cut. The fabric falls away. I peel the scorched linen from her skin, wincing when it sticks. She whimpers, a small, broken sound that clenches my jaw until my teeth ache. I work with care. I have dressed 1,000 stags, stripped carcasses in the dark of winter with numb fingers. But this is different. This is not dead meat. This is living, trembling warmth. My hands are heavy as anvils, and I hold my breath, guiding the edge of the blade a hair's width from her flesh. Tunic, leggings, boots. I cut them all away, stripping her down to skin and scars. And there are so many scars. I pause, the knife hovering over her hip. Her body is a record of old cruelty. A silver line runs down her left thigh, a knife wound, old and white with age. Round burns dot her shoulder, small as a coal's tip, pink and puckered. On her collarbone, a brand stands out against her pale skin, a coin with a crack through it. I do not know the mark, so I leave it for now. Faint white lines cross her back where a whip has been, and I find them as I turn her to clear the fabric. I trace the line of a broken rib that healed crooked. Who did this to you? The question rumbles in my chest, dark and venomous. These are not the scars of a warrior. Warriors carry clean cuts, the puncture wounds of honest combat. These are the scars of someone broken young, a child hurt by those stronger than her. Something cold and hard rises in me, swamping the confusion and the fear. I want to find the hands that held the whip, the coal, the knife. I want to part them from their wrists. An hour ago I was ready to take her head. Now I dream of slaughtering the ones who marked her. The hypocrisy is bitter on my tongue. No better, I think. It was me who drove her to this. My axe swing made her jump. She arches again, a violent spasm lifting her hips off the furs. A gasp tears from her throat. Hot, she mumbles, delirious, too hot. My hand goes to her forehead. It is like touching a kettle. Her skin is dry, papery. The magic is drinking the water out of her to feed the burn. Cooling her is the only thing that matters now. Scrambling up, I abandon the knife and move to the air shaft she breached. Snow has drifted in, piling in a white dune against the wall. Scooping up a double handful, I pack the snow into a ball and return to her side, pressing it against her neck, her shoulders, the glowing skin around the stone. Hiss. Steam rises, the snow does not melt. It hisses straight to vapor the instant it meets her skin. It is not enough. The heat is deep inside her, and cold pressed to the outside cannot reach it fast enough. She thrashes, burning, please, burning. Her eyes flutter open, they are unseeing, rolled back so only the whites show. She is trapped in the nightmare of the bonding. I look at the snow melting in my hands, useless. I look at my own hands. Orcs are creatures of the deep earth. Our blood runs slow and our flesh is dense and cold, colder than any humans, the chill of stone that never sees the sun. I swallow. This is a violation. It is a transgression of every vow I have taken. To touch the vessel is forbidden. To lay skin on the flesh of a woman I am not bonded to is forbidden. But the bond is already there. I can smell it. And she is dying. Forgive me, I whisper to the silence. I kneel beside her. I place my hands on her bare shoulders. The shock is instant. Heat, yes, but more than heat. A ley line snaps into place between us. Crag. A spark of golden magic leaps from her skin into mine. It bites like a viper. My muscles seize. I grip my teeth, locking my jaw. I do not pull away. I push down. I let my own cold, slow blood become the ground for the fire. Give it to me, I think. Give me the fire. And she does. The magic rushes into me, flooding up my arms, a river of liquid agony. It tries to burn me as it burns her, but I am not human. I am stone flesh. I take it in and let it scatter through me. My own blood heats, sweat breaks on my brow, and my heart pounds against the breastplate. But under my hands, her shivering slows. The frantic pulse in the veins of her neck calms. Her breathing deepens, the shallow pant settling into a steady draw. She turns into my touch. She leans her cheek against the back of my hand, seeking the cold. Guardian, she whispers. She knows, even in the dark, she knows. I stay as the minutes stretch into hours, until my arms ache and my knees go numb against the stone floor. I am the anchor that holds a ship through a storm. The light in her chest steadies. The angry, jagged rhythm of the bonding settles into a slow, golden thrum. It beats in time with my own heart, the two of them one rhythm. I let my eyes fall shut and rest my forehead against the edge of the stone slab. I am damned. She is stable for now. I cannot sit vigil. There is no time to stare at her and wonder at the cruelty of the fates. The air in the sanctum will not last, and the cold is creeping in. I rise, my legs are stiff, my joints popping like dry branches. I cover her with the heavy shadow bear furs, tucking them around her chin. She looks small, fragile, and yet she holds a god in her ribcage. I move to the main doors. The wall of ice sealing the archway is thick, blue-black, and opaque. It hums with the same magic that is now eating the girl alive. I pick up Night Sever from the floor. The axe is a masterwork of violence. I forged it myself and etched the runes of the oath into the blade with acid and prayer. I am the wall, the runes say. I am the silence. I swing. Crag. The blade hits the ice with the force of a falling tree. Sparks fly. The axe rebounds, jarring so hard my teeth ache. Not a chip, not a scratch. I strike again and again until my breath comes in ragged gasps and my shoulders burn. The ice holds, steel means nothing to it. It is a wall of magic, sealing us in like a tomb. I lower the axe, I lean against the handle, breathing hard. We are trapped. If the stone breaks open here, it takes more than the sanctum. The blast will swallow the mountain and bury the human villages in the valley below. Thousands of lives gone in a flash of gold. I grip my teeth. The mate in me wants to save her. The guardian must save the valley. For once, the two voices agree. My gaze goes back to the alcove. Senna sleeps on the furs, glowing faintly. I have a choice. We can stay here and suffocate together in the dark, or we can find another way. I know where the stone needs to go. The ley lines beneath the stronghold. The shamans there might be able to channel the power to extract it before it burns her soul to ash. But the stronghold is miles away on the other side of the mountain, and the door is sealed. I look at the alcove wall. Behind the tapestry of shadow silk lies the service tunnel I used to ambush her. The deep roads. The realization settles on me like a shroud. The deep roads are ancient, the gut tunnels of the mountain abandoned centuries ago when the dark things woke. Chasm stalkers, rot weavers, things with no eyes and too many teeth. It is a maze that swallows men whole. And it is the only way out. I have to take this fragile, glowing, dying human woman through the darkest, most dangerous path in the world. I do not waste time on fear, I move. I gather what supplies remain, a satchel of dried meat, a water skin half full, a coil of rope. I check my armor, the left pauldron is sheared, the straps hanging loose, so I rip it off. Better to be light, the greaves and bracers will hold. I am a blunt instrument made for war, for standing still and hitting hard. I was not made for this, not made to carry something breakable through a nightmare. I return to the alcove. I look at the small shrine I built in the corner, a plain stone shelf holding my prayer beads, heavy iron spheres on a leather cord. I have counted them every morning for 20 years, one bead for every year of silence. I reach out, my fingers brush the cold iron. I do not pick them up. I leave them there. The guardian who counted those beads is dead. He died when the stone shattered. I turn to the girl. Time to go, I whisper. I lift her, she stirs immediately. Her brow furrows. Her hand reaches out, groping blindly in the air. Stay, she mumbles. I freeze. I am here, I say. The words come heavy, rusted. I reach out, I take her hand. Her fingers are small, rough with calluses, nails bitten to the quick. They wrap around my thumb. Her grip is surprisingly strong. The jolt hits me again, not pain this time. Pleasure. A deep, resonant thrum of belonging. It travels up my arm and settles in my chest, right beside the terror, like a key turning in a lock that has been rusted shut a lifetime. I look at our joined hands, the gray, scarred claw of the monster, the pale, glowing hand of the thief. We are bound by magic, by blood, by the cruel humor of the gods. I squeeze her hand, I rub my thumb over her knuckles. I am here, I repeat, it is a new oath. I pick up the furs, I wrap them around her, swaddling her tight, covering the glow, covering the scars. I lift her into my arms. She sighs and settles against my breastplate, her head tucks under my chin, she fits. I walk to the tapestry, I rip it down. The tunnel mouth gapes behind it. A draft of stale, humid air washes over us, smelling of wet earth and ancient rot. It is the smell of the grave. We are going into the dark, Senna, I whisper into her hair, but I will not let the dark touch you. I step into the shadow.
I wake up to the rhythm of a heartbeat that isn't mine. It's slow, deep as a mountain shifting in its sleep. A heavy thud-thud that buzzes through the side of my face and rattles my teeth. I'm moving. No, I'm being carried. I'm wrapped tight in something soft and thick that smells like musk and winter, pinned against a surface as warm and hard as a fire-heated wall. The air around me is wrong. It doesn't have the cold, clean bite of the sanctum anymore. It's thick and wet, like old earth and mushrooms rotting in the dark. My head is sluggish, swimming in a fog of pain, but I run the count anyway, out of old habit. Arms and legs, can't move them, trussed up. Weapon, gone, hurt, everywhere. A dull, throbbing ache in my chest like I swallowed a coal. Panic kicks down the door. I'm captured. The city watch finally caught up. Or the guild found me. Or the guardian didn't kill me, and now he's taking me to some dungeon to finish the job slowly. I thrash. I try to jerk my arms free, but the swaddling is too tight. I kick out, my heels connecting with something hard. Armor. Let me go. The scream comes out as a rusted croak. My throat feels like I gargled glass. The movement stops. The wall I'm pressed against rumbles. Be still. The voice hits me right in the ear, deep enough to loosen the teeth in my skull. My eyes snap open. For a second, I don't understand what I'm seeing. Shadows, looming jagged shapes that look like ribs of some leviathan beast, and faint greenish light pulsing from the walls in sickly veins. And right in front of my face, the matte black curve of a steel breastplate. I look up. The helmet is gone. I'm looking at a jawline that could cut stone, skin the color of moss in twilight, and two tusks rising from a bottom lip set too grim. Amber eyes look down at me. They aren't the eyes of a monster, but the eyes of a man who is bone-tired and has been for a long time. You are awake, the guardian says. Put me down, I wheeze. Put me down or I swear I will bite you. A terrifying threat, he says, considering you can barely lift your head. But he crouches, the world tilts, and then I'm being lowered. He sets me down on a flat slab of rock. The stone is cold, seeping through the furs I'm wrapped in. I scramble backward, crab walking away from him until my back hits the damp cave wall. I clutch the furs to my chin. They're heavy, shadow bear maybe, expensive, warm. Where are we? I demand. My voice is gaining some edge back. Where is the stone? What did you? I go to gesture, to make a point, and the furs slip. I freeze. I look down. I am naked. My tunic, my leggings, my boots, all of it gone. I am sitting in a cave, wrapped in a dead bear, wearing nothing but my own skin. And my skin. I stop breathing. My chest is glowing. It's not the torchlight. The glow is coming from inside me, veins of molten gold threading my ribs, pulsing in time with the heavy, dragging beat from before. And in the center, right over my breastbone, sits a knot of raw, jagged crystal fused into my flesh. It's burrowed in like a tick gone fat on blood, a growth made of sunlight. What did you do? The whisper tears out of me. I look up at him, horror cold in my gut. What did you do to me? Gorvek, that's his name, isn't it? The monster has a name. He stands 5 paces away, turned half from me, giving me his profile, as if looking straight at my bare skin would break some rule I don't know. I saved your life, he says. His voice is flat without heat. Your clothes were soaked. The bonding was boiling the water against your skin. You were cooking, Senna. I flinch at my name. So you stripped me, I snap. I try to pull the furs tighter, but there's too much skin exposed. My legs, my arms. And the scars. Oh gods, the scars. I grew up in the low city, and you don't survive the gutters without paying a toll in flesh. The silver line on my thigh came from a rival thief's knife. The burns on my shoulder came from the time I didn't pay the Ember Guild fast enough, and the whip marks on my back came from the City Watch. I wear clothes to hide the map of my failures. I wear layers to be a ghost. Now I'm laid out for anyone to read, a glowing, scarred thing on a slab. I had no choice, he says. He still isn't looking at me. The fabric had melted to your skin in places. I had to cut it off. I follow his gaze to a small pile of debris on the floor. My tunic, shredded, ruined. But next to it, my belt, my coil of rope, my lockpicks, and the dagger he gave me. They're stacked in a neat, careful pile. He didn't take my weapons, he just took my clothes. It makes my head spin. He's the executioner, and he tried to take my head off an hour ago, but now he's sorting my gear like a careful quartermaster. The stone, I say, dragging my thoughts back on track. I touch the crystal in my chest. It's warm, buzzing under my fingertips, tender as a fresh bruise. Get it out, dig it out. I claw at the edge of the crystal. Stop. Gorvek moves. He closes the distance in a blur, catching my wrists before I can dig my nails in. His hands are massive. One palm swallows both my wrists. His skin is rough, calloused as old bark, and cooler than I expect. Do not touch it, he hisses. He's looking at me now, his eyes burning hot enough to make me want to shrink into the wall. You are more than a vessel now. You are the wall that holds it. Break the seal, and you breach the core. I don't care, I yell, struggling against his grip. I didn't ask for this. I wanted to steal it, not eat it. You made your choice on the dais, he growls. He doesn't let go. You touch the god, this is the price. The price is death, I shout back. Look at me, I'm a glowworm, how am I supposed to? I trail off. My thoughts catch up to the clock. I was on the mountain. Leah has 3 days, maybe 2 now. How long have I been out? How long was I asleep? I ask. The fight drains out of me, replaced by a cold dread. Gorvek lets go of my wrists by degrees, as if he expects me to lunge at him. He steps back, giving me space. 4 hours, he says, perhaps 5. 5 hours. Okay, I can work with that. If I run, if I slide down the scree slopes, I can make it back to the city in a day, find a healer, sort this out. I have to go, I say. I scramble to stand, clutching the heavy furs around me like a robe. My legs wobble under me, but I force them to hold. I have to go back. I look around. The cave is a tube of rock, darkness in both directions. Which way is the exit? I demand. Gorvek crosses his arms, the black steel of his bracers clinks. There is no exit that way. The sanctum is sealed. The ice wards triggered when the stone shattered. Then untrigger them. I'm hysterical now, I know I am. You're the guardian, open the door. I cannot. The magic is ancient. It seals the mountain until the threat is neutralized. He points a clawed finger at my chest. You are the threat, Senna. I stare at him. So I'm trapped. I'm trapped in a hole with a rock in my chest and an orc who thinks I'm a weapon. We are not trapped, he says. He turns and points into the deeper darkness of the tunnel. We are traveling to the stronghold. The stronghold? I laugh. It's a shrill, broken sound. That's on the other side of the range. That's a week's travel through the passes. I don't have a week. My sister doesn't have a week. We are not taking the passes, he says, even and unhurried. We are taking the deep roads, 3 days, if we walk without stopping. 3 days. I slide down the wall. My legs give out and I hit the stone floor hard, pulling the furs over my knees. That leaves me 1 day, maybe less. The thought punches the air out of my lungs. She's alone in that cold room, watching the candle burn down, waiting for the door to open and for me to come back with the cure. And I'm here, stuck in a hole in the mountain. I can't, I whisper. I put my head in my hands. 3 days cuts it to the bone. If we stop once, she's gone. Then she dies. I look up. Gorvek is watching me. His face is impassive. Stone. What did you say? I hiss. I said, then she dies. He doesn't flinch. If we turn back, you burn out within the hour. The stone consumes your life force, then it detonates. The explosion will take the mountain. It will trigger a landslide that will bury the valley below. Your sister dies, along with everyone else in the city. He leans down, bringing his face level with mine. You are a weapon, Senna, and I am the only one who knows how to keep the fuse from lighting. If you want your sister to live, you stand up, you walk, and you pray we reach the shamans before you go critical. I stare at him. I want to drive my fist into that smug, stony face. He's right. I hate him for it. I hate him until the taste of it sits like bile on my tongue. He's holding my sister hostage with cold, flat sense. I take a deep breath. I shove the panic into the box in the back of my mind, lock the lid, throw away the key. Spite. That I can run on. Spite never runs out. Fine, I say dead flat. We walk. I stand up again. The furs are heavy, dragging on the floor. But I am not walking to the orc capital naked, I say. I have standards. Gorvek straightens. For a second, something that might be amusement, or maybe just relief, crosses his face. The furs are yours, he says. I do not feel the cold. Clearly, I eye his armor. He's missing a shoulder piece. The straps are dangling. I look at the pile of my gear. Turn around, I say. He blinks. I have already seen. Turn around. He turns. He faces the tunnel wall, his back a wall of black iron and muscle. I drop the furs. I shiver as the damp cave air hits my skin, but I work fast. I grab my knife, I grab the belt. I figure the furs are precious to him, probably some sacred bear he wrestled down with his bare hands, but I don't care. I slash holes in the heavy pelt and thread the leather belt through the waist, hauling it up and cinching it tight. I rig the rope into a strap over one shoulder, and there it is, a crude, rough-cut tunic. It's heavy and it smells like him, but it covers what needs covering. The scars on my arms are still visible. The glow from my chest bleeds through the thick fur, a faint amber pulse. I pick up the knife. It's the one he gave me, obsidian blade, bone handle, balanced, sharp. I weigh it in my hand and look at his exposed back. There's a gap between his backplate and his kidney guard. I could slip the knife in there. It wouldn't kill him fast enough, and then I'd go up like a torch. I sheath the knife. I'm ready, I say. Gorvek turns. He looks me up and down, his gaze catching for a second on the makeshift tunic, on the belt cinching the heavy fur to my waist. Practical, he says. It's the latest fashion in the gutters, I snap. Let's go. He nods, he turns to the darkness. Stay close, he says. The deep roads are not empty. We start to walk. The deep roads are not a road, they are a throat. We are walking down the gullet of the world. The ground is slick and wet, carpeted in black moss that squelches under my bare feet. Yes, bare feet, my boots were cut off. The stone is cold, slime-coated, and sharp, so every step is a calculated risk, and I focus on Gorvek's boots ahead of me. Step where he steps. The silence is heavy, not the empty hush of the sanctum. This silence is watching. The walls are lit by patches of glowing fungus, ghost caps. We call them, and they wash everything in a sickly, drowning green while the shadows stretch and warp as we move. I keep my hand on the hilt of the knife. So, I say, my voice echoing too loudly, I need to fill the air. The silence is making my skin crawl. You live in a hole, guarding a rock for 20 years. What is the end for a guardian? Do you just wait until you turn to stone? Gorvek doesn't look back. He moves with a steady, ground-eating stride. There is no end. The oath is for life. When a guardian dies, another is chosen. Sounds cheerful, and the armor. Do you sleep in it, bathe in it? I do not sleep much. Right, the brooding, very important. I'm deflecting. I know I am. I needle him because an annoyed orc is a person, and a silent one slides back into being a monster. He stops. He holds up a hand, a fist, halt. I freeze. What? Listen, he whispers. I strain my ears. I hear the drip of water. I hear the hum of the stone behind my breastbone. I hear my own pulse, too loud, knocking at my temples. And then skittering. Like dry leaves skittering across stone. Click, click, click. Chasm stalkers, Gorvek murmurs. They are nesting in the upper galleries. Are they big? Big enough. He unhooks the massive axe from his back. The scrape of metal on metal is too loud in the dark. Stay behind me, he says. Do not engage, you are breakable. I'm a danger, I remind him. Maybe I should hug them. Do not joke about the detonation. He starts moving again, but slower this time. The axe is held across his body, ready to sweep. I watch him move. For all his size, he's quiet, but he's heavy, and he shoves the air aside and changes the press of the tunnel around us. My ears prick up. A different sound. A low, thrumming vibration, like a plucked string. Gorvek is walking toward a narrowing in the tunnel. 2 stalagmites create a natural choke point. I squint. The ghost cap light catches on something. A glint. A thread, thinner than a hair, stretching across the path at neck height. Gorvek is 2 steps away. He's looking at the ceiling, watching for the stalkers. He doesn't see the thread. Stop. I lunge forward. I grab the back of his belt and yank. I don't have the weight to stop him, but the surprise makes him stumble. He halts, turning on me with a snarl. I said stay behind. Look, I hiss, I point. He looks, he doesn't see it. I pick up a loose pebble. I toss it gently through the gap. The pebble hits the invisible thread. Snap. The air shimmers. A web wide enough to catch a man ripples into sight. It shudders hard along every strand. From the ceiling, something drops. It's the size of a dinner plate. 8 legs, pale, translucent body. A rot weaver. It lands on the web, mandibles clicking, searching for the vibration. If Gorvek had walked into that, the thread would have snapped and the spider would have dropped on his neck. Its venom freezes you stiff. Then it turns you to soup inside your own armor. Gorvek stares at the spider. He stares at the thread, inches from where his throat would have been. He looks at me. His eyes are wide. You didn't see it, I whisper, where the light bends around the silk. No, he says low, I was looking for shadows. Thieves look for traps, I say. I try to sound arrogant, but my voice shakes. It's a different kind of looking. He nods, something shifts in the air between us. Respect, maybe, or maybe he's just adding up what I'm worth. You have keen eyes, Senna. He steps forward. With one clean swing of the axe, he cleaves the spider in half, and it drops to the floor with a wet splat. The backswing cuts the web loose. Clear, he says. He waits for me. He motions for me to walk beside him, not behind him. You watch the floor, he says. I will watch the ceiling. I nod. I step up beside him. We walk for another hour. My feet are numb from the cold stone. My legs are burning. But the worst of it is my chest. The stone is waking again. It started as a dull ache. Now it's a hook, and the point is getting sharper. Every time my heart beats, the crystal pulses, swelling, shoving my ribs apart to make room for itself. I stumble. I catch myself on the wall. My hand slips on the slime. Senna. Gorvik stops. I'm fine, I gasp, just slipped. You are not fine. He's there, the wall of heat. The magic is flaring, he says. He reaches out a hand. I flinch back, don't. I remember the sanctum, how the pain vanished the moment he touched me, how good it felt, good enough to scare me. I've been hooked on things before. Poppy milk when I broke my ankle, the wild rush of a job going right. I know the itch and I know the pull. I don't want to be hooked on him. It will only get worse, he says low. The stone makes heat faster than your body can shed it. Mine can take the rest. He holds his hand out, palm up, an offering. Take my hand, Senna. My chest gives a violent throb. A spike of white-hot agony shoots down my spine. I gasp, my vision graying out. I have no choice. I hate having no choice. I reach out, my fingers are trembling. I place my hand in his. Contact. The world snaps into focus. The pain changes. The burning in my chest pours down my arm like water finding a drain, hits his skin, and vanishes into his dense, cold earth magic. And in its place, a shiver of pure, golden pleasure rolls up my spine. My toes curl. My breath catches in a sound that is dangerously close to a moan. I squeeze his hand. I cling to him before I can stop myself. Gorvik goes rigid. His breath hitches. I look up at him. His pupils are blown wide, swallowing the amber. He's staring at me with a raw, starving hunger that goes through my knees for an entirely different reason. He feels it too. Better, he asks, the word wrecked and rough. Yes, I whisper. I try to let go. I can't, my fingers refuse to uncurl. My body has found where the relief lives, where something dangerously like home lives, and it will not let go. We keep moving, he says. He doesn't let go either. He closes his massive fingers over mine until my whole hand is swallowed in his. Lead the way, guardian, I say. We walk into the dark, hand in hand, like two children lost in the woods. Except one of us is a monster and the other is a lit fuse, and I'm starting to forget which is which.
Her hand is a bird in a vice. It is small, the bones delicate enough that I could crush them with a casual twitch of my thumb. The skin is soft, despite the calluses of her trade, and hot, fever-hot, radiating the unnatural energy of the stone. It should be unpleasant, it should be a tactical liability. A guardian does not hold hands, but keeps his weapon ready and his limbs free. But my body has forgotten the logic of the guardian. Every nerve in my palm is screaming. The feeling crawls up my arm like a slow strike of lightning, settling at the base of my skull, in the pit of my stomach, in the ache behind my ribs. It is too much, more than I know how to hold. Her pulse flutters against my skin too fast, ragged with pain and fear. Her sweat is damp and tacky under my fingers. Even her breath stirs the air between us, and I track it. It pulls at me. It is dangerous. I want to pull her closer. The urge is not a thought. It is a command written in the bone, rising up out of the marrow. Pick her up. Shield her. Hide her in the dark where nothing can see her light. I force my legs to keep walking. I force my eyes to scan the perimeter, not her face. Keep the pace, I rumble. My voice comes ragged to my own ears. You must walk. The blood must keep moving. I'm walking, she grinds out. She stumbles, the heavy makeshift tunic catching around her knees, but she does not let go of my hand. If anything, she squeezes tighter. Just don't let go. I will not. It is a lie. I will have to let go in the end. If we are attacked, I cannot fight one-handed. But for now, my hand is the only thing keeping her on her feet. A necessity, a healer's task. That is what I tell myself, that this is care, nothing more, a steady hand lent to the wounded. But as my thumb brushes the back of her knuckles, tracing the ridge of a tendon, I know I am lying. I am drinking her warmth like a man dying of thirst. We pass through a natural archway where the tunnel widens. The bioluminescence of the ghost caps fades here, replaced by a deeper, more suffocating darkness. The air grows stale, smelling of dust that hasn't moved in 1,000 years. My boots hit something flat, paved stone. What is this place? Senna whispers. The echo of her voice is swallowed by the vastness of the dark. I raise my free hand and strike a spark off the flint set in my bracer. It catches, lighting the small old torch I keep on my belt. The orange light pushes back the shadows and reveals a graveyard of giants. The tunnel has opened into a massive hewn hall. Columns of black basalt, thick as oak trees, line the path, holding up a ceiling lost in the gloom. But the columns are shattered. Some are sheared in half, and others are toppled, blocking the way like fallen timber. Statues of ancient orc warriors stand in alcoves, their faces smashed, their stone weapons broken. The scale is oppressive. Everything here was built for beings larger, crueler, and more ambitious than the orcs of my time. An outpost, I say, the words feel heavy in the dead air, from the first age, before the stronghold was sealed. Senna looks around, her eyes wide, reflecting the torchlight. The glow from her chest bleeds through the bare fur, casting a second, eerie amber shadow that dances with my own. Who broke it? She asks. She points to a massive stone door bent inward, the metal hinges twisted like wax. That iron is thick as my wrist. What bends iron like that? The Hollow Legion, I say. Sounds friendly. They were the first mistakes of the shamans, I say, stepping over a pile of rubble. Things of stone and bone, given life by the same magic you now carry. They went mad and tore the deep roads apart, clawing for a way to the surface. And we buried them. I kick a piece of debris, a rusted helm crushed flat. We collapsed the tunnels on top of them and retreated to the upper peaks. No orc has walked this road in 5 centuries. Until us, she mutters, lucky us. She shivers, and not from the cold. The magic beneath her collarbone flares, a steady pulse of light that shows through the gaps in the fur. I squeeze her hand and send my own cold stillness down the line. I am here, I am the ground. She leans into me, her shoulder bumping my arm. The closeness pulls at me, dulls my edge. I am watching her face, the sweat tracking through the dust on her cheek when I should be watching the shadows. And that is my mistake. The smell hits me first. It is faint, cutting through the rot and old dust, sharp and acrid. The reek of piss and wet, matted fur. I stub. Senna bumps into me. What did I trip? Quiet. I extinguish the torch. The darkness slams back down, absolute and crushing. Gorvek, her whisper is a threat of panic. Do not speak, I breathe, do not move. I release her hand. The loss of contact is a physical shock, leaving my palm cold and empty. I reach back and unhook Night Sever from the magnetic clasp on my back. The axe drops into my hands with a familiar, lethal weight. I listen. At first there is nothing, just the drip of water and the rasp of Senna's breathing. Then the echo changes. The echo of the hall is changing. Something is moving along the upper walls, bending the sound as it comes back to me. It is soft, the brush of skin on stone, but to ears trained in the silence of the sanctum, it is a scream. Scrape high and to the left. Click low and to the right. They are not just ahead of us, they are around us. I close my eyes and breathe in through my nose, sorting the scents. The animal stench is stronger now, pungent and musky. 1, 2, 3. No more. A faint chittering comes from the ceiling, right above us. They are calling to each other in quick, high clicks. 5. They are hurting us. They have tracked us since the ghost-capped tunnels, waiting for the open hall to close the ring around us. My heartbeat slows, the mate's panic recedes, and the cold, hard focus of the guardian takes its place. The world goes simple. There are threats. There is the thing I must protect. I look at Senna. Or rather, I look at the light. Even through the heavy shadow-bear fur, the stone is pulsing. In the deep dark of the deep roads, she shines like a signal fire on a hilltop. To creatures that hunt by warmth and the heat sight of the viper, she is a burning beacon of prey. The light, I hiss, cover it, all of it. I can't turn it off, she whispers back, frantic. Bury it. I grab her shoulder and shove her toward a narrow fissure in the wall, between 2 fallen slabs of basalt. It is a tight squeeze, a natural coffin of stone. Get in, curl up, do not watch. Gorvek, what is it? Chasm stalkers, a hunting pack, they see the heat. She scrambles into the crevice. She's small enough to fit deep inside. She curls into a ball, pulling the furs over her head, trying to smother the amber glow. It helps, but it is not enough. A faint glow still leaks from the crack, and it smells of magic. To them, it smells of food. I turn to face the room. I widen my stance and grip the axe. I let the air fill my lungs, the animal stench growing stronger on my tongue. I am the bastion, I am the rock the sea breaks against. They are here. I see them now, shadows detaching from the darkness. They are nightmares dragged out of the deep earth. The the size of wolves but hairless and pale, their skin near clear and slick with slime. They have no eyes, only a smooth dome of bone where a face should be. Their mouths are upright slits crammed with needle teeth, and their limbs are too long, ending in hooked claws made for gripping stone. They chitter, a low sound that buzzes in my jaw. They smell the heat, they smell the magic. One of them, the pack leader, is perched on a broken column above me, twice my height up. It tilts its head and clicks fast, building a picture of the room out of sound. It finds me. It finds the heat bloom behind me. It shrieks. The sound is a physical blow, a high-pitched scream that pierces the eardrums. They launch. They do not attack blind, they hunt with cunning. Two come from the front, low and fast, aiming for my legs. Two drop from the ceiling, aiming for my shoulders. They mean to pin me, to bear me down so the pack can feast. I do not wait for them to land, I meet them. I step forward and swing. Night Sever is no dueling blade. It is a wedge of black iron made to split plate and crush bone, and it falls with the weight of an anvil dropped from a height. The first stalker leaps from the right. I catch it in midair. Crunch. The blade hits the creature's shoulder. There is no resistance. The axe shears through bone and gristle and meat, splitting the beast near in half. I do not stop the swing. I pivot with it, letting the weight carry me around, dragging the axe head into a lethal arc. The carcass of the first stalker flies off the blade, spraying black ichor across the floor. The second one hits my shield side, except I have no shield. It latches onto my left vambrace, claws screeching on the metal, and bites down. The teeth find the gap at the elbow joint. Pain flares hot and sharp. I roar, I bash my arm against the stone column, crushing the stalker between the basalt and my steel plate. It squeals, a wet, popping sound, and lets go. I finish it with a downward chop that severs its head. Two down. But they are fast, faster than me. The third and fourth flank me, hitting from both sides at once. Claws rake across my backplate, catching on the damaged straps. They are heavy and corded with muscle, and they stink of death. One climbs my back, its weight forcing me to stagger forward. It is trying to bite my neck, searching for the seam between the helmet and the gorget. I drop to one knee. It is a feint. As the beast shifts its weight to maintain balance, I surge upward. I reach back over my shoulders, my hands finding the slick, wet skin of the beast. I grab a handful of flesh. I grab a limb. I heave. With a roar that tears my throat, I flip the beast over my head. I slam it onto the stone floor in front of me. Before it can recover, I stomp on its rib cage. Snap. The crack of breaking ribs is loud in the cavern. The pack leader writhes, screeching, black blood bubbling from its mouth. I retrieve my axe and silence it with a single blow. I swing blindly behind me, the haft of the axe connecting with the fourth beast, knocking it skidding into the dark. I am panting, my heart is hammering a war rhythm against my ribs. My arm is bleeding inside the armor. I look up. 3 dead, 1 stunned. Where is the 5th? My blood turns to ice. The 5th stalker, the one I lost count of, was never part of the swarm. It did not throw itself at me. It waited. It is scuttling across the floor, low to the ground, moving in a terrible silence toward the fissure in the wall, toward the light. Toward Santa. No, the scream rips out of me. I lunge, I scramble over the carcass of the pack leader. I am too slow, too heavy, and the gap is too wide. The stalker reaches the crevice. It rears up, mandibles clicking, ready to strike at the bundle of furs hiding inside. It pays me no mind at all. It wants the soft meat. It wants the magic. I see it in slow motion, the beast lunging, the furs shifting. I am watching her die. I have failed, the bastion has crumbled. The stalker dives into the hole. Thong. The sound is wet, heavy. The stalker stops mid-lunge, it stiffens, it gurgles. For a second nothing happens. The beast hangs there, suspended half in, half out of the crevice. Then it slides backward. It collapses onto the floor, twitching. Protruding from the soft, pale flesh just under its jaw, the only vulnerability in its armored front is a handle of white bone. My knife. The bundle of furs shifts, Senna crawls out. She is shaking, covered in dust. Her eyes are wide, the pupils blown so large they swallow the color. She is glowing fierce and bright, the magic riding her racing blood, turning her skin into a lantern. But she is not dead. She stands over the twitching beast. She reaches down, puts a boot on its neck, and yanks the knife free. A geyser of black blood sprays her arm. She doesn't flinch. She wipes the blade on the fur tunic. I stop. I am standing 5 paces away, axe raised, breath heaving in my chest. I stare at her. She stares back. She holds the knife in a reverse grip, low and ready. Her stance is low, balanced. She didn't cower, she didn't scream. She waited for the opening, and she took it. I look at the wound. It is clean and exact. A panic strike would have glanced off the bone plate of the skull or buried itself in the thick muscle of the neck. She found the blood vessel behind the gill slit. She did not try to overpower it. She killed it like a butcher who knows the cut. I start to speak, but the fight drains out of me all at once. My knees weaken. I lower the axe. Behind her, the magic flares. It is not a pulse this time. It is a flood. The wild blood of the fight, the fear, the sudden release of it, all of it hits the stone like pitch thrown on a torch. Senna gasps. She drops the knife. Her hands fly to her chest, clutching at the crystal. Gorvek, she chokes out. She buckles. I move. I drop the axe. I cross the distance in 2 strides. I catch her before she hits the floor. The heat pouring off her is worse than the sanctum, burning through the fur, through her skin, into my chest. I have you, I growl. I have you. I pull her against me. I don't care about the blood. I don't care about the ichor covering my armor. I sink to my knees, cradling her against my chest. I rip the glove from my right hand. I press my palm against her neck, right over the pulse point, not the way a man holds a woman, the way a healer holds a wound, 2 fingers seeking the place where the bleeding is worst. Ground it, measure it, drain it slow. The connection snaps into place. This time it is no gentle river, it is a torrent. The magic slams into me like a blow from a fist. It tastes of iron and stormlight, of her fear and her savage, desperate triumph. It burns my tongue and sings in my blood, and the song wants me to forget the discipline and simply hold her. I do not. I keep my touch flat and clinical, a tourniquet and nothing more. I count her pulse and bleed the heat off her in even pulls, the way the old healers taught me to draw venom from a bite. Breathe, I command, breathe, Senna. She is panting, her hands clutching the edges of my breastplate. Her forehead is pressed against my gorget. I killed it, she wheezes. Did you see? I killed it. I saw. I'm not just a weapon. No, I whisper. My hand slides from her neck to cup the back of her head, my fingers tangling in her sweat-damp hair. You are a blade. The magic crests, then breaks. The searing heat fades, leaving a warm, buzzing hum between us. The light beneath her collarbone dims to a steady pulse. We stay there on the floor of the ruined hall, surrounded by the corpses of monsters. The stench of piss and old copper is thick enough to choke on. I am shaking. Not from the fight. I have fought 1,000 battles. I have waded through blood up to my knees. I am shaking because I almost lost her. I pull back slightly, just enough to look at her face. There is a smear of black blood on her cheek. Her lip is split again. She looks wrecked and she looks beautiful. The guardian is gone. The wall is gone. There's only the male, the orc who sees his mate covered in the blood of her enemies, breathing hard, alive, and dangerous. A low growl builds in my chest before I can stop it, a sound of pure possession. Senna looks up, her eyes search mine. She doesn't pull away, she lines in. Gorvek, she whispers. You fought, I say roughly. My thumb wipes the blood from her cheek. You should not have fought, you are too fragile. I told you, she says, her voice gaining a hint of that sharp street rat edge. I'm not a damsel, I don't need saving, I need backup. I stare at her. Backup. The word hits me harder than the axe. A fierce, burning pride aches in my chest. I thought I was guarding a glass vase, carrying a burden up the mountain. I was wrong. She is small and soft, but there is steel in her spine, because she saw the threat I missed, and she ended it. Back up, I repeat. The word feels strange in my mouth. Yes. I wince as I shift my weight. The bite on my left arm throbs. I glance down. The armor is dented, pierced in 3 places, and blood is trickling down the steel to mix with the black ichor of the stalkers. The wound is deep, but it will not kill me. I will tend to it later. I look around. The silence is returning, but it is fragile. The smell of blood is thick in the air, drifting into the deeper tunnels. From the dark I hear a new sound, a wet slithering, a clicking of many legs. Scavengers, the smell has rung the dinner bell. We cannot stay, I say. I stand up, pulling her with me. The blood, it will bring bigger things, the rot weavers, the brood mothers. I pick up my axe, I hook it to my back. I turn to her. She's swaying on her feet, the fight has wrung her dry. She clutches the knife, but her grip is loose, and when she looks at the dark tunnel ahead, her legs tremble under her. Can you walk? I ask. She nods, but her knees buckle as she takes a step. I catch her. No, I say, we run. I do not ask this time, I do not negotiate. I slide my arm under her knees and lift her. She comes up light as nothing against my armor, wrapping her arms around my neck, burying her face in the crook of my shoulder. Hold on, I say. I've got you, she murmurs into the metal. I break into a run. My boots hammer the stone floor, eating up the distance. I run with the endurance of stone and the speed of a landslide, away from the smell of death and into the deeper dark. I hold her tight against my chest. My blade, my fire, my mate. Let the monsters come, I will kill them all.
Being carried by a running orc is not romantic. It is a series of violent concussions delivered straight to the spine. Gorvek does not run like a man. He runs like a siege engine come loose on a hill. Every stride is a hammer blow against the stone floor, a jarring impact that travels up his legs and into my ribs where I am clamped against him. I am holding on for my life. My arms are wrapped around his neck, my fingers interlaced so tightly the knuckles have turned white. I have buried my face in the crook of his shoulder to shield my eyes from the rushing dark, but I can't shut out the sound. The wind of our passage roars in my ears, mixed with the harsh, wet rasp of his breathing. The metal of his pauldron digs into my cheek, bruising the bone. The smell of him, musk and old leather and the hot stone tang of my own magic, is suffocating. But there is a new smell now. Copper, hot and wet. It's overpowering the scent of the rot. It's sticking to the roof of my mouth, tasting like a mouthful of old pennies. I shift my grip, trying to ease the pressure on my chest, and my hand slips. It slides across the black steel of his backplate, losing traction on something warm and slick. I pull my hand back. Even in the gloom of the deep roads, the texture is unmistakable. "You're bleeding," I yell. The wind tears the words away, scattering them into the dark behind us. Gorvek doesn't answer. He doesn't even slow down. He just tightens his grip on my legs, pulling me in against his chest, shielding me with his bulk. "Gorvek," I shout into his ear. "Stop, you're losing blood." "We are not safe yet," he grunts. His voice is a wreck. A wet, rasping sound that scares me more than the chasm stalkers did. I look down at his left arm. The steel vambrace is mangled. The stalker's bite crushed the metal inward, crumpling the heavy plate like it was tin. Dark blood, thick as oil, is welling up from beneath the rim. It tracks down his wrist, pooling in the crevices of his gauntlet before dripping off his fingers. Every time he swings his arm to propel us forward, a spray of black-red drops paints the tunnel floor. He's draining. Every swing of that arm empties him a little more. "Put me down," I hammer my fist against his shoulder. "I can run. Put me down, you stubborn fool." "No. You're going to pass out." I do not pass out. He surges forward, leaping over a fissure in the floor without breaking stride. The landing jars my teeth. A shudder goes through him, a tremor in the massive frame, and it isn't the impact. It's him giving way. He is failing, the wall is cracking. I stop fighting him. If I struggle now, I'll just throw him off balance and send us both tumbling into the dark. Instead, I cling to him. I press my forehead against the cold steel of his helmetless gorget and I listen. His heart is terrified. It's hammering against his ribs, a frantic, bird-quick rhythm that's all wrong for a creature his size. It skips, then catches, then races, working too hard to push sludge through veins that are emptying fast. Guilt, cold and sharp, twists in my gut. He's dying for me. I spent my whole life being the one who keeps people alive. I kept Leah fed, and I kept us hidden. I was the provider, the shield, the fixer. I was never the burden. I was never the luggage. I hate this. I hate being the thing that slows him down. "Please," I whisper into the metal, "please stop." He runs for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes that feel like 10 years. The tunnel narrows, twisting upward, the air growing thinner and colder. We are climbing. The sounds of the scavengers behind us fade, replaced by the roar of distant water. Then the rhythm changes. He slows, the ground-eating lope becomes a stagger. He hits the wall with his shoulder, using the rock to keep himself upright as he forces his legs to take one more step. Then another. We burst out of the tunnel onto a wide, flat ledge. The space opens up into a vast, silent emptiness. To my left, the ledge drops away into a vertical abyss, the Black Gulch. I can't see the bottom, only a swallowing darkness that smells of stagnant water and ancient things. Gorvik stops. He sways. Safe, he breathes. Then he falls. He doesn't set me down. His legs just cease to exist. He slides down the rock wall, his armor scraping a harsh screech against the stone that sets my teeth on edge, and he hits the ground hard, a mountain collapsing. I tumble out of his arms, scrambling to catch myself before I roll off the edge. I skid on the gravel, tearing the skin of my palms, and whip around. Gorvik. He is slumped against the wall, his head lolling forward. His legs are sprawled out in front of him, one boot hanging off the edge of the precipice. His chest is heaving, sucking in air in ragged, wet gasps that rattle in his throat. I crawl to him, my hands are shaking. Hey, I say, slapping his cheek. His skin is gray, grayer than usual. It's clammy like wet slate. Hey, stay with me, eyes up, guardian. His eyelids flutter. A strip of amber shows beneath the lashes, dull and unfocused. Senna, he rumbles, it's barely a sound. Yeah, it's me, the weapon, remember? I grab his chin, forcing him to look at me. You have a duty to keep me safe, that's the deal. His eyes focus on me. They are hazy, dilated with shock, but he sees me. He tries to move his left arm. He flinches, a low, vibrating growl of pain tearing from his throat. I look at the arm. Now that we've stopped, I can see the damage, and it makes my stomach turn over. The stalker chewed. The steel of the vambrace has been crimped into the flesh of his forearm. The metal edge has been driven deep into the muscle, acting like a tourniquet and a jagged blade at the same time. His hand is purple, swollen to twice its size. The blood pooling on the stone beneath him is thick and dark, almost black in the gloom. Right, I say, my voice sounds high and thin, brittle as glass. Right, we need to get this off. It's stuck, he grinds out. I see that. I put my hands on the metal straps. They are bent, the buckles fused by the crushing force of the bite. I pull. Nothing moves. It's heavy plate, forged to stop axes, not to be removed by a thief's fingers. I need a lever, I mutter. I check my belt, the lockpicks are useless here. The rope is just rope. The knife. I pull the bone-handled knife from the sheath. The blade is obsidian, glass-sharp and brittle. If I pry with it, it will snap, and I'll be digging shards out of his arm along with the steel. I flip it over. The handle is thigh bone, dense and solid, and the crossguard is steel. This is going to hurt, I tell him. I mean, a lot, like, I'm sorry in advance levels of hurt. Gorvik looks at the knife, then at me. He sets his jaw, the muscles bunching. He turns his face away, toward the abyss. Do it. I straddle his left leg, pinning him down with my weight. I jam the crossguard of the knife under the bent rim of the vambrace, right where it's digging into the meat of his forearm. There's no give. The metal is warped tight against the bone. Ready, I ask. He nods once. I heave. Gorvik doesn't scream. He makes a sound that is worse, a stifled, strangled hiss through gritted teeth, like a kettle held too long over the fire. His back arches off the stone. His right hand, the good one, claws at the rock, scraping deep white grooves into the granite. The metal screeches. It gives a fraction of an inch. Blood wells up, hot and fresh, spraying my tunic. It's not enough. The buckle is still holding. It's fused, I gasp. I have to break the clasp. I reposition the knife. My hands are slick with his blood. And then it starts. The stone wakes up. It begins as a tremor in my fingertips, faint at first, lost under the fight, still buzzing in my blood. Then it sharpens until my veins might be strung with heated wire. I gasp, nearly dropping the knife. Not now, I beg the magic, not right now. The heat spikes, making my vision swim. I clamp my teeth together. If I stop now, he keeps bleeding. If I stop now, the metal keeps cutting him. I force my hands to steady. I grip the handle with both hands. One more, I grit out. One more pull. I brace my foot against the rock wall next to his arm. I put my back into it. I pull until my shoulders pop, until the fire in my chest is screaming as loud as the strain in my muscles. Snap. The buckle shears. SCRRREH. With a wet, sucking sound, the vambrace pops open. The metal clamshell springs apart, flinging droplets of heavy garnet blood across the ledge. I scramble back, tossing the ruined armor toward the cliff edge. It clatters into the dark, ringing like a bell. I look at the arm. I have seen bad things in the gutters. I have seen gang fights and enforcement beatings. I have seen what debt collectors do to fingers. This is worse. The forearm is a ruin. 4 deep puncture wounds go down to the bone. The muscle is torn where the metal dragged across it. It looks like raw meat in a butcher's window, mangled suet mixed with bone chips. Gods, I whisper. Gorvek is panting, his head thrown back against the rock, his eyes closed. Sweat is pouring off him, washing away the dust, tracking through the gray stubble on his jaw. Is it severed? He asks, the words tight, strained. No, I say fast. No, the bone looks intact, I think. But you're leaking, big guy, you're losing too much. I need bandages. I look at my outfit, the shadow bear tunic. I grab the hem of the fur. I use the knife to slice a strip off the bottom. The leather is tough, but the obsidian cuts it like butter. I cut 3 long strips, my hands moving on instinct. Thief hands, fast, precise. Water, I say. Do we have water? He taps the flask on his belt. I uncork it. I pour half of it over the wound to wash out the ichor and the rust. He hisses again, his whole body going rigid, the tendons in his neck standing out like cables. Sorry, I mutter, almost done. I wrap the fur strips around the arm. I pull them tight, tighter than I want to, but I have to stop the flow. The white fur turns red, soaking through. I tie it off. I press my hand over the knot, adding pressure. Hold on, I whisper, just hold on. I sit back on my heels, wiping my bloody hands on my thighs. I am shaking. My heart is racing so fast the ledge tilts under me. I look at him. He is slumped there, half naked now without the arm and shoulder piece. The guardian is gone, and the armor was a lie because beneath it he is just flesh and blood. Massive, scarred, gray flesh, but flesh all the same. He can be hurt. He can be broken. And he let himself be broken to keep a scratch off me. You stubborn fool, I whisper. The anger flares up, hot and sudden, masking the fear. You absolute idiot, why didn't you stop? You could have bled out in the tunnel. Gorvek opens his eyes. The amber is dull, clouded with pain. I stopped, he says, when we were safe. Safe, I gesture at the abyss, at the dark, at the blood on my hands. We are in a hole in the ground, Gorvek. We are miles from safe. You are alive, he says, simple, absolute. The stalkers did not touch you. Yeah, well, you look like you went through a meat grinder. It will heal, he shifts, wincing. Orc blood is resilient. Resilient isn't invincible. I crawl closer to him, grabbing his good hand. Listen to me, no more heroics, no more using your body as a shield. I need you walking, not dragged. He looks at our joined hands. His fingers curl weakly around mine. I am the shield, he whispers like a prayer. That is the oath. Screw the oath, I snap. The oath didn't kill that stalker, you did, and I need you, not the mantra. He looks at me then, really looks at me. The fog in his eyes clears for a second, replaced by something intense and confusing. You need me. Yes, I say. I need a getaway driver who has 2 working arms. He lets out a breath that might be a laugh. Practical. Always. I start to pull away, to give him space. And then the stone claims its due. It hits me like a hammer to the breastbone. I gasp, my back arching. The fight, the run, the cutting, all of it kept the magic distracted. It fed the fire. But now the rush is gone and the crash is here. And the stone is hungry. Shards of glass grind through my veins. The heat spikes, turning my blood to molten rock. The glow beneath my breastbone flares from amber to a blinding white gold, lighting up the sweat on Gorvek's face. I clamp my teeth together. Don't scream. Don't let him know. He's hurt. He's barely conscious. If I ask him to ground me now, it might kill him. It might drain the last of his strength. I curl in on myself. I hug my ribs. I try to hold the fire in. Just breathe, just ride it out. It'll pass. It doesn't pass, it gets worse. My vision whites out. I can't breathe. My heart is beating so fast it feels like it's going to tear through the crystal. Senna. His voice is far away. I'm fine, I wheeze, just tired. You are lying. I hear movement, the scrape of boots on stone. Don't, I gasp, stay down. No. A hand touches my shoulder. It's heavy, hot. He dragged himself. He dragged his broken body across the stone to get to me. Let me in, he growls. You're hurt, I sob, the pain is breaking me. You can't, it'll hurt you. I am already hurt, he says. This is nothing. He doesn't wait for permission. He slides his good hand, the right one, under the back of my neck. He pulls me forward until my forehead rests against his chest, right over his heart. His skin is cool against my burning face. Anchor, he commands. The connection snaps into place. But it's different this time. Before, it ran one way. I poured my pain into him, and he swallowed it into the earth, and what came back was relief and emptiness. This time, the door swings both ways. The sensation hits me like a hand shoved into my skull, and I recoil from it. The relief comes first, the fire in my veins cooling, settling into a hum. But underneath it, there's him. The throb of his left arm radiates up to his shoulder, a sick, pulsing agony, sharp and blinding. The exhaustion sits heavy as lead in his marrow, dragging at him. The world spins in sickening lurches with the blood he's lost. And then the fear, heavy and smothering as a wet blanket dropped over my face. It isn't fear of the dark or of death. It's a crushing gravity, and it's centered on me. Mine, safe, keep her safe, don't let the light go out. It drowns out my own thoughts. He isn't guarding me for the oath or for the world. He's doing it because the thought of me dying cuts him deeper than any stalker bite. Gorvek, I breathe. I open my eyes. We are tangled together on the edge of the abyss. His forehead is resting on top of my head. His good arm is wrapped around me, holding me like I'm the only solid thing left in the world. The glow under my ribs has dimmed to a soft, steady pulse. I don't pull away, I can't. The bond hums between us, a tether pulled tighter than steel. You're in pain, I whisper. It's loud in here behind my own ribs. It is manageable, he says against my hair. You're scared. He stiffens. The connection wavers like he's trying to put up a wall, but he's too weak to hold it. I am a guardian, he says. I do not fear. Liar, I say. I'm in your head, big guy, or you're in mine, I don't know which. But it's there, and it feels like drowning. He pulls back, just enough to look at me. His gaze is clear now, and it pins me where I sit. Why, I ask. The question falls out of me before I can stop it. Why do you care? You don't even know me. I broke into your house. I stole your god. I'm a criminal from the gutter. He looks at my face. He traces the line of my jaw with his thumb. His skin is rough, calloused, but his touch is gentle enough to break my heart. You are not a criminal, he says, not anymore. Then what am I? He hesitates. He looks at the crystal in my chest, then back up to my eyes. The stone chose you, he says. It rejected 1,000 priests. It killed 3 kings who tried to touch it, but it fused to you because you are compatible. Compatible? I laugh, a sharp, bitter sound. I'm not compatible with anything. I'm chaos, I'm a mess, and it chose me because I'm unlucky. It's a joke the gods are telling, Gorvek. There's no destiny here, just bad timing. No, he says. He shakes his head, slow and stubborn. The earth does not joke. You are wind and fire. The stone is order. It seeks balance. He leans in closer. The smell of him, blood and musk, fills my lungs. And he stops. He struggles with the words. My magic is of the deep earth. It is cold, static. It craves the heat. He touches his forehead to mine. You smell like home, Senna, he whispers. And you smell like trouble. It is a dangerous combination. My heart stutters, and it's got nothing to do with the magic this time. It's him. I mostly smell like dead bear and unwashed thief, I say, trying to deflect. My voice trembles. No, he says, you smell like life. He closes his eyes. Rest now, he murmurs. The magic is stable, I will watch. You're passing out, I say. I am resting my eyes. He sways, his head dips. Gorvek, my voice cracks like a whip. Lie down. I must guard. He tries to push himself up. His arm trembles, then gives out. He lists to the side. Lie down. I put my hands on his chest and shove. He doesn't have the strength to fight me. He tips backward, sliding down the wall until he is lying flat on the stone. He pulls me down with him, tucking me into the curve of his body, putting himself between me and the open tunnel. Stay, he mumbles. I'm staying, I whisper. Within seconds, his breathing evens out into a heavy, snoring rhythm. He's out. I lay there for a long time, listening to his heart. It's slower now, steady, thud-thud, thud-thud. I am safe. For the first time in my life, I am safe all the way down. The monster is guarding me. And that scares me more than the stalkers. Because I know how this story ends. The thief doesn't get to keep the treasure, and the girl from the gutter doesn't get the night. Eventually, we will reach the stronghold, and they will cut the stone out of me, and he will go back to being a guardian while I go back to being a ghost. I carefully disentangle myself from his grip. I need to keep watch, because he can't protect us if he bleeds out in his sleep. I sit up, I pick up the knife. I wipe the drying blood on the fur tunic. I crawl to the edge of the ledge and look out. The Black Gulch is immense. It's a tear in the world, a canyon so wide I can barely see the other side. Far below, water rushes, a black, oily river that roars in the dark. And spanning the gap. I swallow hard. The bridge is a nightmare. It's not stone, it's bone. Massive, calcified ribs of some ancient leviathan, lashed together with rotting ropes and chains that look like they haven't been maintained in centuries. It sways in the updraft from the river, creaking like a dying thing. The bone is slick with slime and green with age, and there are gaps in the slats wide enough to fall through. Slick and rotten, it looks like death waiting to happen. And below it, I squint. In the black water, something breaks the surface. A dorsal fin, tattered and scarred, taller than a man. It cuts through the current, creating a wake that crashes against the canyon walls. I look back at Gorvek, sleeping in his pool of blood. 3 days, he said. I grip the knife tighter. Steady, I whisper to the dark, your turn.
I wake to the smell of dust and the taste of iron, and my first instinct is violence. My hand snaps out, seeking the haft of Night Sever, but the movement is too fast, too jagged, and the world tilts and grays at the edges. A spike of nausea drives into my gut, and my left arm, my shield arm, screams a warning that stops me cold. I freeze, breath hissing through my teeth. The pain is a white-hot rod driven into the marrow of my forearm, and it anchors me to the stone floor, dragging me back from the edge of the killing rage. I am not in the sanctum, I am not fighting. I blink the grit from my eyes. The darkness of the deep roads is heavy, pressing down like a weight, but my vision adjusts, sorting the warm shapes from the cold dark. I see her. Senna is sitting 3 paces away, near the lip of the abyss. She is cross-legged, the heavy shadow-bear tunic swallowed by the gloom, making her look small, too small. A fine, constant tremor runs through her frame, born of cold and exhaustion, and her hands are clamped around the bone handle of my knife, the knuckles white, the grip desperate. She's staring out into the black void of the gulch, her posture rigid, her ears twitching at every echo that rises from the deep. The obsidian blade is clean, the black blood of the stalker wiped away so the volcanic glass gleams, a small act of order in the heart of chaos. She is guarding me. The shame of it lands in my chest like a fist, hot, and beneath it stirs a warmth I do not have a name for. I am the guardian, it is my title and my function, and I do not sleep while the charge watches. I do not lay my burden down so that a human woman, a thief, a creature of soft skin and fragile bones can stand between me and the dark. I try to sit up, and the stone floor scrapes against my armor, the sound loud in the silence. Senna whips around, the knife comes up, the obsidian blade catching a stray glint of the pale glow from below. She doesn't flinch, she doesn't gasp, she only presents the edge. Easy, I rasp, my throat is a desert, it is me. She stares at me for a heartbeat, her eyes wide and rimmed with dark, bruised shadows. Then the tension snaps, her shoulders slump. She lowers the knife, resting the flat of the blade against her knee. You're awake, she says, her voice is thin, scraped raw by the dry air. For a second, I thought you weren't going to wake up. I am hard to kill, I set my jaw against the dizziness. I push myself upright, and it is a struggle because my left arm is useless, a dead weight of throbbing agony wrapped in bloody fur. I brace myself with my right hand, gritting my teeth against the wave of dizziness that tries to put me back on the floor. I lost too much blood, my heart drags at it slow, and my hands and feet have gone cold. Easy, big guy, Senna murmurs. She starts to scramble toward me, then hesitates, glancing back at the tunnel mouth as if expecting the stalkers to burst through. Clear, I ask. Quiet, she corrects, too quiet, but nothing has come out of the tunnel in 3 hours. 3 hours, I left her alone in the dark for 3 hours. I look at the bandage on my arm. The strips of fur are dark, stiff with dried blood, but the flow has stopped and the knot is precise. A thief's knot, secure, but designed to be slipped if one knows the trick. You tended it well, I say. I patched a leak, she says, deflecting the praise. Don't expect a refund if it gets infected. She reaches for the flask at her hip, my flask, and offers it to me. Drink. I take it, it is light, nearly empty. You first, I say. I'm fine, I had some while you were unconscious. She is lying, I can hear the dryness in her mouth. I can smell the dehydration on her skin. Drink, I command, or I will not. She glares at me. It is a weak glare, lacking her usual fire, but the defiance is there. You need it more. You're the one missing a pint of blood. I have more blood to spare. You are small. You will desiccate. I push the flask back toward her. Half, then I take the rest. She hesitates, then snatches the flask. She takes a swallow, then another, then wipes her mouth with the back of her hand and passes it back. I drain the rest. The water is stale and metallic, but it tastes like life. I dig a travel cake of pressed dried meat and ground nut meal out of my belt pouch. It is hard as a brick and tastes like sawdust, but it is fuel, and I break it in half, a difficult thing with one hand, and hold out a piece. Wait. She takes it, but I see her break off a smaller piece for herself, trying to save the larger portion. All of it, I say. She sighs a gust of frustration and takes the whole piece, gnawing on the corner. We sit in silence for a moment, the only sound the distant, rhythmic roar of the water far below us. I watch her eat. She chews methodically, her eyes tracking the shadows on the tunnel walls. She is terrified. I can smell the fear on her, acrid and sharp, but she has locked it away behind a wall of practicality. She is resilient, like the moss that clings to the black rock. The shadow bear tunic has slipped off one shoulder, the heavy fur dragging down under the weight of the belt, and I see the skin of her collarbone. It is pale, dusted with the grime of the road, and there, stark against the softness of her neck, is the mark I saw in the sanctum when I cut away her tunic. A brand, a small, circular burn healed into a raised white scar, a coin with a jagged crack through the center. I know this mark now because I have had time to search my memory of the low city rolls. My hand clenches around my half of the ration bar, and it crumbles to dust, the dry meal spilling through my fingers. The broken coin, I say low, the mark of Vargas, the debt collector. She freezes, she looks away, staring into the abyss. It's old, she mutters, it doesn't matter. He brands his property, I say. He marks those who owe him life debts. I told you, she snaps, a flash of heat returning to her voice. I'm a thief, I owed money, I couldn't pay. Vargas took his payment in collateral. He marked me so everyone would know I belonged to the House of Coin until the debt was cleared. She tries to pull her hand away. I hold it. Did you clear it? She laughs, a bitter, broken sound. Why do you think I broke into the temple, Gorvek? Why do you think I needed a rock worth a kingdom? You don't clear a debt to Vargas. You buy your life back or you die owing him. I look at the scar and I reach out and trace the edge of it with my thumb, smooth, dead skin over her living warmth. The guardian in me weighs the danger. Vargas has reach, and if we survive this, the House of Coin will be hunting her. The mate in me wants to burn the low city to the ground. The thought comes calm, cold, and absolute. If we leave this mountain, Vargas is dead. There is no if in it, only the question of how slow his end will be for putting hot iron on what is mine. The bond hums between us, softer than the searing connection of the grounding now, a low thrum that travels from my fingertips into her skin. She shivers, she feels it too. Gorvek, she whispers, she looks at me. Her eyes are wide, searching my face. Why do you look like you're planning a murder? I am planning a correction, I say. I let her pull the tunic up, I let her cover the mark, but I do not forget it. Vargas stands now where the stalker stood, both of them owed the same answer. Can you walk, I ask. Yes, she says, can you? I test my legs, they are heavy leaden things, but they hold, I nod. Then we must cross. I stand up, offering her my hand, and she takes it and pulls herself up. She sways, leaning against me for a second before finding her balance. We turn to the ledge. The black gulch stretches out before us, a tear in the fabric of the world vast, the other side lost in shadow, and spanning it is the wrought bridge. I have read of this bridge in the archives of the temple. Reading of it and seeing it are two different things. It is a nightmare made to be walked. It is built from the ribcage of a subterranean leviathan, a beast that swam the deep oceans before the mountain rose. The ribs are massive, curved arches of calcified white bone, slung over the void on chains of black iron, and the chains are ancient, rust-eaten down to brittle skeletons of their former strength. But it is the floor of the bridge that gives me pause. Planks of petrified wood have been lashed across the ribs, but they are covered in a thick, carpet-like layer of green slime, rot moss. It feeds on the moisture rising from the river below, and it is slicker than ice. The bridge sways in the updraft, its chains singing a mournful iron note, a low thrum of protest that sounds like the Leviathan remembering its death. We have to cross that, Senna asks, her voice is small. It is the only way to the ley lines, I say. The lower tunnels are flooded. It looks dead. It is dead, we must ensure we do not join it. Just as I am about to step forward, a deep thump travels up through the stone of the ledge. I do not hear it so much as feel it in my boots, a single heavy blow from the depths, as if something vast had shifted in its sleep. Senna's head snaps up. What was that? The river, I say, my hand tightening on my axe. It has currents. It is a lie, and I know it as I speak it. That was a heartbeat. The moss is the danger, I say, my voice tight. If you slip, there is nothing to catch you. The gaps in the railing are wide enough for a body to pass through. Great, slippery bone bridge over a bottomless pit, my favorite. She hugs the bare fur tighter around herself. How do we do this, one at a time? I shake my head. The wind is strong in the center. If you slip, you do not have the weight to hold your footing against the sway. You will be blown off. And if you slip, she counters, you weigh 400 pounds, you'll snap the wood. I will walk on the ribs, I say. The bone is stronger than the wood, but we must be tethered. I reach for the belt of the tunic, the makeshift strap she fashioned. We tie ourselves together. She looks at the bridge, then at me. I watch her see how it ends. If you fall, she says low, you will pull me down with you. I can't anchor you, Gorvek, you're a mountain. She is right, but I will not watch her swept off this bridge alone. That is not a thing I will allow. I will not let you fall without me, I say. Turn around. She turns. I loop the leather belt around her waist, knotting it tight over the bare fur, then take the other end and tie it around my own waist, over the heavy leather of my underbelt. There is perhaps 6 feet of tether between us. I go first, I say. I break the wind. I test the footing. You step where I step. Do not look down. Look at my back. Your back is bleeding, she reminds me, flat. Then look at the scars, I say. Just do not look at the water. I draw Night Sever with my right hand. The axe will serve as a counterweight, and if need be, an anchor hook. My left arm is useless, tucked against my chest in the sling of fur. Ready. No, she says, go. I step onto the bridge. The bone feels solid under my boots, but the moss is treacherous. It squelches, releasing a foul, sweet odor. The bridge shudders under my weight, the chains clattering a protest that echoes through the canyon. I take a step, then another. The sway comes at once. The whole structure moves like a living thing, rolling in the updraft, and my stomach lurches with it, my eyes and my balance no longer agreeing on where the ground is. Step, I command. The tether tugs at my waist. Senna steps onto the bridge. She is light, she moves with a thief's grace, low and careful, but the trembling comes through the leather strap into my hand. We move. Step, slide, stabilize, step, slide, stabilize. The world narrows down to the patch of green slime in front of my boot. The sound of the river below grows louder, a roaring, hungry noise that seems to vibrate in the bone beneath us. We reach the first quarter mark, then the halfway point. The wind picks up here, channeled by the canyon walls. It hits us broadside, a cold, damp gust that tries to peel us off the bridge. The bridge lists hard to the left. I slam the spiked pommel of my axe into the wood, grounding myself. Down, I yell. Senna drops to a crouch. Instead of grabbing the rotten rope railing, she drives her own knife into the mossy plank beside her, anchoring herself on the steel. There is defiance even in how she saves herself. I don't like this, she whimpers. The sound is torn away by the wind. Gorvek, I really don't like this. Focus on me, I shout over the roar. We are halfway, the worst is past. It is a lie, the worst is always the middle. The middle is where you are furthest from safety in both directions. And then the stone wakes up. There is no pain in it this time, there is fear. Senna's panic feeds it. The raw terror of the height of the fall sets it alight. The crystal in her chest flares. I see the light bloom around her, casting long, frantic shadows against the fog of the canyon. It pulses, thump, 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 in time with her racing heart. Control it, I roar. Senna, dampen the light. I can't, she screams back. I'm trying, it's reacting to the drop. The light is bright, too bright. In the eternal twilight of the deep roads, it is a beacon lit on a hilltop. And down here, light does not warn the dark, it calls the dark to supper. Below us, the water changes. I look down, I broke my own rule. Far below, in the black oil of the river, a shape is rising. It glows from within with a pale, ghostly blue light, massive and long and sinuous, a grave binder. It has rows of milky, blind eyes that follow the light rather than what carries it, and the smell of brine and old decay rises with it, a stench that coats the back of my throat. Move, I roar. Senna, move now. I abandon caution. I lunge forward, dragging her with me. The tether goes taut. She stumbles, scrambling to keep her feet on the slick moss. What is it? She screams. Hunt, I bellow. Run. We scramble across the bone. The bridge bucks and weaves as we break the rhythm of the crossing. Below, the water explodes. The gravebinder breaches. It is colossal, a pillar of wet blue-gray flesh rising from the deep. Its mouth is a flower of teeth, opening wide enough to swallow a cart. But we are too high. We are 200 feet above the water. It cannot reach us. It knows this. It does not aim for us. It aims for the pillars. The beast slams its massive body into the canyon wall, right where the ancient iron chains are anchored into the rock. Boom! The impact shakes the entire gorge. Dust and rock rain down from the ceiling. The anchor point screams. The rock around the iron bolts cracks. Hold on, I yell. I drive the blade of my axe deep into the bone rib, burying it to the haft. I wrap my good arm around the handle. Snap! The chain on the left side gives way. The bridge drops. It doesn't fall all the way. The right-hand chains hold, but the floor of the bridge drops out from under us, swinging down like a trapdoor. The bridge goes vertical. Senna screams. She falls, she slides off the slick moss, tumbling into the void. The tether snaps taut. The impact nearly cuts me in half. The belt digs into my waist, crushing my organs against my spine. My boots slide on the vertical bone, scraping for purchase. My right arm, my only anchor, screams as it takes the full weight of both of us, holding onto the axe handle embedded in the rib. I am dangling by one arm, holding 400 pounds of orc and human against the gravity of the deep. I look down. Senna is hanging 6 feet below me, spinning at the end of the short tether. The abyss opens up beneath her. The grave binder is circling in the water below, its mouth open, waiting for the morsels to drop. Gorvek, she screams. She is clawing at the air, trying to find something to grab. There is nothing but wind. I have you, I roar. The sound tears my throat raw. Do not move, do not struggle. My arm is burning, my shoulder is tearing loose from its socket. The wound on my left arm, the bad arm, smashed against the bone rib, is agony, fresh blood soaking the bandage. I have to pull her up. I have to haul her up one-handed while hanging from a vertical skeleton. Climb, I yell at her, climb the tether. I can't, she sobs, I'm slipping. You are a thief, I snarl. You climb walls, climb the rope, Senna, climb to me. She looks up, her face is a pale mask of terror, illuminated by the frantic pulsing of the stone. She sees me hanging there, she sees the strain in my face. She grits her teeth. She reaches up, she grabs the belt, she pulls. She is light, she is strong. She starts to shimmy up the leather strap hand over hand. I groan, the shift in weight threatening to tear my grip loose. The axe shifts in the bone, splinters fly. Faster, I hiss. She is at my boots, at my waist. She reaches the rib I am clinging to. She grabs the bone. Her fingers are bloody, slipping on the moss, but she holds on. I've got it, she gasps, I've got it. I look at the chain above us, the single remaining chain holding the bridge to the wall. The rust is flaking off. It groans, a high, screaming note of iron stretched past its limit. The link stretches longer before my eyes. It cannot hold the weight of the bridge at this angle, not with the beast slamming into the wall below. The grave binder strikes the cliff again. Crack. The vibration travels up the stone. It hits the anchor bolt. I look at Senna. She's clinging to the rib, her eyes locked on mine. Gorvek, she whispers. She hears it too, the sound of metal dying. The chain lets out one last ping as the link gives way. The bridge detaches from the cliff face. For a second we are weightless. The drop opens beneath us and takes my stomach with it. The wind rushes past, roaring like a flood loosed down a tunnel. The massive bone structure plummets into the dark, carrying us with it. I let go of the axe. I reach out with my good arm. I grab Senna. I pull her into me, wrapping my arm around her, burying her face in my chest. I twist my body in the air, fighting to turn us so that when we hit, if we hit, I take the ground first. We fall. We fall past the reach of the grave binder. We fall past the darkness of the gulch. We fall toward the glowing, green light of the grotto far below. The wind tears the breath from my lungs. The stone beneath Senna's collarbone is screaming, a high-pitched whine of magic that matches the scream of the wind. I shut my eyes. I hold her tight. Hold to me. I cannot stop the fall, but I can soften the earth. I roar, pushing every measure of my magic downward. Soft, yield, catch. The air thickens beneath us, a cushion of dense, dragging weight pushing back against our descent. It won't stop us, but it turns a killing landing into one we might live through. We hit the dark.
We survived the fall by dumb luck and deep water. The river under the bridge caught us, cold enough to stop my heart, and spat us out on a jagged shore miles downstream. I don't remember the swim. I remember Gorvek dragging me onto the gravel, coughing up black water, running his hands over my limbs for breaks. We lost the food. We lost the rope. We didn't lose each other. For 6 hours since, the only sound has been the scrape of our boots on stone and the rasp of our breathing. The deep roads are a gray hell of rock and dead silence, a tomb that stretches on forever and grinds the soul down to dust. Hope is a thing I can't afford to carry anymore. We aren't travelers down here. We're ghosts haunting a hall that never ends, and the only thing that changes is the shape of the shadows ahead. My muscles have gone from aching to a dull, numb protest, and every step is a fight with how tired I am. Then I hear it. At first I take it for a trick of an exhausted, starved mind, conjuring sound where there is none. It's a faint, musical whisper, almost too high to catch, like the memory of a song. I stop, my head cocked, straining to hear it over the thud of my own heart in my ears. It's still there, faint and stubborn. Water. Gorvek, stop. I put a hand on his back. The leather of his tunic is cool and worn beneath my palm. He freezes under it, a mountain of wary muscle, his head tilting as he listens to a silence I can't read. What is it? He asks, his good hand going to the axe at his hip. The low pitch of it travels through my hand into my arm. Listen. We stand in the darkness, unmoving, barely breathing. The sound is faint, but it's real. A gentle, trickling melody, the sound of life in a place defined by its absence. It's coming from a fissure in the rock wall to our left, a jagged crack barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, leaking a sliver of faint, pearlescent light. A smile cracks the grime on my face, the feeling so alien my muscles ache with the effort. Water, I breathe, the word a prayer. Fresh water. Gorvek approaches the fissure with care, moving with a silent grace that never stops unnerving me in a creature his size. He leans in, sniffing the air coming through the gap, his nostrils flaring. I smell nothing, he says, a note of deep suspicion in his voice. No moss, no rot, no minerals. Maybe it's clean, I say, my voice giddy with a hope I haven't felt in days. It's a dangerous feeling, a warm bubble expanding in my chest where the stone usually burns. Maybe it's a spring, a real one. He presses his shoulder to the rock, testing the fissure's stability. A shower of loose pebbles clatters to the floor, the sound sharp and loud in the oppressive quiet. The passage is unstable. I don't care, I say, pushing past him. My thirst is a physical thing, a dry, rasping creature in the back of my throat. I'm not drinking flat flask water that tastes of old leather for another day. I turn sideways and squeeze into the crack. The rock is cold and sharp, its edges snagging on the bare fur of my tunic. It's a tight fit, the stone pressing against my ribs and hips, forcing the air from my lungs. But I can hear the water more clearly now, and the faint, silvery light ahead is growing stronger, promising an end to the endless gray. After 10 feet of scraping and wriggling, the passage opens up. I stumble out, blinking, into a cavern that steals the breath from my lungs. It's beautiful. This isn't a spring. We've stumbled into a god's forgotten jewel box. The cavern is a perfect dome, the walls lined with massive, glittering crystals that pulse with a soft light from somewhere inside them. They throw a gentle, silver-white glow over everything, painting the space in pearl and moonlight. In the center of the chamber, a small pool of clear water is fed by a thin waterfall trickling down a spire of crystal that branches like frost on a window. The air is cool and still and sweet, and the ground is carpeted with thick, spongy moss that glows a faint blue, each step leaving a brief, shimmering print of my boot. Gods, I whisper as Gorvek emerges from the fissure behind me, his massive frame dwarfing the entrance. He stops dead, his eyes wide, his jaw slack as he takes in the scene. He looks like a storm cloud that has wandered into a sunrise. It is unexpected, he says, the word hushed with awe. Unexpected doesn't cover it. It's a miracle. A pocket of impossible beauty and peace hidden in the guts of this dead, hateful mountain. And the stone behind my breastbone agrees. The constant low thrum of pain that has become the floor of my life just stops. The angry heat under my ribs recedes, and a deep calm settles in its place, as if the magic itself is sighing in relief. The tension drains out of me so fast my knees go soft. It's a muscle I didn't know I'd been clenching for days, and it lets go all at once. See, I say, gesturing around the cavern with a sweep of my arm. It's safe. Even the stone in my chest thinks so. It's happy here. Gorvek doesn't relax. His gaze is sharp and hunting. He moves deeper into the cavern, his boots sinking without a sound into the glowing moss. He runs a hand over one of the pulsing crystals, his brow furrowed. He searches the ceiling, the walls, missing nothing. He is a predator in paradise, and he doesn't trust it for a heartbeat. Rest, I plead, the exhaustion crashing down on me now that the fear has nowhere left to go. The last few days settle on my shoulders, heavy as a wet shroud. Please, Gorvek, just for an hour, we can refill the flask. We can just be still. He looks at me. He sees the bruised circles under my eyes, the slump of my shoulders, the tremor in my hands that I can't quite hide. His gaze softens by a hair, the hard lines around his eyes easing for half a breath. 1 hour, he says, his voice a low growl of concession. I will keep watch. I don't need to be told twice. I drop my pack by the edge of the pool and kneel, my reflection a wavering, grime-streaked stranger in the perfect water. I plunge my hands in and splash the cool water on my face, scrubbing away days of filth and fear. It's so clear I can see the fronds of the blue moss on the cavern floor beneath it. It feels purer than clean, like I'm washing away more than dirt. I drink, cupping the water in my hands, the cool of it sliding down my throat. It tastes of nothing, which is the best taste in the world after days of stale water and dried meat. Gorvek takes up a place near the entrance, his back to the wall, his axe across his knees. He looks wrong here, a slab of war-forged stone set down in the middle of a fairy tale. But his presence, which was once the source of all my terror, is an anchor in this strange, beautiful place. I lie back on the soft, springy moss, using my pack as a pillow. The cool ground soothes my aching muscles. The slow pulse of the crystals lulls me, a steady rhythm that falls into time with my own breathing. For the first time since I broke into the temple, the tight, cold knot of fear in my stomach begins to unwind. I can breathe here. My lungs fill all the way, without the shallow, panicked sips of air I've grown used to. My eyes drift closed. I am not asleep, just floating in a state of blissful, quiet rest. The world is soft, the air is sweet, the stone is silent. This is what safety feels like. I had forgotten. But a thief's habits die hard. Even in paradise, the back of my mind is still working, still weighing, still hunting for the angle, the trap, the danger I haven't found yet. It's a habit a decade of sleeping with one eye open beat into me. And as I lie here, drifting on the edge of sleep, that watchful corner of me starts catching on things. The first is the silence. It's not the dead silence of the tunnels. It's a deep, total stillness. I can hear my own heartbeat, the soft rush of my own breath, the whisper of blood in my ears. But that's all. No insects chirping or clicking, no small things scurrying in the shadows, no drip of water echoing off the ceiling. And the waterfall, I understand with a cold jolt, makes no sound at all. The water falls, but it lands without a whisper. Unnatural. I open my eyes, my body gone tense again. The crystals, I study them harder now, following the light. They are beautiful and they are wrong. They don't throw the light back. They drink it in. When I move my head, there's no scatter of color, no sharp glint of a real gem catching the glow. The light is flat and dull, like a lantern seen through thick fog. It doesn't light the room, it floods it. I sit up, a cold prickle of unease running down my spine. The calm is draining out of the place, and the old metal taste of fear is back on my tongue. I look at the pool. The water is glassy still. Not a single ripple troubles its surface, even where the silent waterfall feeds it. I crawl to the edge and dip my hand in again. It's not cold, not warm. It's the warmth of a living body. And it's thick, clinging to my fingers like thin, clear oil when I pull my hand out. My heart starts to beat faster, a frantic drum against my ribs. I look at the glowing fungi Gorvek is standing near. They pulse with a soft light. Thump thump, thump thump, not the random flicker of a cave glow, a beat, a slow, living pulse. Like a heart. My stomach drops, sick with what I'm seeing. It's a trap, I whisper, just like the city, looks pretty, eats you whole. Vargas rises in my mind, the man who offered shelter and took my freedom for it. This place is no different. Gorvek sees the change in me. What is it? He asks, his voice sharp, alert. Something's wrong, I whisper, my voice trembling. I crawl over to the nearest crystal wall, the one by the pool. I press my hand against the beautiful, glittering surface. It's not cold and hard like stone. It's warm, and at the base, where the crystal meets the mossy floor, it gives. Soft under its thin, hard shell, like gristle under skin. I look up. The whole cavern turns over in my head, inside out, and the truth of it drops into place. That is no cavern ceiling above me. It's the roof of a mouth. The crystals are teeth, massive and clear and saw-edged, set into a soft pinkish-gray gum I had taken for rock. The pool is a slick of spit. The beautiful waterfall is a thread of drool, feeding the slick floor and never running dry. The trickling water was a lie all along, a lure to draw thirsty creatures inside. I scramble back, a scream tearing from my throat, a raw animal sound of pure terror. It's a mouth. Gorvek, it's a mouth. We're inside. As the words leave my lips, the cavern blinks. The entrance we came through, the fissure in the rock, begins to shrink. The rock around it puckers and folds like living flesh, a wet, grinding sound echoing through the chamber. The jaws of the mimic cavern are closing. Move, Gorvek roars. He doesn't hesitate. He launches himself toward the closing entrance, a gray blur of motion. He reaches the gap just as it narrows to the width of his shoulders, the stone-like hide scraping and groaning. He turns sideways and shoves his massive frame into the opening, bracing himself against the contracting walls, his boots sliding for purchase on the slimy floor. Senna, go, he grunts, the muscles in his back and shoulders standing out like thick rope under his leather tunic. The wall of flesh groans around him, the weight of it trying to crush him. I run. I scramble over the slick, fleshy floor, my boots slipping in the spit. The air that seemed so sweet a moment ago now reeks of a cloying, hungry musk, the smell of a gut readying for a meal. It films the roof of my mouth and makes me gag. I reach the gap. Gorvek is a living pillar, a dam of flesh and bone holding back the world. His face is a mask of pure effort, sweat pouring down his temples. The veins in his neck stand out like ropes. I can't fit, I yell. The gap is too small now, even for me. The contracting muscle is thick and unyielding. Then make it fit, he snarls, the words ground out under the strain. Find the weak point, now. I look at the closing walls, not rock. Muscle, a great ring of it, stronger than anything I've ever pried at. We can't break it. But everything has a weakness. Every lock has its pin. Every body has a cord that can be cut. I look up, my eyes raking the fleshy roof of the mouth. High on the wall, near the hinge of the jaw, I see it. A thick, pulsing cord, a darker red than the flesh around it. A tendon, thick as my thigh, the one that works the whole jaw. There, I shout, pointing with a shaking hand. The tendon, if I can cut it, the jaw might spasm. Then cut it, Gorvek roars. The squeeze is getting worse. The seams of his tunic strain, the leather groaning a thin protest. Go. There's no time to think. I turn and run back into the mouth of the beast. I need to climb. The walls are slick, covered in a thin film of slime. There are no handholds. I look at the teeth. They are my only option. I take a running leap, grabbing onto the base of one of the massive, crystal-like teeth. The surface is slick, but ridged. I find a purchase, my fingers digging into the crevices, the sharp edges cutting into my skin. I start to climb. It's like climbing a greased glass mountain. My boots slip on the slimy surface. My hands, coated in the creature's saliva, struggle to find purchase. Below me, Gorvek lets out a guttural roar of pain as the jaws squeeze him tighter. He is being crushed alive. Senna, the name is a strangled gasp of effort and pain. I'm going. I pull myself up, muscle by muscle, past the burn in my shoulders and the scream of my lungs. 10 feet. 20. The tendon is just above me now, a thick rope of flesh pulsing with the creature's life, the slow, steady thump-thump I had taken for fungi. I hang there by one hand, clinging to the edge of a tooth. I pull my knife from my belt, my other hand shaking so badly I almost drop it. The jaw clenches again. A tremor runs through the whole of it. I nearly lose my grip, my boots swinging out over nothing. I reach up. I place the obsidian blade against the tendon. It's like trying to cut through a ship's hawser. The flesh is tough, fibrous, and alive. I saw. The knife is sharp, but the muscle is dense. I put my weight into it, sawing back and forth, my arm burning with the effort. The creature reacts. The whole cavern shudders. The floor beneath Gorvek begins to ripple and heave. Hurry, he bellows, his voice strained to the breaking point. The blade bites deeper. A thick black ichor, foul and stinking, wells up from the cut. It pours down my arm, hot and sticky, smelling of rot and old earth. One final, desperate shove. The knife sinks to the hilt. The tendon snaps with a sound, like a wet rope breaking. The jaw spasms and flings itself wide, a single violent jerk it can't control. The pressure on Gorvek vanishes. He stumbles forward, out of the mouth, collapsing into the real tunnel, gasping for air. I am still inside. The spasm throws me from the wall. I lose my grip on the tooth and fall, landing hard on the quivering, fleshy floor. The impact jars my teeth, and a sharp, white-hot pain shoots up my leg, my ankle. It twists under me with a sickening crunch. Senna, Gorvek is at the entrance, his hand outstretched, his face a mask of primal fury. Come on. I scramble to my feet, ignoring the fire in my ankle. I limp, I run, I dive for the opening, throwing myself through the air. I tumble out into the real tunnel, just as the creature's mouth snaps shut with a sound like a mountain breaking in half. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the rock, shaking the entire passage. We are safe, we are out. I lie on the stone floor, panting, my skin still crawling as if the mouth were closing on me even now. My clothes are soaked in the creature's ichor. Gorvek is leaning against the wall, his chest heaving. Are you injured? He asks, his voice raw. My ankle, I gasp, trying to sit up. I put weight on it and cry out. I think it's twisted, maybe broken. He starts toward me but stops. His head whips up. He is listening, his whole body going rigid. The spasm of the creature's jaw didn't only free us. It shook the rock loose all around its lair. A deep groan comes from above, the sound of stone giving way. A web of cracks races across the ceiling of the tunnel. Dust and pebbles rain down on us. The ceiling, Gorvek says, his voice gone flat. I look up. The web of cracks is spreading, slabs of stone shifting loose above us. A chunk the size of a cart breaks free with a grinding groan. "Move," he breathes. He lunges, grabbing me, hauling me back from the falling rock. I cry out as my full weight comes down on my injured ankle, the pain a blinding white flash. He doesn't have time to be gentle. He shoves me toward the one stretch of tunnel that isn't raining stone, his body between me and the collapse. But the mountain is faster. The roof lets go all at once. It doesn't fall so much as pour, a flood of broken rock and choking dust that swallows the light from my chest. Gorvek throws himself over me, an arch of muscle and bone, and the world becomes noise and weight and the crack of stone on his armored back. Then it stops. We didn't fall, the floor held. But the tunnel is gone, sealed front and back, and we are buried in the pocket Gorvek's body carved out of the cave-in. I am pinned. A slab has come down across my hips, heavy as a horse, trapping me against the floor. My injured ankle is twisted under the weight, screaming. I can't drag myself free. I can barely breathe past the dust. "Gorvek," I rasp. I can't see him. I can't see anything. I'm stuck. There's rock on my legs. I can't move. A grunt close in the dark, the scrape of him shifting, testing the slab. "Hold still," he says. "I will lift it." But the stone has other plans. The cave-in, the dark, the crushing weight, all of it is too much. The magic under my ribs, so calm and quiet in the false grotto, wakes up wrong. It doesn't flare, it blows wide open. A wave of white-hot fire rips through me. My veins run with molten metal. My vision, already blind in the dark, goes whiter still. I can't breathe. I can't think. There is nothing but the screaming, burning pain as the magic claws to tear its way out of my flesh. Pinned under the rock, I am a fire about to take the whole mountain with it. Darkness swallows me whole.
The collapse leaves us breathing in a pocket of dust and absolute blackness. The weight of the mountain settled around us like a fist closed too tight. My lungs burn, dust fills my mouth, a gritty paste of earth and blood that tastes of the grave. My back is a single sheet of pain where the falling slabs hammered my armor, but the armor held. We are not crushed, we are buried. I shift, coughing, spitting dirt. Pain is a dull, distant drumbeat. My arm, my ribs, the fresh battering across my shoulders. My injured left arm is a dead weight, throbbing meat wrapped in stiff, blood-soaked fur. It is nothing, it is the old companion to a life spent in violence. My first coherent thought is a blade of cold panic, sharper than any wound. Senna, my voice is a raw croak swallowed by the oppressive dark. There is no echo. The space is small, choked with rubble and the dead, flat sound of freshly broken stone. She is close. She was beneath me when the roof came down, pinned by the slab across her hips. I reach for her in the dark, my hand finding the curve of her shoulder, the rough fur of the tunic. "Senna," I roar, and this time the sound has teeth. It is a demand, an order to the universe to answer me. I am a guardian, and I do not lose my charge. "Silence." No, not silence. I freeze, my head cocked. There is a sound, a high, thin whine like a strained rope about to part. It vibrates in my teeth, a wrongness that lifts the hair on my arms. It is the sound of magic coming apart at the seams. It is coming from her, I cannot see, but the heat finds me. This is no warmth of a living body. It is the dry, aggressive heat of a forge, radiating from a point 10 feet to my left. It is unnatural. It is violent. The air begins to cook, leaching the moisture from my eyes. I follow it down to her, my hand outstretched. The air grows hotter, shimmering even in the total blackness, a heat haze in a place that has never known the sun. The whine climbs higher until it is a pressure against my ears, a needle of sound threatening to pierce my skull. My fingers touch something, cloth, the rough, thick fur of the bare tunic. It scorches me, the fur singed and brittle at my touch. I follow the cloth up to her arm, her skin. The moment I touch her, a lash of raw magic arcs from her body into mine. This is not the grounding connection we have shared before. This is an attack. It slams into my hand, a searing jolt that drives my arm numb to the shoulder, every muscle locking in a spasm. My leather glove smolders, the thick hide smoking and curling away from my skin with a foul stench. I recoil, cursing, shaking my hand to force life back into the nerves. And then I see her. The stone in her chest is no longer glowing, it is burning. A small white sun has ignited beneath her ribs, throwing the rubble-choked chamber into a stark, terrifying glare. The warm amber of life is gone. This is a cold white that bleaches all color from the world and leaves only black shadows knifing across the cavern walls. She's not breathing, her body is rigid, her back arched off the ground in a silent convulsion. Her eyes are wide open, staring at the unseen ceiling, but they are gone, rolled back so far only the whites show, filmed over with light. Veins of fire crawl across her skin, a lattice mapping her body, each one a fissure through which her life is escaping. This is no flare, this is a detonation in the making. The wine is coming from her, it is the magic tearing its vessel apart. The heat is her life burning for fuel. I have seconds, not minutes. Seconds before the magic reaches its peak and she, and this entire wing of the mountain, ceases to exist. My mind, trained for 2 decades in the lore of the Heartstone, runs through every path and throws each one aside. A containment ritual requires time and components I do not have. A forced extraction would kill her where she lies and trigger the blast besides. There is only one path, grounding. I grab her shoulder again, ignoring the pain as the magic burns my bare palm. I try to force my own grounding into her, a desperate push of will. Senna, anchor to me. The magic repels mine, shoving it back. It does not want an anchor, it wants release. It is a prisoner battering the walls of its cell, and her body is the prison. The light under her ribs pulses once, twice, a terrible heartbeat falling toward its last. The wine climbs to a scream. The rocks around her begin to shudder, humming with the ruin she pours off. Dust dances on the floor, rising in little columns. I understand my armor, my clothing. The thick layers of leather and steel keep the grounding out. They are a barrier, I cannot reach her through them. The only way to stop the detonation is to put my flesh against hers, total, unbroken, skin to skin. The thought lands like a blow. It is a violation. It is a sacrilege against 20 years of austerity, of isolation. The oath of the guardian is built on purity, deprivation. The body is a tool to be disciplined, never a road to another, to touch his weakness, to feel his corruption. The words of my mentor come cold and absolute. The stone is a jealous god, Gorvek. It demands all of you. You will guard it with your life, but you will not live. You will exist. You will endure. To save her, I must break every vow I have ever made. I must kill the man I have forced myself to be for my whole adult life. There is no choice. There is no hesitation. The monk dies, the orc acts. My hands are frantic, brutal. I am not a man undressing. I am an animal tearing its way out of a trap. My fingers, numb and shaking, fumble with the buckles of my cuirass. The cold steel fights me. The leather straps, swollen with damp and sweat, refuse to yield. I snarl, frustration rising like bile. I hook my thumb under the main strap and pull. Leather screams, the heavy rivets pop, sharp as breaking bone. I wrench the cuirass open, the movement wrenching my injured arm, driving spikes through my shoulder. I do not care. I strip the steel from my body and cast it aside. The chest plate hits the stone floor with a hollow, mournful clang, a bell tolling the end of my service. My remaining vambrace, my pauldrons, my greaves, each piece is a lifetime of discipline, a layer of who I am. I fight them off, the buckles slicing my fingers, the metal cold and unforgiving. I shed them into the rubble, burying the guardian in the dark. The fur bindings on my wounded arm catch on the swollen flesh, and I tear them away with a roar, fresh blood welling from the wound, slick and hot against my skin. My tunic, my undertunic, I rip them off, the seams shredding under my desperation. The cold, dead air of the cavern hits my bare skin for the first time in years. It is a shock, a reminder of a world of sensation I have long denied myself. I stand there in the flickering, violent light of her self-destruction, stripped of my armor, my vows, my name. I am no longer the guardian of the stone. I am only the orc, the male, the mate. And she is dying. The slab still pins her hips to the floor. I set both hands under its edge and heave, a roar tearing out of me, and the stone grinds up and over and crashes away into the dark. She is free of the rock. I gather her rigid, convulsing body into my arms. Her skin is so hot it might be fresh from the forge, blistering my chest the moment we touch. I press her against me, wrapping my arms around her, crushing her to my bare skin. The world dissolves. Pain is a word too small for this. A storm of raw chaos erupts inside my soul. It is the burn of fire and the bite of deep ice at once, a scream of heat and broken glass that shreds every nerve in my body from the inside out. I roar. The sound is not a choice. It is the venting of pressure, the only thing keeping my heart beating in my chest. It is the sound of a mountain cracking open. The magic pours into me, her magic, the stone's magic, a flood of wild power with one screaming desire. Out, it wants to expand, it wants to detonate, it wants to unmake everything. It throws me images in a flash. The mountain turned to a crater, the sky turned to fire, the silence of a dead world. She arches against me, her body fighting the contact. Her head throws back, a silent scream on her face. Her hands claw at my shoulders, her fingernails digging deep, drawing blood that hisses and boils against her burning skin. Even now, lost to the dark, she fights the holding. She is a vessel overflowing. My own magic rises to meet it. The deep, slow, grounding power of the earth in my blood, a power I have only ever spent on the silent, cold wards of the temple, now rises to do battle. It is granite against magma. I anchor my feet, I make my bones iron, my blood molten rock. I drive my will into the chaos, one defiant thought against the storm. No, you will not take her, you will not have her. The strain is agony, I am the battleground. Her fire burns me from the inside, charring the edges of my soul, while the cold of my own magic threatens to freeze me through and turn my blood to slush. My own ribs creak under the load, the groan of a beam about to give. The smell of ozone and singed hair fills the small pocket of air we share. Yield, I snarl into her neck, my voice a command to the god inside her. Yield to me. The light flares, blinding even through my closed eyelids. The heat spikes. She spasms, her body trying to throw me off, trying to break our touch apart so she can explode. I hold tighter, I lock my muscles, I take the burn. I pull the fire out of her, draw it into my own chest, and drive it down, through my legs, into the stone floor of the cavern. As the magic surges through her, a shudder runs down her legs. A wet pop sounds from her left ankle where it presses against my shin, her bone knitting back together in a breath. The swelling sinks away, the injury burned clean by the flood of golden power. She gasps, her body going limp as the pain leaves her. Arcs of white light snap from my feet, grounding in the rock, charring the stone black where they strike. The ground bucks under us, a shaking born of our struggle. I am a rod set up to take a god's wrath. My own life drains away, fuel for the furnace I have become. We hang in this crucible past all reckoning of time, me turning to stone to survive, her burning to ash to escape. Then the break. It does not come all at once. The vast weight of the magic shifts, a buried fault giving way deep in the rock. My earth magic, heavy and slow and relentless, finds its purchase at last. I wrap my power around the core of the stone's fire, smother it, ground it, and force it back down into sleep. The screaming pressure vanishes. The searing heat recedes into a lingering, feverish warmth. The wine cuts out, and silence rushes back in loud enough to hurt. I collapse back against the rubble, pulling her with me. We land in the dust, tangled together, gasping for air that isn't there. The light fades, the blinding white dies down into the soft amber glow of the stone, quiet now beneath her ribs. The darkness of the deep roads presses in close, heavy and suffocating. I lie there staring up into the black, my chest heaving. My skin is raw, scoured by the power that passed through it. My injured arm throbs with a fresh, vicious beat. But she is cool. The blistering heat is gone. I shift, panic fluttering in my chest again. I find her wrist with my thumb. A pulse, fast, thready, no heavier than a breath, but there. I let out a breath that is half sob, half laugh. With my thumb I wipe a streak of blood and grime from her temple. The touch is small, tender, a world away from the violence of a moment ago. I only need to breathe. I only need the rise and fall of her chest against mine to know that I did not fail. I close my eyes, letting the darkness hold us. The dust settles on our sweating skin, a gritty reminder of where we are. Sharp rocks dig into my back, but I do not move. I cannot move. I am anchored here by the sheer, crushing weight of relief. But as the battle fire fades, something else rushes in to fill the void. Sensation. It starts where we touch, her bare legs tangled with mine, her soft stomach pressed to the hard plane of mine, the curve of her breast against my chest, her breath, warm and damp, puffing against the hollow of my throat. For 20 years my skin has known only the rough kiss of wool, the bite of cold steel, the unforgiving grain of stone. I starved myself of touch and called it strength. I believed the guardian had to be stone to protect the stone. I was wrong. It floods me, drowning the relief, drowning the pain. It is a blow as savage as the magic had been. It is gluttony. It is a starving man set down before a feast, and the size of my own hunger frightens me. I should push her away, I should cover us. The ritual is done, the danger has passed. But I can't. My arms tighten around her, pulling her closer, pressing out even the pockets of air between us. The monk who lived in the ice is dead. The man who remains is trembling, not from cold, but from need. She stirs. A soft, low whimper escapes her throat, a sound of distress, of confusion. Her body, still lost to the dark, eases now that the pain of days has let go of her. She shifts, her head turning into the crook of my neck. Her nose brushes my skin. Her breath hitches. It is a small sound, but in the silence it is a thunderclap. Her hands, which had clawed at me in her seizure, soften now. Her fingers curl into the scars on my shoulders, clutching me. She arches her back, not away from me this time, but into me, seeking the heat, seeking the solid mass of my body. She knows me, even in the dark, even in the depths of unconsciousness. Her soul recognizes the anchor. Something inside me shatters, the final wall, the last stone of the vow of isolation. It crumbles to dust, and there is nothing left to hold back the tide. I shift my grip, my hand sliding up her throat to cup her jaw. Her skin is soft past anything I have known, a whole world of it under a single touch. I tilt her head back. Her lips are parted, stained with dust. I lower my head. I kiss her. There is nothing gentle in it, nothing soft. It is a collision, a desperate, claiming thing. I press my mouth to hers, tasting the grit, the blood, the copper tang of the magic. I need her breath mingling with mine. I need to prove to my own splintered soul that she is real, that she is here, that she has not turned to dust in my arms. Her breath catches in her throat, her lips are still, soft, yielding under the pressure of mine. Then a flicker, a sigh escapes her, vibrating against my mouth. The taste of her is honey and char and life, the first living thing I have tasted in decades. I pour all the terror, all the relief, all the savage, unspoken worship I feel for her into that kiss. I am branding her. I am marking her as mine in a way that Vargas's hot iron never could. Not a mark of ownership, a mark of belonging, of truth. I am a sinner at the altar, desecrating the holy vessel, and I do not care. I would burn for this. I would let the mountain fall for this. I pull back at last, my chest heaving. The afterglow of the magic hums between us, a tangible thing that ties our skin together. I look down at her, her face lit by the soft glow of the stone sleeping in her chest. She's so small, so fragile, and she holds the power to unmake the world. I lean down, my forehead resting against hers. I breathe her in, the scent of her chasing away the smell of ozone and death. Mine, I whisper into the darkness. She stirs in my arms, a soft murmur escaping her lips. Her hand, limp at her side a moment ago, comes up to rest on my bare chest. Her fingers curl into the hair over my heart, a claim laid in her sleep that answers my own. We are tangled together in the dark, naked and bleeding, and alive at the bottom of the world.
Warmth is a liar. In the gutters of the low city, warmth usually means fever, infection, or the brief, lying flush of cheap whiskey before the cold sets back in to kill you. It is a warning, a bell in the blood telling you that something is burning or dying. But this warmth does not scream, it hums. It wraps around me like a heavy blanket, smelling of deep earth, ozone, and a musk that fills my lungs and clouds my head. My face is pressed to something solid, a wall of muscle that rises and falls slow as the mountain breathing. A hand, massive and rough as granite, rests on the small of my back, its weight holding me to the ground. I drift in the haze. The pain that has lived under my breastbone for days, the constant screaming of the stone, is gone. In its place sits a quiet, golden ember, purring beneath my ribs. Safe. The word floats up from the lizard brain darkness, unbidden and terrifying. My eyes snap open. Reality crashes back in, sharp and gray. The ceiling of the deep roads hangs above us, a jagged jaw of rock ready to snap shut. Dust motes dance in the faint, amber glow radiating from my sternum. And I am tangled in the limbs of a monster. Gorvek is asleep. His head rests on his arm, inches from mine. In the dim light, the harsh planes of his face have gone soft as old ruin, scarred and weathered and ancient. His mouth, usually a grim line of discipline, is loose, at peace. Memory hits me like a fist under the ribs. The seizure, the fire, him stripping off his armor, his whole identity, to hold me skin to skin. The kiss. My face burns, not magic heat, shame heat. It wasn't a healing. He tasted like he wanted to devour me, and I clawed at him like a drowning woman climbing a mast. I scramble backward. My movement is jerky, panicked. I kick out, my heel catching his shin. I drag myself across the stone floor until my back hits the cold, rough wall of the cavern. I pull the tattered remains of the bear fur tunic tight around me, hiding my nakedness, hiding the glow, hiding the sudden hard pounding of my heart. Gorvek wakes. There is no grogginess, no blinking. He passes from sleep to waking with nothing in between. His eyes snap open, going from dream to threat in a heartbeat. He shifts, propping himself up on one elbow. The movement rolls through the muscles of his chest and shoulders, lifting the silver scars that map his gray skin. He is magnificent. He is terrifying. Senna, he rumbles. His voice is gravel turned over by hand, rough with sleep. Don't, I snap. My voice cracks, thin and brittle. I clear my throat, forcing the thief's armor back into place. Just don't. He pauses. His gaze tracks me, pinning me to the wall, then flicks down to the empty space where I had been curled against him. A shadow passes behind his eyes. Disappointment? Hunger? I don't want to know. The magic, he says, his tone shifting back to the clinical, heavy cadence of the Guardian. Is it stable? It's fine, I lie. It's not fine. It's buzzing, stirred up by my own racing pulse. The weapon is diffused. You can put your armor back on, Guardian. Duty fulfilled. I make the word duty sound like an insult. I need it to be an insult. I need last night to be a job done and nothing more, because if it was anything else, I am going to shatter. Gorvek sits up. He doesn't reach for his armor. He just watches me, his gaze heavy and unblinking. It was not duty, he says. It was medicine. I cut him off, my voice rising. I was exploding. You grounded me, plain mechanics. Let's not make it into a ballad. I scramble to my feet, ignoring the protest of my bruised muscles. Or I try to. I put weight on my left foot, and my ankle folds. It's not the sharp, breaking snap of yesterday, but a dull, sickening weakness, and the joint refuses to hold me. I stumble, gasping as gravity takes back its claim. Senna. Gorvek is there before I hit the stone. His hands, still bare, still warm, catch me by the elbows and haul me upright. The heat of him flares against my skin, and the gem behind my breastbone spikes to meet it, a treacherous thrum of longing. I'm fine, I hiss, trying to wrench away. Let go. You are not fine. He doesn't release me. He holds me steady, forcing me to find my balance. You are broken glass held together by spite. Lucky me, broken glass still cuts, I mutter, getting my good leg under me. I said let go. He releases me, his fingers trailing off my arms as if loath to break the contact. He steps back, putting a cold foot of distance between us. We need to move, I say to the wall, refusing to look at his bare chest. The stalkers will smell the ozone. We've been stationary too long. If we stay here, we're dinner. Yes, he says, we move. He turns away, the moment snaps. He begins to dress. He pulls on the tattered remains of his undertunic, then begins the slow, methodical process of strapping his armor back on. Clack! The sound of the first buckle closing hits the stone walls like a hammer strike. Clack! He pulls the leather tight, sealing away the skin I had touched. He winces as he tightens the strap over his injured arm, but he doesn't slow down. Clack! I watch him, a hollow ache spreading in my chest. The Guardian returns, plate by plate, burying the man beneath the iron. The steel hides the scars, the leather hides the warmth, and by the time he picks up his axe, the lover, if that's what he was, is gone. Only the monolith remains. The stronghold is 2 days away, he says, his voice muffled by the steel gorget. If we keep a hard pace. Fine, I say, lead the way. We walk. The silence is suffocating. This is not the easy quiet of the hunt, or the tight quiet of evasion. It is a heavy, jagged thing, packed with all the things we are not saying, and it presses against my ears until every scuff of a boot, every clink of his armor, lands like a scream. Worse, the silence makes everything louder. Without talk to drown it, the bond in my chest is deafening. He is in there with me, the phantom echo of his heartbeat falling into step with mine. Thud thud, thud thud. A second pulse crawling under my skin, feeding off mine. I focus on my gear. I adjust the strap of the bear fur tunic. I check the knot on my belt. I count my steps. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anything to avoid looking at his back. Anything to avoid remembering the weight of his head on my shoulder. The tunnel narrows. The bioluminescence fades, leaving us in a gray, murky gloom. The air grows stale, tasting of dead rock and ancient dust. My mind spirals. He kissed me. No, he grounded me. The kiss was a spillover, a discharge of magic, sparks off a struck flint. Sparks don't taste like honey and grief. I shake my head hard, trying to knock the thought loose. The hum under my ribs gets louder. It drones now, a constant reminder that I am not alone in my own body. I need noise. I need to break the rhythm before I start leaning into it. This is ridiculous, I say loud enough to echo. Gorvek keeps walking. Survival is not ridiculous. Not that, I say, speeding up to walk beside him, though I keep a safe distance. The silence, it's loud, it's making my teeth hurt. Then do not grind them. I'm not grinding them, I huff out a breath. Look, we have 2 days of walking in this intestine. If we don't talk, I'm going to start hallucinating again. And last time I hallucinated, I tried to pick a lock on a mushroom. He glances at me, his eyes stay guarded, but the corner of his mouth twitches. A hairline crack in the stone. Talk then, he says, but keep your voice low. Talk about what? The weather. Oh, look, more gray rock, lovely dampness we're having. Tell me of the surface, he says. Tell me of the city. I hesitate. The city is Vargas, the city is debt, the city is watching Leah fade. No, I say, that's depressing, let's play a game. Orcs do not play games. Everyone plays games, Gorvek. It keeps the brain from eating itself. I adjust the knife at my belt. We'll play truths. It's a thief game. We use it to vet new crew members, to see if they'll crack under pressure. He keeps walking, his gaze scanning the shadows ahead. I do not crack. Then you should be great at it. I step over a fissure in the floor, favoring my left ankle. Here's how it works, I say. I ask a question, you answer, true, no dodging, no guardian mystery crap. Then you ask me one, a truth for a truth, fair and even. And if I refuse, then I'll start singing, loudly, and I have been told my singing voice sounds like a cat being strangled in a sack. He stops, he looks at me. The threat of noise seems to settle on him like a weight. One question, he bargains. Until I get bored, I counter, or until we hit a monster. He sighs, a rumble that vibrates in the floor. Proceed. I chew my lip. I need to start small, test the waters. Why the axe? I ask. Night Sever, it's huge, it's impractical. You could use a sword and shield and be twice as fast. Why a weapon that requires a wind-up? Gorvek resumes walking. The rhythm of his boots sets the pace. It is not a weapon of war, he says. It is a weapon of execution. I blink. Okay, morbid, explain. A sword is for dueling, for parrying. It implies a conversation between combatants. He shifts the massive haft on his shoulder. An axe implies a sentence. There is no parry, there is only the end. The guardian does not duel intruders, he removes them. So it's symbolic, I say, heavy, brutal, final like you. Like the law, he corrects. My turn, he says. I brace myself, shoot. You smell of ash and cheap iron, he says, but under it you smell of ink. Why? I stumble, I didn't expect that. He noticed the smell of ink. I hesitate. I draw sometimes, maps, sketches. Of what? Things I want to steal, I lie, then I remember the rules. No, that's a lie. Things I want to keep. Keep. Ink is permanent, I say, my voice quiet. Memory is a liar. I draw to prove I was there, to prove they were there. Faces. Sunset gold catching the gargoyles on the cathedral. Things that disappear if you don't pin them down to paper. I touch the empty spot on my chest where the locket used to be. The locket with the sketch of Leah. Gorvek nods, he accepts the currency, he doesn't mock it. My turn, I cut in, needing to shift the focus. 20 years, Gorvek, you said you've been in the temple for 20 years. Alone. Yes. Why, I ask. I mean, I get the oath, but 20 years without people, without a voice, how did you not go insane? He is silent for a long time. We pass under a dripping stalactite. I did not want them, he says at last. Nonsense, I say. Everybody wants company. It's bred in the bone, even wolves run in packs. I am not a wolf, he says. I am stone. Stone does not need a pack. Stone needs only to endure. He stops. He turns to me, his face illuminated by a patch of glowing moss. I believed I was broken, he says. The admission is stark, stripped of all artifice. Other orcs, they sought mates, they sought kin. I felt nothing. I looked at others and saw only noise, distraction, weakness. He studies his hands, the gray, scarred claws cased in black steel. I thought the gods had made me empty, he whispers, so that I could be the perfect vessel for the oath, A man with no heart makes the best jailer. I stare at him, my chest aches. He didn't isolate himself because he was holy. He isolated himself because he thought he was defective. And now, I ask, barely above a whisper, do you still feel empty? He looks at me. His gaze travels from my boots up the tattered fur tunic to my face. It lingers on my mouth. The heat in his eyes is not the cold fire of the stone. It is a hearth fire. No, he says, I do not. The word hangs in the air between us, heavy and terrifying. He turns back to the dark. Your turn. I swallow hard. My throat is dry. The game is getting dangerous. Every answer is costing more than the last. But I can't stop. I need to know. You said, I start then stop. You said I was compatible with the stone. Yes. Why? He glances back. Because you are chaos. The stone is order, it seeks balance. That's the magical theory, I say. I want the truth. Why me? Why did it stick to me and not, I don't know, burn me to ash? It's about flow, he says, his voice low. When you try to cage the power, bottle it, it burns you. Pressure builds heat, but let it run into the earth or into me and it becomes a river. Rivers bring life, dams break. So I have to be a conduit, I whisper, not a vault. Exactly. Because you are empty too, he says. The words hit me like a slap. I'm not empty, I snap, my arms crossing tight over the glow. I'm busy, I have plans, I have debts to pay. You have tasks, he says. A self is a different thing and you have buried yours. You are only what you do for others, for your sister, for your debt. He stops walking again. He turns fully to face me, planting the axe on the ground with a dull thud. Ask your question, Senna, the real one. I look up at him. He is seeing too much. His gaze peels back the layers of sarcasm and thief logic I've wrapped around my soul. Fine, I say, my voice shakes. Why did you save me? Because you are the vessel. Truth, I warn him, no guardian nonsense. He steps closer. The heat radiating from him washes over me. Why did you save me? I repeat. In the grotto, on the bridge, last night, you could have cut the stone out. You could have let me fall and saved the world the easy way. Why am I still breathing? Because, he says, and his voice drops to a register that vibrates in my bones. I do not destroy holy things. I am not holy, I scream. The sound tears out of me, echoing down the corridor. I shove him. My hands slam into his breastplate, jarring my wrists, but he doesn't budge. He is granite. I am not holy, Gorvek. I am a rat from the gutter. I steal to eat. I lie to breathe. I broke into your temple because the numbers added up. I strike his chest again. Thud, the steel doesn't yield. I am a tool, I sob, the words breaking apart, getting uglier. I am a lockpick, a thing you use and throw away. One life for one life, that's all it ever was. I traded mine for hers because hers is worth more. I turn away, wrapping my arms around myself, trying to hold the pieces together. I'm the packaging, I whisper. You don't save the wrapping paper. Silence. Then movement. Gorvek moves faster than I can track. He grabs my arm and spins me around. He doesn't hurt me, but his grip is iron. He backs me into the stone wall, pinning me there with his body. He slams his hand against the rock next to my head, boxing me in. Look at me, he snarls. I look up, he is furious. His teeth are bared, his tusks gleaming in the gloom. His eyes are burning with a ferocity that makes my knees weak. Do not, he growls, ever speak of my mate that way. The word hangs there, mate. You are not a tool, he says, his voice shaking with the force of his conviction. A tool breaks and is replaced. You. He leans in, his forehead resting against mine. He is breathing hard as if he's been running for miles. He struggles for the words, his brow furrowed, fighting a lifetime of silence. You are the wielder, Senna, he grinds out, forcing the language to bend to his will. The stone did not consume you, you consumed it. You bent a god to your will because your will was stronger. He brings his hand up to cup my face. His thumb traces the track of my tears. You walked into the mountain to die, he whispers, and instead you lived. Do not tell me that is math, that is a miracle. I'm scared, I whisper. The admission falls out of me, small and broken. I don't know how to be this. I don't know how to be worth something. Then let me carry the knowledge for you, he says. until you are strong enough to carry it yourself. He looks at my mouth. The air between us pulls tight. It's not the magic this time. It's just us. The sheer mass of him drags at me, bending me out of my own path. I want him to kiss me. I want him to kiss me when I'm awake, when I know it's happening, when I can kiss him back with everything I have. I lean up. I rise on my toes, ignoring the protest of my ankle. My hands slide up his chest, gripping the cold steel of his gorget. Gorvek, I breathe. He closes his eyes, he leans down, his breath ghosts over my lips. Senna, he murmurs, if I start this, I will not stop. Don't stop, I whisper. He makes a low sound in his throat, a growl of surrender. His hand slides into my hair, tilting my head back. Heat floods my veins, sharp and bright, a sudden spike of want with none of the stone's slow burn. The magic reacts. It loves the chaos, it loves the heat. Boom! The stone in my chest flares. This is no gentle pulse. Golden light bursts from my sternum hard enough to blind, bright through the heavy bare fur, turning the gloomy tunnel to high noon. Gorvek flinches back, blinded. I gasp, squeezing my eyes shut against the glare. The light casts long, harsh shadows against the cavern walls. It illuminates every crack in the stone, every drip of water. And it illuminates the floor between us. I open my eyes as the flare fades. I look down, trying to blink away the spots in my vision. The floor here is mud, thick gray clay, where moisture drips from the ceiling. Gorvek's boots have left deep, treaded impressions. My own bare feet have left faint, frantic prints where I scrambled. But there, stamped deep into the gray clay, is something else. The air leaves my lungs. The heat in my blood turns to ice. Gorvek, I whisper. He blinks, shaking his head to clear the dazzle. The magic, it is volatile. No, I say, I push gently against his chest. Look. He follows my gaze. There is a boot print. It is not an orc boot. Orc boots are wide, flat, soled with iron studs for grip on stone. This boot is narrow. The sole is patterned with a distinct diamond-shaped tread. Leather, expensive, human make. And inside the tread, a tiny pool of water is still seeping into the impression. It's fresh, I whisper, less than an hour. The draft, Gorvek growls, turning his head. The wind is pulling air into the tunnel here. It hid their scent until we were right on top of them. I look up at Gorvek. The heat in his eyes is gone, frozen over into the amber ice of the predator. Who? He asks. My gaze runs the edge of the print. I know this tread. I've seen it on the streets of the low city. I've seen it on the bodies of men who don't exist in any official record. Coin wraiths, I say. Assassins. Worse, I say, backing away, my hand going to my knife. Retrieval men, they hunt mages, they hunt relics. I look down the dark tunnel. The silence isn't empty anymore, it's waiting. They aren't here for the view, Gorvek, I say. They're here for the weapon. Gorvek steps between me and the darkness. The axe slides into his hand with a lethal hiss. Then they will find only the axe, he says. But I can hear the fear in his voice, not for himself, for me. The truce is over, the game is over. We are not lovers, we are not partners, we are prey. I grip the knife until my knuckles turn white. Run, I whisper. And we run.
The boot print is a wound in the gray clay. It stares up at us, precise and alien, water seeping into the diamond tread pattern with a slow, filling hush that feels like a held breath. My nostrils flare, sorting the damp air of the tunnel. The scent rising from the mud is leather and intruder, and under that something sharper. A bite that settles on my tongue like swallowed ash, tasting of things that should not exist in the deep dark. Acid worked alchemy, and beneath it the ozone-killing stench of null iron. The heat that pooled in my groin moments ago, the feverish haze of the almost kiss, vanishes. A cold, hard clarity settles over my mind like frost and turns every thought to the cold work of war. The mate retreats into the shadows of my blood. The guardian comes forward and steps into the armor of duty. Coin wraiths, Senna whispers, the word barely a ghost of sound. She's backing away, her movements jerky and stiff. Her knife is already in her hand, the obsidian blade trembling with the high, singing fear of a prey animal that has scented the wolf at the door. It is not cowardice. She has never once let me see cowardice. Stay back, I command. My voice is a low rumble, stripped of the softness it held minutes ago. It is granite dragging against granite. I kneel in the mud, ignoring the wet cold soaking into my trousers. My hand hovers over the print. The air above it is dead, still. The living magic of the deep roads, the low hum of the moss, the slow pulse of the earth bends away from this spot, driven off by what the boot left behind. The very rock recoils from the violation. Null iron severs the bond between soul and ether. It is a void, a hungry emptiness forged into metal, made for the one task of hunting mages. Do you know what they carry? I ask, standing. My knees pop, the sound too loud in the quiet tunnel. Senna nods, her eyes darting to the shadows that stretch and warp along the walls. Null blades, bolts dipped in void oil. They hit you and your magic goes out like a snuffed candle. For me it goes out, I say, turning to face her. The cave glow paints her face in sickly greens and grays and throws the terror around her eyes into relief. For you, it is worse. I step closer, forcing her to look at me, to see how grave this is. The amber light of the stone beneath her collarbone pulses fast, a frantic stutter stirred up by the nearness of the threat. A null blade through your skin does not dampen the stone, I say, each word landing with the weight of a sentence. It breaks the holding all at once. There will be no seizure, no warning heat. You will detonate where you stand. The color drains from her face, leaving her pale beneath the grime. Her hand goes to her chest, clutching the tattered bare fur as if a layer of dead hide could shield the crystal from my words. Great, she breathes, her laugh brittle and sharp. So no getting stabbed, I can work with that. I've spent my whole life dodging knives. This is not a street brawl, Senna, I growl, looming over her. They cannot touch you, not once, not a graze, not a scratch. My hand closes on Night Sever across my shoulder and lifts it free of the harness. I bring the axe down in front of me, settling the head against the stone floor. The leather grip creaks as I tighten my hold, the sound a promise of violence. We hunt, I say. I do not wait for her agreement. I turn and move into the darkness, following the faint, acrid trail of the intruders. The deep roads here are narrow, twisting guts of rock that weep constant moisture. The cave glow is sparse, dwindled to dying patches of lichen that throw long, skeletal shadows across the floor. The air grows heavy, pressing on my lungs, thick with the weight of the mountain above. I move with the silence of a landslide that has not yet broken loose. My boots find purchase on the slick stone without scuffing. My armor, strapped tight and oiled, makes no sound. I am a piece of the dark moving through the dark. Behind me, Senna is a ghost. I pause, straining my ears against the maddening drip of water. I hear nothing, no scuff of leather, no catch of breath. A spike of panic drives into my gut. Did she fall behind? Did the darkness swallow her? I glance back over my shoulder. She is there, 3 paces behind my right shoulder, matching my stride. She moves like water over the broken ground, stepping where I step, melting into the gloom until she is little more than a ripple in the air. She has become a part of the tunnel. Pride swells in my chest, fierce and possessive. Most humans stumble in the dark. They are loud, clumsy creatures who fight the stone, breaking their toes on it and cursing the silence. Senna flows through it. She's no burden for me to carry. She is a predator in her own right. The scent trail strengthens. Ammonia, cold iron, the sweat of men who do not fear the dark because they carry the void with them. I hold up a fist, halt. Senna freezes. She melts against the tunnel wall, becoming one with the stone, her hand covering the glow where the stone took root. I point ahead. The tunnel opens into a wider cavern, a natural amphitheater filled with stalagmites that rise from the floor like jagged, broken teeth. A subterranean river cuts through the center, rushing black and fast, churning white foam against the rocks. Across the bridge, a natural arch of rock spanning the water, they are waiting. 4 of them. They are efficient. They have set a kill box at the choke point of the bridge. 2 crouch high on the rock shelves, crossbows trained on the tunnel mouth, their shapes barely there against the dark ceiling. 2 stand at the far end of the bridge, blocking the path like gargoyles. They wear the garb of the coin wraiths, fitted leather armor set with plates of dull gray metal that drink the light. Their faces are hidden behind smooth, featureless masks of white porcelain. No eyes, no mouths, blank slates made to terrify, to wipe out the human before the kill. Professional, Senna whispers. Her voice is barely a breath against my ear. She has crept up beside me without my sensing her. I nod, my jaw tightening. They are not bandits. They hold a phalanx. They cover the angles. 4 against 2, she murmurs, her eyes raking the cavern, marking the threats, and one of the 2 is a living weapon who can't get hit. 1 against 4, I correct her. I look at her in the gloom. Her eyes are wide, reflecting the faint green light of the river. You will stay here, I command. You will hide in the fissures. I will cross the bridge. I will draw their fire. You're a big target, Gorvek, she hisses, grabbing my arm. Her fingers dig into the leather. Even you can't take 4 null bolts at once. If they hit your armor, it might hold. If they hit the joints. My armor is ironwood and steel. It will hold. Null iron eats magic, she argues, her voice rising in desperation. You're full of earth magic. If they tag you, it'll turn your own strength against you. You'll be slow. You'll be dead. I am the wall, I recite, the old mantra rising to defend me. The wall does not need to be fast, it only needs to stand. The wall needs a bowman, she snaps, or a flanker. She points to the roof of the cavern. Stalactites hang down like spears, a canopy of shadow above the bridge. I can climb that, she says. While you keep them busy on the bridge, I drop behind the bowman. I take them out before they can reload. No, the refusal is instant, visceral. It is too dangerous if they see you. If they see you go down, they come for me anyway, she counters. And then I'm dead. This is the only way. She looks at me, her chin raised, that spark of defiant fire burning in her eyes. It is the same look she gave the stalker before she killed it, a refusal to be a victim. Trust me, she whispers. I'm not a damsel, Gorvek, I'm the distraction. The word strikes me, distraction. Everything in me screams against it. I want to pick her up, shove her into a hole, and stand over it until the world ends, but cold, clear sense sides with her. I cannot shield her from 4 angles. We must divide their focus. Do not close with the swordsman, I growl, leaning close. Take the bowman, then fall back. If you are seen, you run. She grins. It is a sharp, feral thing that bares her teeth. Deal. She vanishes. One moment she is beside me, the next she is gone, scaling the rock wall into the shadows of the ceiling. I watch her a moment, a shadow moving among shadows, silent as smoke. Then I turn to the bridge. I inhale, filling my lungs with the damp, heavy air. I call up the earth magic in my blood, pulling it deep into my core, hardening my skin, slowing my heart until it beats with the rhythm of the mountain itself. I step out of the tunnel. I do not sneak, I do not crouch. I walk into the light of the glowing moss, my boots slamming the stone with the cadence of doom. Clag, clag, clag. The reaction is instant. On the far side of the bridge, the 2 swordsmen snap to attention. The bowmen on the ledge shift their aim. 4 porcelain masks turn toward me, tracking the noise. Trespassers, I roar. No, that is theater. I stop roaring. I lift Nightsever and slam the iron-shod haft against the arch of the stone bridge. Boom. The sound cracks through the cavern like thunder, vibrating in the stalactites above. It is a challenge. It is a dinner bell. 4 masks snap toward me. Now I have their eyes. Now she is safe. Move, I bellow, or be crushed. The leader, one of the men on the bridge, tilts his head. He does not speak. He raises a hand, a signal. Twang. The sound of crossbows releasing is sharp and final. The world narrows to line and speed. My heartbeat drops into the slow, steady cadence of battle, reading the flight path of the bolts cutting through the gloom. They are not common quarrels. The tips glow with a sickly violet light, trailing smoke, void oil. I do not dodge. The bridge is too narrow. I raise Nightsever across my chest. The first bolt hits the flat of the axe blade. It does not cling. It explodes in a cloud of acrid smoke. The impact vibrates down the haft, numbing my fingers. The magic in the metal screams as the null oil tries to eat the enchantments, fizzing like acid on skin. The second bolt hits my pauldron. Numbness. There is no sharp bite of steel, just a cold, sucking sensation that permeates the metal. The bolt shatters against the plate, but the oil splashes. It seeps into the joints of the armor, seeking the flesh beneath. My shoulder goes dead. The earth magic in my skin recoils, fleeing the void touch. Nausea rolls through my gut and threatens to buckle my knees. I have swallowed ice. My arm hangs heavy and clumsy, a dead weight strapped to my torso. I grit my teeth. I force the magic back. Endure. Is that all? I bellow. I charge. I run onto the bridge. It is narrow, slick with spray, a kill zone. The 2 melee fighters draw swords. The blades are dull gray, light-drinking metal, null iron. They move to meet me. They are fast, coordinated, moving in perfect lockstep. They split, one going low, one going high. I do not slow down. I am a runaway boulder. The first fighter lunges, aiming for my knee. I pivot. I slam the bottom of the axe handle into his faceplate. Crunch. The porcelain mask shatters, bone gives way beneath it. He flies backward, skidding across the stone, his sword skittering toward the edge. The second fighter strikes. His blade catches my side, scraping along the ribs of my breastplate. Sparks fly, violet sparks that hiss when they touch the air. The metal screams, the blade bites deep, carving a furrow in the ironwood-reinforced steel. The cold touch of the void presses against my skin through the padding, a leech draining my strength. I roar, I swing the axe one-handed, a backhand sweep meant to clear the deck. He ducks, professional. Above us, the bowmen are reloading. I hear the click-clack of the winches drawing the strings back. I cannot reach them, I am locked on the bridge. If they fire now at this range, they will find the gaps. They will put a bolt through my eye slit or my neck. I brace for the impact. It does not come. Instead, a shadow drops from the ceiling. Senna lands on the ledge behind the left bowman, hitting him square in the back, riding him down. The obsidian glints, her knife flashes. She drives the blade into the gap between the bowman's helmet and pauldron. One clean strike. The bowman jerks, he does not scream. He folds, slumping forward over his crossbow. Senna rolls, she is off him before the body hits the ground, staying low, staying moving. The second bowman spins, warned by the motion. He raises his crossbow, aiming at her. Behind, I roar, though she cannot hear me over the river. She doesn't need to hear, she feels it. She drops flat to the stone and slides under his aim. The bolt flies over her head and shatters against the cavern wall. She kicks out, her boot cracks into the bowman's shin. He stumbles. She is up, she flows like water, closing the distance. No stab this time, a slash, a hamstring cut. The bowman goes down, clutching his leg. Senna finishes him with a strike to the throat. 2 down. I stare. The sight of it hits me harder than the null bolts. She is lethal. I had named her Fragile, a glass vase carrying a mountain's fire. The truth moves below me on the ledge, quick and quiet as a drawn blade. Her ruthlessness matches my own, but hers is soundless, spare, exact. A chill runs through me, warring with the pride. The prophecies promised a holy vessel. What I am watching is a killer. The hands that touched my face in the dark are painted red now with human blood. She is dangerous, the monk whispers. She is corrupted. She is magnificent, the orc answers. Distraction is a killer. The fighter I missed, the one who ducked, lunges again. His sword drives toward the gap in my armor at the armpit. I react late. I twist, but the tip of the blade catches the leather under my arm. Darn. The null iron slices skin. It is ice water poured straight into the vein. My whole left side goes numb. The magic in my blood stutters, the bond to the earth guttering out like a dying lantern. My left arm drops, useless. I stumble. The fighter sees the opening. He steps in for the kill. He raises the gray blade for a thrust to the throat. I look at him, I look at the blank white mask. There is no fear in me, there is only the rage, hot and rising. I do not drop the axe, I swing it wide, forcing him to block, but I am too slow. He parries and thrusts. I have no choice. I catch the blade. My right hand, the good hand, wraps around the null iron sword. The pain is blinding, there is no heat in it, only a cold so deep it burns. The metal sears my palm, eating the magic, drinking the life from my limb. Smoke rises from my grip, smelling of scorched meat and ozone. But I do not let go. I squeeze. The fighter freezes. He stares at my hand, at the blood dripping from my fingers, sizzling on the blade. He tries to pull back, but my grip is the grip of a dying man. You assume, I grate out, leaning into his face, that I need magic to kill you. I yank the sword and him with it forward. I headbutt him. Crag. My forehead, hardened by years of impacts, meets the porcelain mask. The mask explodes. He staggers back, dazed, his grip on the sword loosening. I do not let him recover. I bring the axe around with my good hand. I swing. It is a chop, a butcher's stroke. It cleaves through the shoulder, through the ribs, through the spine. The fighter falls in 2 pieces. I stand there heaving. My right hand is a ruin, burned black, blood running off the fingers. The sword clatters to the stone. Silence falls over the bridge. The rush of the river returns. I look up to the ledge. Senna is standing there, she is covered in dust, her knife drips black blood. She looks at me, her eyes go to my hand, to the burns. Gorvek, she breathes. Clear, I say, the word comes out rough. One left, she says, she points. The squad captain, the first fighter I knocked down, is crawling toward the tunnel exit. His leg is broken, dragging behind him. He is leaving a trail of blood. I move. I cross the bridge in 3 strides. I catch him before he reaches the shadows. I plant my boot on his back. He grunts, flattening against the stone. I reach down and grab him by the collar of his armor. I haul him up. I slam him against the cavern wall. His mask is cracked, revealing a sliver of pale skin and a bloodied mouth. I pin him there with my forearm. I bring my face close to his. Who owns you? I snarl. He coughs, blood spatters my face. Vargas pays well for silence, he wheezes, and he pays double for the girl. Senna drops from the ledge. She lands light and limps toward us. Her ankle is troubling her again, but she ignores it. She sheathes her knife. Vargas, she asks, stepping up beside me, the merchant. The coin wraith looks at her, his eyes, visible through the crack in the mask, narrow. The vessel, he rasps, he laughs, a wet, bubbling sound. The commander wondered if you would survive the bonding. He bet against you. Who hired you? Senna demands. She steps closer, grabbing his chin, forcing him to look at her. Names. Names are expensive, he sneers, but information is free. He looks at me, then back to her. They know, he whispers. Know what? Senna asks, her voice shakes. The coin wraith laughs, a wet, gurgling rasp. You are too late, vessel. The leverage is already in hand. What leverage? Senna demands. The girl, he wheezes, she is not in the city. Vargas likes to keep his insurance close. He lines forward. The rot is slow, thief, but we have fire mages. We can peel the skin before we burn the... I see the image form in his mind. I see the words forming on his tongue. He is going to tell her exactly how they will torture her sister. He is going to break her mind with details. No, I do not let him finish. I censor him with violence. My hand moves. I release his collar. I bring up my right hand, ignoring the screaming of the burns. I grab his head. My fingers wrap around the back of his skull. The pain is blinding, and it feeds the squeeze. I squeeze. I squeeze with the strength of the earth. I squeeze until the porcelain mask shatters to dust. I squeeze until the bone beneath it gives way. Wet silence. The coin wraith stops speaking. His body goes rigid, then limp. I let go. The corpse slides down the wall. It leaves a smear of red and gray on the rock. It hits the floor with a heavy meat sack thud. Silence. Absolute ringing silence. I stand there, my chest heaving, my hand dripping with brain and bone. The rage is still singing in my blood, a high, keen note that demands more violence. He threatened her. He spoke her name. He defiled the sanctuary of her hope. I turn. Senna is staring at me. She is not looking at the body, she is looking at me. Her eyes are huge, dark pools of shock. Her face is white, she is trembling. She looks at my hand, the hand that held her gentle in the dark, the hand that just crushed a man's skull like a rotten melon. I expect her to scream, I expect her to run. I am a monster, and I have just proven it. I am the butcher she once named me. Gorvek, she whispers. He was speaking poison, I say. The words come out strange, distant. I remove the tongue. I kneel by the body. I tear the pouch from his belt, inside a scroll case. I rip it open, a map. It shows the stronghold's lower levels. A cell is circled in red ink. Senna, I say, my voice cold. She looks at the map. Her face goes white. This was never only about me, she whispers. They brought her here. She's in the mountain. She's in the dungeons. It is likely true. Professional killers do not guess. They do scouting. But I cannot let her believe it. If she believes it, she breaks. And if she breaks, the stone erupts. He wanted to hurt you, I say, stepping toward her. To break your footing, to set off the stone. I reach out. I want to touch her. I want to comfort her. Then I see my hand. It is dark with blood. I stop. I pull my hand back. I wipe it on my tattered tunic, but the stain is deep. Senna looks at the dead coin wraith, then she looks at me. She takes a step forward. He said they have a team there, she whispers, waiting. We will get there first, I promise. How, she screams, we are days away, we are stuck in a hole. The panic is rising, the amber light in her chest is brightening, turning sharp and white at the edges. Senna, I say, calm. Don't tell me to be calm, she shouts. She backs away from me. They are going to burn her, did you hear him? They are going to burn her. She is spiraling, the magic is reacting to her terror. The air in the cavern begins to heat up. I have to stop this. I step over the corpse, I ignore the blood, I ignore the pain in my burned hand. I grab her shoulders. Look at me, I roar. She flinches, but she looks. I killed him, I say, forcing the words to be stone. I killed him because he threatened what is mine, do you understand? I shake her. I will kill the team, I say. I will kill Vargas. I will kill anyone who stands between you and her. I release her shoulders, I take a step back, I lower my head, baring my neck to her. It is an act of submission, an offering. I hold out my wrists. I am the weapon, Senna, point me. She stares at me, she searches my eyes. She sees the monster, she sees the violence. And she does not run. She takes a breath, it is a ragged sound. She wipes the blood from her cheek with the back of her hand. She looks at the dead men on the bridge. She looks at what is left of the leader. She closes her eyes for a second. When she opens them, the panic is gone. The victim dies, the commander is born. She reaches out and grips my wrists. Her hands are small, trembling, but her grip is iron. Point you, she whispers. Yes. A change comes over her face. It hardens. Okay, she says, her voice is ice. She releases my wrists. She turns to the tunnel ahead. Then let's go kill them all. Her silhouette vanishes into the gloom. Silence rushes back in, heavy and judging, settling over the devastation I have wrought. My hand is a ruin of blood and char. Retrieving Night Sever from the stone, I turn my back on the dead and follow her into the dark.
The silence after violence is heavy. 1,000 pounds of copper and void pressing against my eardrums like deep water. The coin wraith leader lies dead at my feet, a ruin of leather and steel. My boots are slick with his blood, the tread filling with the crimson evidence of what just happened. My hands grip the knife, knuckles white, trembling hard enough to rattle my teeth. It is over, the threat is done. Gorvek stands 5 paces away, his chest heaving like a bellows. He is a landscape of destruction. His armor is battered, the leather straps sliced, the steel dented by null bolts. His right hand, the hand that caught the blade, is a dark ruin of burns from the magic-dampening metal. His eyes are blown wide, the pupils swallowing the amber until they look like black holes in a gray sky. He does not track me. His gaze bores through me, scanning the shadows for the next threat, the next thing he needs to kill to keep his world from ending. The guardian has receded, and only the slaughterer remains. Gorvek, I whisper. He flinches. The sound of his name strikes him like a lash. He blinks, the feral glaze receding just enough to reveal the man beneath the monster, terrified of his own hands. He threatened you, he rasps. His voice is a grind of stones shifting deep underground. He threatened her. He killed for none of the old reasons, not for the oath on a scroll or the law etched in stone. He killed to silence a voice that was about to describe my sister's torture, to protect my mind from an image it could not survive. Something cold ripples through me, not of him, never of him. It is what I am making him into. I have turned the monk into a butcher. I have taken his silence and filled it with screams. It's okay, I say, stepping toward him, ignoring the sticky pull of blood under my soles. It's done. It is not done, he growls, lifting his hands. I am unclean. Before I can reach him, the crash hits. It starts in my marrow. The hot rush that fueled the fight, the terror that ran my heart ragged, it was all fuel for the parasite. Now the power is flooding. The heartstone, agitated by the violence and the proximity of the void oil, wakes up screaming. It doesn't pulse, it sears. A wave of white-hot agony erupts from my sternum. It travels down my veins like molten lead, boiling the blood in my arms, my legs. My vision whites out, bleaching the cavern into a blinding nothingness. The air in my lungs turns to steam, scorching my throat. I don't scream. Breath is a luxury I cannot afford. Gravity claims me. My knees give out. The stone rushes up to meet me, hard and cold, but it feels like falling into a furnace. The world spins, gray rock and red panes smearing into each other until I can't tell them apart. Senna. The roar is distant, muffled by the pulse pounding at my temples. Then he is there. Gorvek scoops me up. He doesn't hesitate. He ignores the blood on his hands, the burns on his skin, the filth of the battle. He lifts me against his chest, cradling me like a broken bird, his arms a cage of iron and heat. I have you, he grunts, his chest vibrating against my cheek. Hold on, just hold on. He runs. The movement is jarring. Every step sends a fresh spike of fire through my nerves, shaking the volatile magic loose. I clutch at his tunic, my fingers digging into the leather, trying to anchor myself to something solid in a dissolving world. Hot, I gasp, the words scraping my throat raw. Burning. I know, he says. Water, we need water. He carries me deeper into the tunnels, away from the carnage, away from the smell of death that lingers like a curse. The journey is a blur of agony. The heat radiating from my skin is so intense I can see the steam rising from his damp armor. As we pass a patch of bioluminescent moss, the fronds curl and blacken, withered by the fever of the godrock. He stumbles over rocks, shoulders past stalagmites that tear at his skin, desperate to find the path. He is muttering to himself, a low, constant stream of words I can't catch. Old orcish prayers, perhaps, or apologies to a god he no longer serves. The air changes, it grows humid. Thick, the smell of sulfur and minerals replaces the metallic tang of blood. The tunnel opens like a mouth, exhaling a cloud of steam that smells of sulfur and sanctuary. We burst into a grotto. It is a sanctuary carved from the heart of the mountain, a place the war has forgotten. A natural pool dominates the center, fed by steaming vents in the rock floor. The water glows with a fierce, bioluminescent turquoise light, casting dancing shadows on the crystal-studded walls. Steam rises in thick, swirling columns, wrapping the space in a dreamlike haze that softens the sharp edges of the stone. Gorvek doesn't stop to admire the view. He splashes into the shallow edge of the pool, his boots skidding on the mossy bank, kicking up plumes of glowing silt. He falls to his knees, taking me with him. The water hits my skin. It is hot, volcanic hot, but compared to the fire raging inside my veins, it feels like ice. It shocks a gasp out of me, forcing air into my starving lungs. He sets me down on a submerged ledge, the water lapping at my waist, soaking through the tattered remains of my clothes. He keeps his hands on my shoulders, steadying me, but his eyes are wild, terrified. Stay, he commands, do not submerge the head. He pulls back. He scrambles away from me, moving to the deeper part of the pool, putting distance between us as if he is contagious. He starts to scrub. It is frantic, violent. He rips the tattered remains of his tunic off, revealing his scarred, gray chest, the muscles bunching and coiling with tension. He plunges his hands into the water, scrubbing at the blood, at the invisible stain of his violence. He grabs a handful of rough sand from the bottom, scouring his skin until it is raw and red, trying to erase the deed. Unclean, he mutters, the water churning around him. Poison cannot touch her, cannot. He looks at his hands with pure loathing. He sees the violation of his oath in them. He believes he has polluted his soul by enjoying the kill, and that if he touches me now, he will stain the holy vessel. My heart breaks. The pain in my chest is a physical scream, a sun trying to birth itself through my ribs, but the pain of watching him hate himself is sharper. I force my body to move. I push off the ledge, my legs trembling, and wade toward him. The water drags at my clothes, heavy and suffocating, trying to pull me down. Gorvek, I say. He doesn't hear me. He is scrubbing his forearms now, trying to wash away the memory of the kill, the feel of the bones snapping. I reach him, I grab his wrists. My hands are small against his massive, scarred arms. My grip is weak, barely a feather's weight, but it stops him. Stop, I whisper. He freezes. He looks at my hands on his skin. He looks at the blood swirling in the water around us, diluting into pink clouds that glow in the blue light. I am covered in death, he chokes out. Do not touch me. It's gone, I say. I move my hands up his arms, tracing the lines of his muscles, ignoring the fever heat radiating from him. You're clean. Look at me, Gorvek, you're clean. He looks up. His eyes are wet. Not with tears, because guardians do not cry, only the spray of the spring and the sweat of his panic. I broke him, he whispers. I enjoyed it. You saved me, I say. That's all that matters. You saved me from the fire. The water soothes the surface of my skin, washing away the sweat and the grime. But inside, the fire is building. The magic is not satisfied with water. It wants more. It wants a connection deeper than skin. A spasm hits me. I arch my back, a cry tearing from my throat. The stone pulses, thump thump. It sends a shockwave of pleasure pain straight to my groin. The agony has turned to hunger, a starvation that has hollowed me out, leaving room only for the fire. The violence of the fight has woken something primal in the magic. It demands a release equal to the trauma. It demands connection. It demands him. I stumble, clutching at his chest for support. My wet clothes cling to me, a second skin that feels too tight, too restrictive. Senna, his hands hover around me, afraid to land, afraid to bruise. It hurts, I gasp. It's not stopping. I will ground you, he says. He offers his arm, the left one. Take it, push the fire into me like before. I look at his arm. I look at the thick veins, the gray skin, the strength of him. It is a medical offer, a triage solution. I shake my head. No, I whisper, not enough, it's not enough. I push his arm away. The rejection stuns him. What, Senna, you will burn, you are boiling. I can't say it. The heat is consuming my brain. I am boiling alive from the inside out. My skin is raw to everything, every drift of the current against my legs dragging a shiver up my spine. The stone has stopped being a rock. It is a heartbeat now, and it is trying to find his. I need him, all of him. I need him, all of him, around me, anchoring me to the earth with a weight that can't be shifted. I need to be pinned by the mountain. Stop the burning, I beg. I grab his shoulders, digging my nails in. Put the fire out. He stares at me, he understands. The realization dawns in his eyes, followed by a wall of terror. No, he breathes. He backs away, the water churning around his waist. I cannot. Why, I scream. You want to, I can feel it. Because I am a monster, he roars. He spreads his arms, gesturing to the blood-stained water to his massive, scarred body. Look at me. I am a creature of breakage, Senna. I do not know how to hold something without crushing it. He is reciting the list of his sins. He is building a cage out of his own self-loathing to keep me safe. He believes his touch is only capable of ruin. I am blood and death, he growls, his voice dropping to a jagged whisper. And you are light. If I take you, I will extinguish you. I look at him. The fear in his eyes is not for himself. It is for me. He thinks he is destruction. He is wrong. I reach down. My fingers fumble with the wet knot of my belt. The leather is slick, stubborn. I yank it free. The bare fur tunic falls open. I shrug it off, letting it drift away in the current like a dead skin. I stand before him in the glowing blue water. The stone in my chest is a beacon, pulsing with a frantic golden light that cuts through the steam, illuminating the scars on my skin, the trembling of my limbs. The mountain hasn't killed me yet, I say, holding my voice steady despite the fire raging in my blood. Do not finish what it started. I wade toward him. The water laps high against me. Test me, I whisper. I step into his space. I press my body against his. The contact is shocking. His skin is rough, hot, solid as rock. The jolt of it makes my breath hitch. Gorvek stands paralyzed. His hands are held up, away from me, trembling. He is fighting a war inside his own skull, the monk screaming at the orc to retreat. Senna, he groans, please. Touch me, I command. I reach up, I wrap my arms around his neck. I pull his head down. I kiss him. It is no soft kiss. It is a bite, a challenge. I taste the salt on his skin, the iron of his resolve. I grind my body against his, letting him feel the desperation, the heat, the need. He breaks. A low, guttural growl rips from his chest. His control shatters. His hands slam onto my waist. They are massive, spanning my entire back, his fingers digging into my hips with a force that bruises. He lifts me. I hook my legs around him. The water buoys me up, making me weightless. He kisses me back. It is a devouring. He consumes my breath, my voice, my sanity. His tongue sweeps into my mouth, demanding, claiming. Mine, he growls against my lips. Mine. He carries me to the edge of the pool, where the mossy bank rises out of the water. He presses my back against the soft, glowing earth. He looms over me, all muscle and scar. He looks at me with a hunger that should terrify me. It is the hunger of a starving man at a banquet. It doesn't terrify me, it thrills me. Do it, I gasp, now. And then he gives me everything, slow and careful and certain, every prayer-counted ounce of his restraint spent making sure my body can take what he is, until the stone in my chest sings and floods the whole grotto gold, and the fire that has been boiling me alive is driven out at last and replaced with nothing but his solid, anchoring weight. When it finally breaks, it takes us both, the core of the earth cracking open. We collapse. He slumps forward, his weight crushing me into the moss. I don't mind, I welcome it. I want to be crushed. I want to be flattened by him. The light fades. The golden flare recedes, leaving the soft blue glow of the cavern. The water settles, lapping at our legs. Silence returns. This time it is sacred. We lie there for a long time, tangled together, our breath mingling in the humid air. We do not speak. We do not move. We just exist in the quiet, watching the bioluminescence pulse in rhythm with our breathing. My heart is finding its way back to a human rhythm. The pain in my chest is gone, all of it. The ember is quiet. Gorvek shifts. He rolls to the side, taking his weight off me but keeping his arm draped over my waist. He pulls me into his side, tucking my head under his chin. He runs a hand down my back, his palm rough and warm. "You are alive," he whispers. It sounds like a question. "I'm alive," I murmur into his chest. "I'm good." He is quiet for a moment. The gears turn in his head, the monk trying to process what the orc just did. "I broke my oath," he says. "You made a new one," I say. He stiffens, then by degrees he relaxes. "Yes." He sits up. He reaches for his discarded gear pile, rummaging through a pouch. "What are you doing?" I ask, blinking up at him. "Stay still." He comes back. In his hand is a small bead of black iron, torn from the underside of his bracer and worked smooth. A simple thing. He gathers a lock of my hair, just behind my left ear. His fingers are clumsy, thick, but he is gentle. He begins to braid the bead into my hair. "What is this?" I ask. "Chasm," he whispers in the harsh, guttural tongue of the deep roads. "A marker," he says in the common tongue, "so the dark knows you're spoken for." He ties off the braid. His thumb brushes my ear. "Spoken for," the tease comes out thin, most of my strength spent. "Is that orc for taken?" He looks down at me, his face is solemn, serious. "It means you are the shore," he says, "and I am the tide, I always return." My breath catches. I don't know the cultural significance. I don't know that in the stronghold, this is a marriage vow, a binding of souls. But the weight of it settles into me anyway. I reach up and touch the bead. It is cool against my skin. "Okay," I whisper, "I can work with that." I curl back into him. He wraps the furs around us, shielding us from the damp. We sleep in the glow of the earth, the monster and the thief, bound by blood and stone, and something far more dangerous.
The strand of hair between my fingers is finer than spider silk, yet it holds the strength to bind a mountain. Senna sleeps, her breath hitches in soft, rhythmic intervals against my thigh, the sound a delicate counterweight to the deep, thrumming silence of the grotto. Above us, the bioluminescence has dimmed, the fever-bright pulse of the cave fading into a steady, twilight glow that mirrors the quiet now settling in her blood. I do not move, my legs have long since gone numb, pinned beneath the weight of her rest, but I would sooner sever the limb than disturb this peace. It is a stolen thing, a fragile truce between the horror of our reality and the impossible softness of this moment. I weave the iron bead into the braid I have fashioned behind her ear. The metal bites cold against my calloused thumb. No jewel, only a scrap of black iron, torn from the underside of my remaining bracer, a piece of the armor that has defined my existence for 2 decades. To give it is to give a piece of my defense, a piece of my shield. My people have words for this, kavro, the tethering. Where humans favor a ceremony of flowers and light, ours is a ceremony of steel and burden. To braid iron into a mate's hair is to say, my strength is your strength, my blood is your shield, where you blade, I blade. My hands tremble just once, it is a vow I have no right to make. The knot tightens, the bead settles against the dark wave of her hair, invisible to anyone who does not know where to look, a secret weight. You're staring again, a voice murmurs, rough with sleep. Senna does not open her eyes. Her head shifts against my leg, seeking warmth, her hand curling loosely into the fur at my waist. I am working, I say, the words traveling out of my chest and into hers. Be still. Working. One eye cracks open, revealing a sliver of whiskey gold light. She blinks, trying to focus on my face. You look like you're disarming a trap. What are you doing to my head? Maintenance. She snorts, the sound unladylike and perfect. Is that what we're calling it? I thought maintenance involved more oil and less intense brooding. There is no oil, I say, my voice flat, though the corner of my mouth betrays me, twitching upward. Only structural reinforcement. Senna shifts, pushing herself up on one elbow. The movement is fluid, but there is a hitch at the end, a small wince she tries to hide. Yesterday, such an action would have wrung a gasp of pain from her throat. Yesterday, the magic rooted beneath her breastbone was a wildfire trying to consume the forest. Now the skin at her collarbone is smooth, the angry red veins receded into faint, pearlescent scars. She is not healed, she is stabilized. The realization hits my gut like a hammer strike. The grounding worked, but the stone has not left her. It has settled. It has found purchase in her biology, rooting deep into her marrow like ivy into a crumbling wall. The burning has stopped because the integration is complete. And that means the extraction will kill her, unless I pay the price instead. Hey, her fingers brush my jaw, calloused pads catching on the stubble. The teasing vanishes from her face, replaced by a raw, open vulnerability that terrifies me more than any blade. You're doing the stone face again. Stop it. It is my face, Senna. I cannot change the architecture. You know what I mean, you go away, behind the walls. She sits up fully, the blanket pooling at her waist, unashamed of her nakedness. The bruises from our journey have faded to yellow and green maps on her skin. Stay here with me. I reach out, my hand encompassing the back of her neck. My thumb traces the pulse point at her throat. It beats strong, steady, alive. I am here, I lie. The silence of the tunnel accepts me like one of its own ghosts. I am a dead man braiding his own eulogy into her hair. Good, she leans into my palm, closing her eyes, because we have a long walk today, and I plan on complaining the entire time. I would expect nothing less. She pulls away, stretching her arms over her head, her spine arching with a satisfying pop. The sight of her vitality, the sheer, undeniable force of her life, nearly breaks me. I stand, the movement abrupt, needing to put distance between the softness of her skin and the hardness of my resolve. Get dressed, little thief, I say, turning my back to gather our scattered gear. The road waits for no one, and the shadows are hungry. The transition from the grotto to the deep roads is a violence. We cross the threshold, leaving behind the warm, humid embrace of the spring, and the cold slams into us. This is no clean bite of surface wind. It is the damp, penetrating chill of dead stone. Senna gasps, her breath misting in the gloom. She pulls her cloak tighter, shivering as the heat of the sanctuary bleeds away. Welcome back to the grave, she mutters. We step into the stale, metallic air of the old veins. Here, the rock is not natural. It has been hewn by ancient machines, the walls scarred by the teeth of great boar picks that died 1,000 years ago. The air tastes of rust and stagnant water. Senna walks ahead of me. She has found a rhythm, her boots silent on the worn stone grooves of the old cart track. The bioluminescence of the cavern is gone, replaced by the harsh, flickering light of the glow crystals I crushed into the lantern housing. The shadows here are long, stretching out from the rusted machinery like grasping fingers. We walk for an hour before the path betrays us. The tunnel opens into a vast cylindrical chasm where the deep roads intersect with a magma vent that went cold centuries ago. The cart track we follow ends abruptly in jagged iron teeth. The bridge that once spanned the void has collapsed, leaving a 50-foot gap of darkness between us and where the worn grooves pick up again. Well, Senna says, peering over the edge. She kicks a pebble into the abyss. We wait. There is no sound of impact. That's problematic. I scan the structure. The main bridge is gone, but the maintenance chains still hang from the ceiling, thick as a man's thigh, draped across the gap like iron cobwebs. A single rusted iron beam runs parallel to them, connecting the fractured edges. We cross on the beam, I say. Senna looks at the beam, then at the drop, then at me. It's covered in ice, Gorvek. It is covered in rust. Rust grips, ice slips, you will be fine. And if I slip, I will catch you. I step out first to test the weight. The beam groans, a low, mournful sound that vibrates through the soles of my boots. Metal flakes away under my tread, falling into the dark. It holds. I turn back, extending a hand. Come. Senna hesitates only a second. She grips my forearm, her fingers digging into the leather bracer. We move in tandem. I take the lead, breaking the air, shielding her from the draft rising from the depths. The cold here is absolute, and it seeks the marrow. Halfway across, the beam shifts. A bolt shears somewhere in the dark below with a sound like a whip crack. The iron lurches sideways. Senna stumbles, her boots skidding on a patch of slick condensation. She falls. My reaction is not thought, only instinct honed by a lifetime of violence. My hand shoots out, clamping onto her wrist before gravity can claim her. I wrench her back, pulling her hard against my chest. Her body collides with mine, small and frantic. Her heart races against my ribs, a rapid staccato beat that syncs with the slower thud of my own. I have you, I growl, my arm an iron band around her waist. She buries her face in my neck, shaking, but then something happens. The stone in her chest flares. This is not the searing heat of before. It is a hum, a deep vibration that travels from her skin into mine, warming the cold armor, warming the freezing air around us. It is possessive. It is the earth recognizing itself. We stand there, balanced on a strip of rusted metal over a bottomless dark, wrapped in a stolen heat. You didn't let go, she whispers into my collar. I tighten my grip. I should push her back. I should establish the distance required for the mission, but my body betrays me. I hold her, inhaling the scent of her fear and the ozone tang of the magic. I will never let go, I say. It is another lie. I will let go at the gate. I will let go so she can fly. So, she says, her voice trembling but gaining strength. She pulls back, looking up at me. This is what orcs build to last. Remind me to complain to whoever poured the foundations. The chieftain focuses his resources on the upper defenses. The deep roads are forgotten. Kaduk, she says, testing the name. Is he going to be waiting on the other side of this death trap? Kaduk values the survival of the stronghold above all else, I say, guiding her carefully toward the far ledge. He believes that sentiment is a rust that corrodes the machine of society. He will be waiting, and he will have questions. And we reach the solid stone of the far tunnel. She steps off the beam, but her hand lingers on my arm. Do you believe that feeling's a rust? I look back at the abyss we just crossed. I did, for 20 years. But not now. Now, I say, looking at the braid behind her ear, I believe rust is inevitable, and perhaps necessary. She smiles, a small, crooked thing. Careful, Gorvek, you're sounding like a rebel. I am a traitor, Senna, there is a difference. The word hangs in the air, heavy and undeniable. By bringing her here, by failing to execute her the moment the stone bonded, I have betrayed my order. When we reach the stronghold, I will not be greeted as a brother. I will be greeted as a criminal. But that does not matter, only the gate matters. We keep moving, I command, gesturing forward with my chin. The ventilation shaft is ahead, we rest there. The tunnel widens as we progress, revealing the colossal scale of the old veins. Great pillars of iron sustain the ceiling, bolted deep into the bedrock. Chains thicker than a man's torso hang suspended in the dark, swaying in the draft, clinking with a sound like distant funeral bells. This is the skeleton of my people's ambition. We dug deep to find the heart of the world, and we found only silence and monsters. It's huge, Senna whispers, looking up at a dormant engine of stone and iron that towers 3 stories above us. I always thought orcs just lived in caves, dirt floors, bone fires. We built cities when your ancestors were still stacking mud in the rain, I say, a flare of old pride warming my chest. We forged steel before humans discovered fire, but we dug too deep, we woke things that should have slept. The Heartstone, and worse. The mention of the stone makes her hand drift to her chest. She rubs the sternum right over the spot where the magic lives. It's quiet today, humming like a cat purring. It is fed, I say, the words clipped short. It is waiting. We reach the ventilation shaft an hour later. It is a vertical tier in the world, a chimney carved through 2 miles of rock to the surface. A great high above allows a single, distinct beam of gray daylight to pierce the gloom. Snow drifts down in lazy spirals, melting before it hits the ground. The air here is fresh. It smells of pine and ice. It smells of the world I have forfeited. Senna drops her pack and sits on a flat slab of rock beneath the shaft, turning her face up toward the distant sky. She closes her eyes, breathing deeply. Sunlight, she whispers, or close enough. I stand guard at the tunnel entrance, my axe resting against my shoulder. I watch her drink the light. To me, that light looks distant, alien, like a star observed from the bottom of an ocean. When we get out of this, she says, not opening her eyes, when you get this thing out of me, we're going to get Leah. My hands tighten on the haft of the axe. The wood groans. Senna. No, listen, she opens her eyes, turning that fierce, burning gaze on me. I've been thinking about the logistics, the south, but not the cities. There's a watchtower near the Crimson Coast. My father used to talk about it. It's abandoned. She leans forward, her elbows on her knees, animation lighting up her features. It's quiet there, Gorvek, just the sea and the stone, no temples, no crowds. You could whittle, or stare at the wall for hours, whatever it is you do to recharge that massive well of yours. The air leaves my lungs. She has planned a future that accommodates my silence. She has built a space for me in her life where I do not have to be a guardian. Leah will need stability, I say, my voice sounding hollow to my own ears. The coast is damp. We'll fix the roof. You're handy with a hammer, aren't you? She laughs, a sound that echoes off the cold walls. I've never had a plan, Gorvek, not a real one. It's always been survive the weak. But now with you, she shakes her head. I feel like I could fight a god and win. You make me feel possible. Possible. The word is a knife twisting in my gut. She sees a future. She sees a road stretching out before us, paved with struggle but leading to a quiet tower by the sea. She does not see the cliff edge we are standing on. To remove the stone without killing the host requires an equivalent exchange. Life for life, energy for energy. The ancient texts are clear. The vessel must be emptied, but the void must be filled. I am the filler. I am the plug for the hole in the world. I should tell her, I should sit down on that cold stone, take her small, scarred hands in mine, and tell her that the price of her sister's life is my own. I should let her mourn me now, while I am still here to hold her through the grief. But I look at her face, I look at the hope that has finally displaced the fear in her eyes. It is the first time I have seen her look forward instead of looking over her shoulder. I cannot take that from her, not yet. Cowardice tastes like bile in my throat. We will go to the coast, I say. The lie is smooth, polished by desperation. The salt air will be good for the lungs. Senna beams, it is a radiant, blinding thing. And for yours, old man, you creak when you stand up. I do not creak, I settle. Sure, whatever you say, she stands, shouldering her pack with a grunt. Let's go. The sooner we get to this gate, the sooner we get to the rest of our lives. The rest of your life, Senna, the rest of yours. I nod, gesturing her forward, after you. The smell hits me a mile from the stronghold. It is faint, buried under the scent of ozone and stale water, but to a guardian it is unmistakable. It is the smell of a void, the absence of scent. Null iron. I stop, holding up a fist. Senna freezes, her body dropping into a crouch, a knife appearing in her hand as if summoned from the air. Her reflexes are sharpening. She is learning. What? She mouths, her eyes scanning the dark. I move to the wall, crouching near a pile of rubble. Look. I point to a corner where a chasm rat, a beast the size of a dog, usually vicious and loud, lies curled against the stone. It is not sleeping. It's dead, Senna whispers. Not just dead, silenced. I touch the creature's flank. It is cold, but there is no rigor, there is no blood, no wound. The eyes are open, clouded with gray, staring at nothing. Null iron arrow, I say low. It passed through the heart and dissolved the life force. No pain, no sound. Senna stares at the rat, her hand going to her throat. The coin wraiths. Scouts, I correct. The kill is fresh, perhaps 2 hours. They're close. They are ahead, likely watching the gate. Fear flickers in her scent, acrid and sharp, but she stamps it down. Can we go around? There is no around. The lay gate is the only tap into the core. If we want to stabilize the stone, we must use the main sluice gate. I stand, wiping the dust from my fingers. The coin wraiths are efficient. They know where we must go. They are not hunting us through the tunnels anymore. They are waiting at the finish line. Stay close to me, I command, my voice dropping into the lower register of combat orders. If I say run, you run. If I say drop, you drop. Do not argue. Do not hesitate. I'm not a child, Gorvek. No, you are the target. If they hit you with null iron while the stone is integrated, it does worse than dampen the magic. It causes a rejection. Your blood will boil. She pales. Oh. Exactly, stay behind my shield. I unhook the axe from my back. The weight of the black iron is familiar, a comfort that has never failed me, but today it feels light, insufficient. We move forward, but the air has changed. The intimacy of the morning, the hope of the ventilation shaft, all of it has been scoured away by the proximity of the threat. The lover recedes, the wall returns. And walls do not have futures. The leg gate is a monument to hubris. It stands at the end of the great arterial tunnel, a massive circular door of black metal, 3 times the height of a man. The surface is etched with runes that glow with a faint, sickly violet light, the color of contained pressure. The tunnel here is wide, opening into a semicircular antechamber littered with the debris of centuries. Crates, broken mine carts, skeletal remains of lifting rigs. It is a graveyard of industry. "It's quiet," Senna whispers. "Too quiet." My eyes sweep the upper catwalks of rusted iron, the shadowed alcoves. The null iron scent is stronger here, clinging to the walls, but I see no movement, no glint of lenses, no distortion of cloaking weaves. They are here, they itch under my skin like a coming storm, but they are waiting for us to open the door. They want the stone active, they want the surge. The mechanism is there. I point to a pedestal near the center of the door, a heavy iron wheel set into a stone block surrounded by locking gears. It requires strength to turn, I must do it. Senna looks at the wheel, then back at the dark tunnel behind us. It feels like a trap. It is a trap, I agree, but the cheese is the only cure for the poison. I walk to the gate, my boots ring out on the metal floor plates, a challenge to the silence. Eyes track me from the dark. Somewhere in it, bowstrings are drawn taut and waiting. I stop at the pedestal. The iron wheel is cold, coated in the grease of ages and the dust of neglect. I look back at her. Senna stands 10 paces behind me, her knife in hand, her body coiled tight. She looks small against the scale of the gate, fragile. The braid with my iron bead rests against her neck, a dark line against pale skin. She meets my gaze, she nods, a sharp, defiant jerk of her chin. Do it. She trusts me, she believes I am opening this door to save her. She believes we are going to walk through, fix the magic, and walk out to find her sister. I memorize her face. I catalog the smudge of dirt on her cheek, the fierce set of her jaw, her eyes holding the light even in the dark. I burn this image into my mind, layering it over the memories of snow and solitude. Stand clear, Senna, I say. I'm ready, she says. Forgive me. I grip the wheel, it is frozen, fused by time and pressure. I grip my teeth and heave, nothing moves. My muscles scream, cords standing out on my neck. I need more than muscle, I need the earth. I push my magic into the mechanism. Stone to stone, iron to iron, yield. The pedestal shudders, a groan echoes through the cavern, a high, piercing shriek of metal shearing against rust. It is loud enough to wake the dead, loud enough to signal every enemy within 5 miles. The whale turns. Gears grind deep within the wall. The runes on the gate flare blindingly bright, violet turning to white. A blast of heat hits us, carrying the smell of ozone and ancient power. The great doors begin to part, inch by screaming inch. And from the darkness of the iron catwalks above, a single arrow flies.
The scream of the metal vibrates in my teeth, rattling the marrow of my bones, loud enough to drown out the terrified thumping of my own heart. Gorvek stands before the massive wheel of the lay gate, his back to me, every muscle in that vast expanse of shoulders corded tight. A creature of stone and force, pitting himself against a mechanism that hasn't moved in 1,000 years. The rust shrieks in protest, flaking off in red clouds that taste like blood on the tongue, thick with the flavor of decay. My hand drifts to the braid behind my ear, fingers seeking the cold, hard reassurance of the iron bead he wove into my hair. It rests against my neck, a small anchor in a world coming loose from its moorings. A gray sea churns in my mind, and a stone tower with a leaking roof that smells of salt and wet cedar, and Gorvek sitting on a bench, his massive frame hunched over a piece of driftwood, whittling with hands that can crush skulls but choose to create instead. It's a fragile dream, the kind people like me usually sell for a warm meal or a night of safety. A fantasy belonging to a different woman, one who hasn't spent her life stealing scraps from the tables of gods. But for the first time in 25 years, I am not looking for the exit. I am looking at the door. Come on, I whisper, the words lost in the cacophony of the gears. Turn, you bastard. The heartstone hums in sympathy with the grinding metal. Since the grotto, since Gorvek's skin cooled the fever, the stone has been quiet, and now it sits like a second heart, steady and heavy, beating just off the rhythm of the mountain. It likes the gate. It recognizes the iron. It wants to go home. With a final earth-shaking groan, the locking pins disengage. Boom, boom, boom. Tumblers falling into place echo like cannon fire down the tunnel, shaking dust from the ceiling. The violet runes etched into the gate flare blindingly bright, washing the grim industrial graveyard in a sickly, pulsating light that makes my skin look gray. The doors, 2 slabs of black iron 3 stories high, shudder. They begin to part. A draft hits us, warm air, smelling of sulfur and forge fires, the scent of roasting meat and oil, the smell of the stronghold. Ozone and ancient dust swirl together as the seal breaks. Gorvek releases the wheel, his chest heaving. He turns to me, sweat slicking his skin, his amber eyes burning with a fierce, terrified triumph. Exhaustion lines his face, deep and shadowed. He opens his mouth to speak. And then the arrow hits him. It happens in the space between heartbeats. 1 second, he is looking at me, his lips forming my name. The next, a black shaft sprouts from his shoulder, punching through the pauldron leather with a wet, sickening thud. The hiss of the null iron touching his aura is audible, like water hitting a hot skillet. The impact jerks him back a step. He doesn't scream, he doesn't even grunt. He just stares at the arrow, surprised, as if it's a rude interruption rather than a killing blow. Then the silence breaks. Down. His roar shakes the stones beneath my feet. He launches himself at me, not away from the danger but toward it, his body becoming a massive canopy of muscle and steel. He slams into me, driving me backward into the shallow alcove of the gate mechanism. I hit the stone hard, the breath knocked out of me. My skull cracks against the wall, sparking white lights in my vision. Before I can gasp, he is there, pinning me against the wall, his arms bracketing my head, his back to the tunnel. Thud, thud, crack. 3 more impacts. Vibrations shudder through his frame and into mine, arrows hitting his back, arrows hitting the armor. Arrows meant for me. Gorvek, I scream, scrabbling at his chest. Move, you have to move. Stay, he snarls, blood already flecking his lips, staining his tusks crimson. Stay down. I try to look past him under his arm. The tunnel behind us, the graveyard of machines we just walked through, is alive with shadows. They detach themselves from the rusted scaffolds and the piles of rubble, figures wrapped in gray, faces hidden behind smooth, faceless masks. Coin wraiths. They do not shout, they do not charge. They move with a terrifying, liquid efficiency, advancing in a fan formation. And they are doing more than firing. As they come, they drive strange, humming rods into the ground, a perimeter closing around us. This is not a killing. It is a cage going up. A bolt strikes the stone inches from my face, shattering into fragments. A shard nicks my cheek. Pain explodes. This is no sharp sting of a cut. It is a deep, nauseating shock that travels to my chest, bypassing nerve and bone to strike the soul. The heartstone spasms. A phantom hand reaches inside my ribs and squeezes the magic until it bruises. My vision grays out, bile rises in my throat. Null iron, I gasp, doubling over, clutching my chest as the sickness roils through me. They're using null iron. Gorvek sees it. He sees me falter. A low, guttural sound rips from his throat, pure and unadulterated rage. He shifts, expanding his stance, making himself an even bigger target. He spreads his arms, gripping the stone on either side of me until his body covers all of mine. They cannot touch you, he says against my forehead. If they hit the stone, the rejection. You're dying, I shout, grabbing the fur of his tunic. His blood is hot and slick on my hands, soaking the leather, dripping onto my boots. You can't just stand there and take it. Fight them. If I move, you are exposed. The logic is cold, brutal, unassailable. The alcove is shallow. If he turns to fight, he leaves a gap. If he charges, he leaves me behind. The coin wraiths have us pinned in a kill box. They don't need to aim well, they just need to fill the air with iron until one of us drops. And Gorvek is dropping first. His breathing is wet now, heavy. The copper tang of it overwhelms the sulfur of the gate. He flinches as another bolt finds a gap in his armor, sinking into his lower back. His arms tremble, the muscles straining against the weight and against the paralysis spreading from the poison. The null iron is locking his joints, turning his own strength into a cage. He is buying me seconds. He is paying for my life with pints of his blood. This is it, the thought comes, sharp and clear through the panic. This is the end of the plan. His eyes are squeezed shut, his forehead resting against the stone above my head. Counting the hits, every impact is a theft. Every arrow steals a piece of the future we just started to build. Gorvek, I whisper, shaking him. Gorvek, look at me. He opens his eyes. The amber is dimming, clouded by pain and the hazy distance of shock. I will hold them, he rasps, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. When the gate opens fully, run, do not look back. No. Senna, run. I'm not leaving you. You must. A shudder runs through him, so violent his teeth click together. The stone must survive. He isn't talking about the Heartstone, he's talking about me. The realization turns my blood to ice. He never planned on coming with me. The coast, the tower, the whittling. He agreed to it all, he let me build the fantasy, but he knew. He knew the extraction required a life. He knew the price. He brought me here to save me, and he intended to pay for it with his own corpse. The gate is halfway open now, a 10-foot gap of blinding light. But the coin wraiths are closer. 20 yards, 15, they are reloading. The leader raises a hand, signaling for a concentrated volley. They are going to finish him. And then they will take me. My eyes dart around the tunnel, desperate for an exit, a weapon, a miracle. Nothing but stone and rust. The massive drilling machine lies overturned to our left, a hulk of iron. The ceiling above is fractured, held up by rotted wooden supports and ancient chains. Wait. Above the advancing line of hunters, the ceiling of the tunnel is a mess of fractured rock. A heavy iron chain hangs from a rusted winch, bolted into a central pillar that looks like it's been rotting for centuries. The wood is black with age and damp. The pillar stands between our alcove and the coin wraith line. Structural weakness. And next to me, the drilling mechanism. A black leather hose dangles from its undercarriage, weeping thick black oil onto the stone. The puddle is slick and reeks of tar. It's not enough to kill them all, but it might be enough to break the world. Gorvek is fading. His weight leans heavier on me, a dying mountain. If I do nothing, we both die here. If I stay behind his shield, I watch the light go out of his eyes, and then I die anyway. But if I move, he lives. The realization hits me with the force of a punch. He is only here, only standing still because of me. I am the tether holding him in the fire. If I cut the tether, he falls back. He falls into the stronghold. He falls into safety. It is the simplest choice in the world, and the cruelest. Gorvek, I say, my voice steady. He focuses on me, blinking slowly. Senna. I reach up, cupping his face. His skin is clammy, the heat fading. I smear his own blood on his cheek. I map the scars with my thumb. I love you, I say. His eyes widen. The shock cuts through the pain, clearing the fog for a single, devastating second. Senna, no. I kiss him, hard, messy, tasting of iron and despair. I pour everything I have into it. Every dream of the coast, every quiet moment by the fire, every beat of the heart he saved. A confession sharpened into a weapon, meant to stun him so I can escape. Don't follow me, I whisper against his lips. Then I move. I don't step away, I drop. I go fluid, sliding out from under his arm like water. Senna. His scream tears his throat. He lunges for me, his hand snatching at my cloak, fingers hooking into the fabric. But his muscles are locked, the null iron poison slowing his reflexes. He is too slow. I slash the clasp with my dagger, leaving the wool in his grip. I sprint not toward the gate, not toward safety. I run straight at the coin wraiths. The effect is immediate. The hunters startle. They shift their aim, tracking the small, fast target darting across the open ground. Bolts spark off the stone at my heels, kicking up sprays of grit. Cease fire, one of them shouts, a distorted, mechanical voice coming from behind a mask. Secure the vessel, do not damage the payload. They stop shooting to kill. They aim low, aiming for legs, reaching for bolos and nets. They want me alive. That is their mistake. I don't look back. I can hear Gorvek behind me, the heavy, stumbling crash of his boots as he tries to pursue. Stop, Senna, stop. But he is wounded, he is paralyzed, and I am the wind. I zigzag through the debris, dodging a rusted cart, leaping over a pile of slag. The buried fire under my ribs is screaming now, reacting to the proximity of the null iron. It burns. It wants to fight. Good, I think, let's fight. My lungs burn, my legs pump. I am a blur of motion in the gray dark. I reach the overturned drilling machine near the center of the tunnel. The coin wraiths are 10 yards away, spreading out to encircle me. They think I am cornered. I skid to a halt in the puddle of black oil. I slash the hose, drenching the base of the rotting pillar in the thick, black grease. Hey, I scream, my voice cracking. The coin wraiths pause. The leader steps forward, his blade drawn, a matte, light drinking metal. He raises a hand, holding the circle back. Submit, he commands. I place my hand on the oil-soaked wood. Burn, I whisper. I push. I don't know how to use magic. I don't know the words or the gestures. But the Heartstone knows. It hates the cold. It hates the iron. It wants to be free. I shove the scream in my chest down my arm. The ground takes what one body can't, I gasp, repeating Gorvek's lesson. One vessel cracks, 2 vessels hold. The backlash is instant. The skin on my palm sears, blistering as the magic surges out of me, too wild to be channeled safely. Whoosh! The world turns white. The oil catches and detonates. The magic amplifies the flame, turning a spark into an inferno. The fire burns white-hot, laced with violent, violet veins. The rotten wood chars and crumbles. The fire roars up the pillar, turning the support into a column of blinding white flame. The rock groans. A deep crack splits somewhere overhead and lands in my gut. Cover, a coin wraith screams. I dive. I throw myself sideways, scrambling behind the heavy iron chassis of the drilling machine just as the ceiling comes down. The sound is beyond sound. It is the end of the world. Thousands of tons of rock, dirt, and iron crash down into the tunnel. The shock wave hits me like a physical blow, picking me up and slamming me against the metal wall of my shelter. My ribs crack. The air is sucked out of the space, replaced by dust and noise. Rocks bounce off the machine casing, ringing like bells. A boulder the size of a carriage smashes into the ground where I was standing a second ago. I curl into a ball, covering my head, screaming through gritted teeth as the mountain tries to bury me. Then silence. Absolute ringing silence. I lie there for a long time, minutes, hours. Time has no meaning in the dark. I am coughing. My lungs feel full of cement. My body throbs in time with the panic in my chest. I check my limbs, wiggle my toes, clench my fingers. My right hand is raw, burned from the ignition. I am alive, somehow. The drilling machine created a pocket, a small triangle of space amidst the collapse. I push myself up, my limbs shaking. The air is thick with dust that tastes of copper and old earth. Visibility is reduced to inches. I fumble for my lantern, but it's smashed. I am in the dark. Gorvek, I whisper. The name scrapes my throat raw. I stumble toward where the tunnel used to be. I hit a wall of jagged rock. The collapse is total. The tunnel is sealed. Gorvek, I scream, pounding my fists against the stone. Gorvek, answer me. I press my ear to the rock. I hold my breath, listening past the ringing in my ears. Faintly, muffled by feet of rock, a rhythmic thudding vibrates through the stone. Metal on stone, again and again. And a voice, roaring, broken, and wild. Senna, Senna. He is alive. He is on the stronghold side. He is safe. I slump against the rock, sliding down until I hit the floor. Tears cut tracks through the dust on my face. I press my forehead against the cold stone, closing my eyes. I'm here, I whisper, though I know he can't hear me. I'm here. The thudding continues. He is trying to dig me out. He will dig until his hands are bone. He will never stop. He will break himself against this wall trying to get to me. Go, I sob. Please just go, save yourself. I listen to the frantic sounds of his grief. I imagine him there, bleeding, frantic, alone. I imagine the coin wraiths that might still be on his side. No, the collapse would have pushed them back or buried them. He is alone. I saved him. The thought should bring comfort. It brings only a hollow, aching cold. A sound behind me makes me freeze. It is the scrape of a boot on stone. I turn slowly, my back to the wall of rubble. The dust is settling, revealing the carnage of the collapse. The tunnel is gone, but the pocket I am in is larger than I thought. It connects to the side passages, the rat ways the coin wraiths used to flank us. And standing in the haze, battered, covered in gray dust, is a figure. The commander from the bridge. He survived the wall. He is missing his mask. Half his face is burned, the skin raw and weeping from the magical fire. He favors his left leg, leaning heavily against a chunk of debris. His armor is dented, his cloak torn away, but he is standing. His eyes are clear, cold, fixated on me. There is no anger in them, no pain, only the mission. He holds a short sword in one hand. The blade is dark, drinking the little light that remains. In the other hand, he holds a null iron collar. It is open, the hinges gleaming. The vessel, he wheezes, stepping over the crushed body of one of his own men, is secured. I stand up, my legs are shaking, my knife is lost in the rubble. My magic is exhausted, a hollow ache in my chest. My right hand is a ruin of blisters. I am alone in the dark with a monster. Gorvek screams my name one last time from behind the wall. It sounds like a prayer. It sounds like a curse. Senna. I close my eyes for a second. I picture the tower. I picture the sea. I picture Gorvek, healed and whole, watching the waves. I open my eyes. I wipe the tears and the blood from my face. I lift my chin. I am Senna of the Low Quarter. I am the vessel of the Heartstone, and I am not done fighting. I pick up a jagged rock from the debris. It is heavy, sharp, and primitive. It is not enough, but it is all I have. Come and get it, I say. The coin wraith steps forward.
Silence has weight. It presses down on the eardrums, heavier than the mountain itself. Dust hangs in the air, a thick gray fog tasting of pulverized stone and old fire. It coats the tongue, dry and bitter, stings the eyes, turns the world to a haze of gray ghosts. The roar of the collapse has faded, and only a ringing in the ears remains, a high, thin keen like a dying animal. My body moves before my mind catches up. My muscles coil and release, throwing my weight against the wall of debris. A tomb, not a wall. Boulders the size of siege wagons wedged together, interlocked by tons of smaller scree and twisted iron from the old scaffolds. The drilling machine she hid behind is buried. The ceiling has come down, sealing the deep roads, sealing the path, sealing her. Zano. The name tears from my throat, raw and ragged. It bounces off the iron doors of the stronghold behind, mocking in its echo. No answer. I press my ear to the cold, rough face of a granite slab. I close my eyes, straining past the ringing, past the shifting groan of the settling pile, listening for the one thing that matters. Thump, thump. No, that is my own pulse, frantic and loud. I search for the bond, the quiet, deep hum of the heartstone that has lived in the back of my skull for days. It should be there, a vibration, a warmth, a second gravity pulling at my blood. Nothing. The silence of the bond is deafening, a void where a fire used to be. No. The word is a hammer in my mind. I reject the silence. The physics of the fall mean nothing. I hook my fingers over the edge of the granite slab, jagged stone biting into my skin. With a roar I heave, my shoulders scream. My tendons pop, strained to the snapping point. The slab shifts, grinding against its neighbors, sparks flying from the friction. It moves an inch, then two. Gravity fights back, the pile shifts, settling deeper. A fresh cascade of smaller rocks pours into the gap I just made and fills it. The mountain is healing the wound I am trying to make. No. My fingernails tear against the rock. Blood slicks my fingertips and mixes with the dust to a gray paste. Digging is the only reality, and I shove stones aside, heedless of the sharp edges slicing my skin. A gap appears between two boulders. My arm plunges into the shoulder, groping in the dark. She is small, the thought loops a frantic prayer. She is fast. She found a pocket. She is waiting. My fingers brush something, not stone, something soft. I yank it out. A scrap of leather, a strip from her boot lace, burned at the end. Copper scents the dust, and under it the fire roll she used, and under that the smell I know is death. I shove a jagged spar of iron aside, the metal groaning. My boots slip on the slick floor, my knees hitting the stone hard enough to crack it. Too slow. The truth of it hits harder than any arrow. Decades spent training the body to be an immovable thing, meditations in ice storms until the skin turned blue, holding the gate against armies of goblins and cave bears. All of that strength gathered into one vessel. And it is useless. The mountain cannot be moved, not fast enough. Every second spent struggling with this rock is a breath she does not take. Every heartbeat wasted is a drop of blood leaving her body. My hands shake. It is terror, the absolute kind, a thing I have never carried before. I have feared failure. I have feared dishonor. I have never feared a world with one specific person gone out of it. I do now. The silence stretches, vast and indifferent. She is gone, the darkness whispers. The thief is gone. The stone is lost. You have failed. Patience is the shield, the voice of the high temple recites in the mind. Endurance is the armor, accept the will of the stone. Rot the stone, another voice answers, a voice unheard since the days of the fighting pits. Rot the shield, burn the armor. A sound rises in my chest, starting as a growl, a vibration deep in my lungs. It builds, bypassing my throat, bypassing reason. I throw my head back, letting it out. The roar shakes the remaining dust from the ceiling. Not a human sound, not an orcish sound, the sound of a soul fracturing. It carries the grief of the earth, the rage of the fire, the desperation of the wind. My scream lasts until my voice breaks, until my throat tastes of blood, until the echo dies, leaving only the gray dark. The wall remains, the immovable object. If it cannot be moved, the thought comes, cold and crystalline, then it must be destroyed. The high temple teaches restraint. It teaches that strength must be tempered by wisdom, that rage is a fire that consumes the vessel. The elders speak of the Karvok, the blood madness, as a curse, a relic of the dark times when our ancestors were warlords who drank the marrow of their enemies and not guardians at all. To invoke it is heresy. To use it is to forfeit the soul. Let the soul rot, the warlord whispers. The soul didn't save her. The jagged shard of the axe lies in the dust, cold black iron. It feels heavy, judgmental in my hand, once the tool of office, now just scrap. I press the jagged edge against my palm, not the fingertips, the center, the lifeline. Do not do this, Gorvek, the guardian pleads. Once this door opens, it cannot be closed. You will become the thing you guard against. My attention shifts to the blocked tunnel. I paint her on the other side, alone in the dark. I am not a guardian, I whisper into the silence. The shard slices. Pain flares sharp and white. Blood wells up dark and rich in the gloom, dripping onto the stone floor. 1 drop, 2, 3. I unbind. The language is old orcish, guttural and harsh. Words that grind against the teeth like gravel. I yield the shield. I break the lock. I clench my fist, forcing the blood to flow faster, coating the iron shard. Blood for strength, life for death. I am the weapon. The reaction is instantaneous. Not heat, not the burning fever of the Heartstone. Ice. A glacier crashes into my veins, the world sharpens. The gray fog of the dust seems to clear, replaced by a clarity too sharp to be real. Every pebble stands out in high relief. My heartbeat slows, becoming a thunderous, deliberate drum. Thud thud, thud thud. The pain in my shoulder where the arrow struck vanishes. The ache in my knees disappears. Exhaustion drains out of my limbs and a cold, boundless energy floods in to fill them. It is like breathing in a winter storm. My skin tightens, the muscles underneath drawn taut as forged cable. The color bleeds out of the world. The rust brown of the iron goes, the gray of the stone goes, and everything is left in black and white. Except for heat. Heat blooms in the rock wall, a livid bruise of warmth against the gray. Friction burns glow on the stone where the collapse settled. Weak points in the structure shine like cracks in ice. The path is visible. I stand fluid, weightless, tall, and the constraints go with the ache, the hesitation, the fear, the slow, cold weight of conscience. They belong to Gorvek the Guardian. Gorvek is gone, the landslide remains. The blockage looms, no handholds are sought, no leverage is needed. A fist punches the stone. Crack. The boulder doesn't shift, it shatters. A spiderweb of fractures explodes outward from the impact. Stone turns to gravel, dust puffs out, violent and sudden. Another strike and another. Hands become hammers, bones are harder than the granite. Digging is abandoned for eating the earth. Chunks of rock the size of anvils are torn from the wall and hurled backward as if made of paper. A layer of twisted iron, part of the old support struts, blocks the way, a tangle of metal snakes. The Guardian would have looked for a cutting tool. I grab the iron with bare hands. My muscles pull, the metal shrieks, it resists. It cuts into my palms, slicing through the calluses, through the skin to the bone. Blood sprays, blacken my monochrome vision. The vibration of tearing metal travels up my arms, but there is no pain. Bend, the command screams in my blood. The iron snaps, I rip the debris free and toss it aside. I tunnel deeper, a creature of the deep returning to the dark. The noise is deafening, the grinding of stone, the snapping of iron, but inside my head there is only the silence of the hunt. Find her. A massive slab blocks the way, part of the ceiling structure, too thick to break. The heat signature of the open space beyond glows just 3 feet away. I jam my shoulders under the lip of the stone, my feet plant, the floor cracks under my boots. Move. I lift. Muscles that shouldn't exist flare into life. My spine compresses, vertebrae grinding together, weight enough to crush a siege wagon, enough to flatten a squad of soldiers. A roar tears free of me, devoid of humanity. The slab rises, it groans, tilting, sliding. Gravity screams in protest, but the blood magic is louder. With a final explosive heave, I shove the slab aside. It crashes down, shaking the tunnel. A gap. Darkness beyond. I dive through. Rolling on the other side, I come up in a crouch, ready to kill. The air here is hotter, the dust is thicker. The smell of the firewall is pungent, mixing with the charred scent of ozone and something else. Fear. My eyes scan the pocket. My vision shifts, hunting for the signature, the bright, blinding white of a living soul. There. Movement. 3 figures pick themselves up from the floor, shaking off debris. Their outlines are crisp, glowing with the faint reddish aura of exertion. Hearts beat, slow, rhythmic pulses audible across the cavern. Thump, thump, thump. Coin wraiths. They survived the collapse, battered armor dented, cloaks torn but alive, professional killers. They are already forming a perimeter, weapons raised. And moving. They converge on a spot near the center of the pocket, a pile of rubble near the twisted wreckage of the machine. My focus follows their gaze. My heart stops. A small shape lies there, motionless. Sano. The ice in my veins freezes solid. The world narrows down to a single point, the distance to cross, the time it will take them to reach her. They draw their weapons, null iron blades, weighted nets. They think they are hunters, they think they are secure in the dark. The shadows release me. A pebble skitters under a boot. The nearest coinwraith turns. He wears a porcelain mask cracked down the center. He sees a massive shape emerging from the solid rock wall, covered in gray dust and black blood, eyes glowing with a light that is not natural. He freezes. For a fraction of a second, his brain tries to process the impossibility. That second is his last. I cross 20 feet in 2 strides. Speed defies mass. He raises a crossbow. He fires. The bolt hits my chest, a dull thud. The tip pierces the muscle, but my momentum does not slow. The Karvak ignores the injury. It ignores the shock. I swat the weapon aside. Metal bends. My arc continues, my fingers closing around his throat. The impact lifts him off his feet. Under my grip, cartilage snaps like dry kindling. The momentum carries through. His body becomes a flail, slamming into the second coin wraith attempting to flank. The second hunter is fast. He ducks the corpse and lashes out with a null iron blade. The sword connects with my thigh, slicing deep. It should sever the muscle. It should cripple the leg. The wound bleeds, but my leg holds. The madness stitches the intent across the gap in the flesh. I reach down, grabbing the coin wraith by the helmet. He screams, a short, muffled sound. My fingers squeeze. Metal crumples, bone gives way, the scream cuts off. I drop the body. The third coin wraith, the commander, spins around, faster than the others. He holds a short sword of dark metal in one hand and a bolo in the other. Backed against the wall, he does not panic. He throws the bolo. Weighted balls wrap around my legs, wire biting into my shins, tripping my charge. Stone rushes up to meet my face. The leader lunges, aiming for the neck, a killing blow. I roll clear of the strike zone. The sword sparks off the stone where my head was a second ago. With a roar, I tear at the wire. It snaps like thread. I scramble up and renew the lunge. He feints, stepping inside my guard. He drives the sword into my side, between the ribs. The breath leaves my lungs. The blade is cold. It twists. Die, beast, he hisses. My eyes lock on him, then down at the sword buried in my gut. Laughter bubbles up out of me, a wet, gurgling sound. I grab his wrist, the one holding the sword. No, I rumble. I drag myself toward her. The sword slides deeper, impaling me further to close the distance. His eyes widen behind the burns on his face. He tries to let go, but my grip is a vice. He is trapped by his own weapon. My headbutt connects. Crag. His mask shatters, his nose collapses. He staggers back, dazed, his grip on the sword lost. The blade remains plugged in the hole. I grab his throat and belt. I lift him overhead. He flails, kicking at my wounded chest. Monster. Yes, I throw him. The body flies across the cavern, smashing into the rock wall with a wet crunch before sliding down. He slumps there, his chest heaving in ragged jerks. Broken, impaled, but null iron armor is tough. He is not dead yet. Silence returns. My panting fills the quiet. The sword in my side throbs in time with the madness. Blood flows from a dozen wounds. My death is a certainty. It doesn't matter. I turn to the pile and the blood roars in my ears, a white rush drowning out everything but the need to see her face, to see the rise and fall of her chest. I scramble over the debris. My hands shake again, not from fear, but from the aftershocks of violence. Senna, I choke out, the name a shard of glass in my throat. I reach the crumpled shape. I pull the debris back. And I stop. The world tilts, the ice in my veins cracks, leaking panic. It is her cloak. Just the wool torn, dusty, soaked in blood. A lot of blood, a pool of it dark and glistening in the low light. But there is no body. No. I rip the cloak aside, searching the ground beneath. I throw rocks, I dig into the dust. She has to be here, they died for her, she has to be here. I find her dagger, the blade chipped. A pouch empty. But no Santa. No. My fist slams into the ground, the stone cracks. Think the warlord growls, stop grieving, hunt. She was here, the hunter part of the brain whispers, the blood is fresh, arterial, but there is no body. The coin wraiths didn't have her, so she moved. My head snaps up, I scan the cavern again. Look, I force my vision to focus, ignoring the panic, seeing the heat. There, a trail. It is faint, smears of warmth on the cold stone, not footprints, drag marks. Handprints. Small, bloody handprints spaced ragged and uneven. She was crawling, dragging herself. Hope surges, violent and painful. She is alive, hurt, bleeding, but she moved. I follow the trail. It winds through the wreckage of the drilling machine, under a twisted iron beam, and ends at the tunnel wall. A fissure. A jagged crack in the rock opened by the explosion or the collapse. Narrow, dark, jagged teeth of stone jut out from the edges. It angles downward, deep into the earth. I kneel by the opening and the scents flood my nose. Fear, sweat, blood, and underneath it all the faint, fading hum of the heartstone. She went down. I try to push my head into the gap. My shoulders jam against the rock, too small, far too small for an orc. She's slight, fluid, made of wire and wind. I'm made of granite and iron. I shove against the stone and it bites into my skin. The fit is impossible. Senna, the roar echoes into the dark. No answer, just the echo of desperation spiraling down into the abyss. She's down there, bleeding out, alone, and the path is closed. Breath heaves in my chest. The blood madness swirls, demanding action. It demands a target. It demands a path. If the path does not exist, the voice of the warlord whispers, make it. I examine the fissure. Widening it by digging takes time, and water drips somewhere below. She could be drowning. I look down at my body. I assess the armor, heavy plate pauldrons, thick leather cuirass, bracers, they add bulk, inches. I tear the straps. Buckles rip loose, snapping leather. I hurl the pauldrons into the darkness. I tear the cuirass over my head, exposing my chest to the biting cold of the deep earth. Tunic and breeches remain. Another attempt. I jam my left arm into the fissure, turning sideways, pushing. My chest compresses, rock scrapes raw furrows into my back, my head gets in, my shoulders follow. Then I am stuck. My ribcage is too broad, the bone will not pass. Wedged tight, I cannot move forward, can barely breathe. Panic flares, not for myself, for her. She's getting further away every second. Smaller the madness commands, you must be smaller. There's no more armor to remove, there's only bone. My attention fixes on my right shoulder, the joint caught on the protruding lip of rock, the shoulder that took the arrow. No hesitation. I brace my feet against the tunnel floor outside. I wedge my left arm deep into the crack for leverage. I close my eyes, visualizing the joint, the ball and socket, the tendons holding it together. I increase the forward pressure, hard. A violent twist throws my entire body, weight against the obstruction. Pub. The sound is too loud in the confined space, loud enough to turn my stomach. A wet, tearing noise like a tree limb snapping in a storm. Pain is a blinding white blast behind my eyes. My shoulder dislocates, bone slipping out of the socket, my arm hanging dead at a wrong angle. Nausea rolls through my gut, acid and hot, threatening to empty my stomach. But the width of my shoulders decreases. A scream threatens, a short, sharp bark of agony I swallow. Sweat breaks out on my skin, cold and slick. The blood madness surges to dull the edge, turning the pain into a distant, throbbing signal. Damage sustained, proceed. I push again. My body slides through. Rock scrapes the skin off my dislocated shoulder, grinding against the displaced bone, sending fresh spikes of agony into my neck. My dead arm drags behind, a heavy, useless weight catching on every jagged edge. I must drag it, I must protect it. If the nerves tear, the arm is gone forever. But I pass the bottleneck. Gravity takes hold, pulling me down into the darkness. The fissure widens a little as it descends. I tumble, sliding on loose scree, bouncing off walls. My good arm breaks, fingers dug into the dirt, dragging the descent slower. The slide halts in a narrow, natural chimney. The air is cold here, dead. The sound of dripping water is louder. I hang in the dark, my breath ragged, my right arm a dead weight of fire and numbness. The sword is still stuck in my side. I look down and see nothing but black. My sight fails, but the smell of blood remains, fresh, close. I close my eyes for a second, letting the darkness hold the weight. The guardian is dead, the oath is broken, the law is broken, the body is broken. The monster is unbound. Let the coin wraiths come, let the mountain try to crush the life out, let the gods themselves try to stand in the way. This world will burn to ash to find her. My eyes open, heat vision paints the darkness in shades of gray and white. I begin the descent.
Down here the dark doesn't hide things, it eats them. Wedged into a crack in the earth, knees pulled to my chest, I shiver so hard my teeth click together. The stone presses against my spine, cold and damp, like the tongue of a dead thing licking the heat from my skin. Time has lost its shape here. It might have been minutes since the collapse, or it might have been days. My hand clamps over the wound in my side. The null iron blade the coin wraith clipped me with didn't go deep, just a graze across the ribs, but it might as well be someone pouring acid into the cut. It burns with a sick, rotting heat that has nothing to do with the heartstone. It smells of sulfur and spoilt meat, a stench rising off my own flesh. Breathe, I tell myself, the command shuddering through my lungs. Just breathe. But the air is thin here, stale. It tastes of ancient dust and the metallic tang of my own blood. The heartstone pulses in my chest, a frantic, erratic beat. Thump, thump, fizzle. It wants to heal me. The magic tries to rush to the wound, a surge of golden fire in the veins, but when it hits the null iron poison, it recoils. The two energies collide, holy fire against void metal, sending white spikes of agony driving through my torso. I gasp, biting my lip until salt blooms on my tongue. Don't pass out. If you pass out, you don't wake up. Pain is the anchor. Pain is real. Pain means I'm still here. Closing my eyes brings no relief because the image is there, burned into the backs of my eyelids. Gorvek, standing in the tunnel, the roof coming down, the look on his face. Not fear. Acceptance, a quiet sort of giving in that breaks my heart worse than any scream could have. Leah, I whisper into the suffocating dark, I'm sorry. My sister's face floats in the gloom, pale and accusatory. I promised to come back. I promised to save her. Instead, I buried myself in a hole to die, just like she feared I would. I killed him. The thought is heavier than the mountain above. I ran. I drew their fire, yes, but I left him on the other side of the collapse. I heard the roar of the stone falling. Tons of it. Enough to crush a city, let alone one orc. I'm sorry, I choke out. The words are wet wrecks. I'm so sorry. Tears leak out, hot and stupid. I hate them. I hate that I'm crying in a hole while he's gone. He's not gone, a small, stubborn part of my brain argues. He's the guardian. He's made of rocks and grumpiness. You can't kill him with a few pebbles. But I saw the ceiling come down. I saw the dust cloud. And I can't feel him. The bond usually hums in the back of my head, a warm, steady presence like a hand on my shoulder. Now it's muffled, gone to static, and I can't tell whether that means distance or death. The silence is a physical weight, pressing against my eardrums, louder than the blood rushing in my head. A sound cuts through the silence. Scrape. My head snaps up, the tears stop. It came from the main tunnel, the pocket outside my fissure. Scrape, drag, scrape. Something is moving. I hold my breath. My lungs burn, begging for oxygen, but I refuse them. It's not the even, disciplined march of the coin wraiths. It's wet, heavy, the sound of meat dragging over stone, a slow crawl of a thing in pain. The chasm stalkers, no, they chitter. They scuttle on too many legs. This is a biped, but it's moving wrong, limping, stumbling. Breathing. It is audible now, a ragged, wet sound, like a bellows with a hole in it. H-H-H-H-ha, H-H-H-H-ha. The coin wraiths. One of them survived. He's hurt, looking for a place to hole up, or looking for me to finish the job. I look at my hand. My dagger is still there, gripped so tight my knuckles are white. The blade is chipped from prying open the crate earlier. It's a pathetic weapon against null iron armor, a toothpick against a sword. Doesn't matter, the street rat in me snarls, baring its teeth. If he wants me, he pays for it. I shift my legs, trying to find leverage in the cramped space. My ribs scream, the null iron poison flaring hot and bright. The world spins gray for a second, tilting on its axis. Get up, Senna, get up. I brace my back against the wall. I raise the knife. I scoop up a handful of loose dust and grit with my left hand. If he comes in, I blind him. Then I stick him. It's not elegant. It's desperate. The dragging sound gets closer. It stops right outside the opening of my fissure. A shadow falls across the small patch of gray light. It blocks the entrance. The smell hits me first. It's not just blood. It's a slaughterhouse. It smells of iron and death, and something sharp and wild under it, like hot metal and musk and the freezing bite of a winter storm. The figure turns. It squeezes into the opening. It shouldn't fit. The shoulders are too broad. There's a wet pop, a sound that turns my stomach, and a grunt of pain as it forces itself through, bone grinding against stone. A monster. That's the only word for it. It's huge, filling the space, sucking up all the air. It's covered head to foot in the dark ruin of battle. There is no skin visible beneath it. And the eyes. Glowing, gone is the warm amber of Gorvek's eyes. These burn with a cold, white fire. Feral, empty of anything human or orcish. I press myself back against the stone, trying to merge with the wall. My whole body has gone cold and stupid with fear, and I can't make it move. The monster stops. It sways in the cramped chimney. It is looking down into the dark, looking at me. It sniffs the air, a sharp, animalistic inhalation. Then it moves. It lunges down the slope, sliding on the scree. It doesn't walk, it falls with purpose. I raise the knife, stay back. The figure crashes into the dirt a few feet away. It tries to rise, but one arm hangs helpless at its side, swinging like a dead pendulum. It crawls toward me. It makes a sound, not a word. A low, keening whine deep in the throat, a sound of distress, of hunger. It stops just within reach. It leans forward, sniffing me. The bond slams back online. It's not a hum, it's a physical blow. A flood of sensation crashes into my skull all at once. Cold rage, blinding pain, and a frantic, screaming need. Mine's mine. I drop the knife. It clatters on the stone. Gorvek. The name is barely a breath. He doesn't answer, he can't. The blood madness has stripped the words from him. He lunges. He closes the distance in a blur. I flinch, expecting violence, but he doesn't strike. He grabs me. His hands, slick, wet, terrifying, wrap around me. He pulls me out of the corner, dragging me into his lap, burying his face in my neck. He drags in a long breath of me and shudders. "You're here," I whisper, my hands finding his blood-slick shoulders. "You're alive." He is frantic. He is vibrating with the aftershocks of the violence. His good hand is everywhere, patting my arms, my face, my chest, checking for breaks, checking for holes. He squeezes too hard, his grip bruising, like he needs to feel my bone push back before he'll believe I'm real. He licks the blood from my cheek, a rough, rasping stroke of his tongue. He nuzzles my throat, making low, growling noises. "Gorvek, stop," I gasp, overwhelmed by the intensity, the smell of slaughter. I'm okay." He pulls back. His glowing eyes scan me, wild and unseeing. Then they lock onto my hand clutching my side. He rips my hand away. He sees the cut, the black veins spreading from the null iron graze, the rot. A roar tears from his throat. It shakes the dust from the ceiling. He presses his palm over the wound. His skin is burning, not warm but white-hot, like a blade left in the forge. Magic pours out of him, not the gentle healing of the temple monks. This is raw, chaotic energy fueled by the blood madness. It floods into my cut, colliding with the poison. It hurts. It burns like fire. I cry out, arching my back, trying to twist away. "No," he growls, the first word he has managed. "Stay." He pins me to the wall with his body. He is heavy, crushing, a wall of heat and muscle. The pain in my side flares to a blinding white peak, then shatters. The null iron rot evaporates under the heat of his touch, but the healing isn't done. The bond is demanding more. It's demanding an exchange. The magic recoils from my wound and surges back into him. There is a sickening, wet pop as his dislocated shoulder snaps back into the socket, the golden light stitching his torn ligaments as fast as it cleans my blood. He grunts, his body shuddering as the worst of his own damage is undone in a heartbeat. He sags against me, his forehead resting on my shoulder. He is shaking. Tremors rack his massive frame, vibrating through me. "I thought," his voice cracks, a rusty sound. "Empty, the silence, I couldn't feel you." I look at him, really look at him. He is destroyed. His armor is gone. His tunic is in shreds. His right arm hangs at a wrong angle, the shoulder knocked out of its socket. There is a sword wound in his side that is still oozing around the blade that plugged it. He dug through the collapse. He dug through a mountain, for me. It hits me in the chest and knocks the wind out. He survived, and then he came back. He tore the world apart to get to me. He became a monster to save me. What wells up in me isn't gratitude, and it isn't relief. It's hunger. A desperate, clawing need to close the gap between us, to prove we're both here, to get so close that the mountain can never wedge itself between us again, to anchor him before he drifts off into the madness for good. "Gorvek," I whisper. I reach up, I cup his face. My thumbs trace the dried blood on his cheekbones. He looks at me. The white fire in his eyes is fading, replaced by the amber I know, but the pupil is blown wide, black, blown open with the fight and something else. "You came back," I say. "Always," he rumbles, the word vibrating against my skin. "I unbind for you. I break the world for you." The words shatter me. I kiss him. It's not a gentle kiss. It's a collision. I smash my mouth against his. I taste the iron of blood, the grit of dust, the salt of sweat. He freezes for a split second. Then he explodes. His good arm wraps around my waist, crushing me to him. He kisses me back with a desperation that borders on violence. He devours me. He drinks my breath like it's the only air in the fissure. The kiss flips a switch. The raw, shaking high of survival crashes headlong into the pull of the mate bond. It sparks a fire that eats everything else. The pain, the fear, the cold, all of it burns up. I need him, not just his presence, him. I claw at his shoulders, pulling him closer. I want to crawl inside his skin. I want to be the reason he shakes. "Senna," he groans into my mouth. "Stop, you are hurt, I am." "Don't you dare stop," I gasp, breaking the kiss to bite his lower lip. "Touch me, everywhere, now." He shudders. The control, the iron discipline of the guardian, snaps, and it goes through me where we touch. He pushes me back against the stone wall. His body covers mine, shielding me from the dark. He is heavy, pressing me into the rock, but the weight is grounding. It feels safe. Mine, he growls. You do not leave, you do not die. Show me, I challenge. He attacks my neck. His teeth graze the sensitive skin over my pulse point. It's possessive. Primal, he isn't asking, he's taking. I arch into it, a helpless sound tearing from my throat. My hands tangle in his hair, pulling him harder against me. His hand, the ruined one, slides down my body. He finds the hem of my tunic. He rucks it up, his rough palms scraping my thighs. Skin to skin. The magic behind my breastbone flares. It loves this. It sings in triumph. Light blooms in the fissure, gold and amber pulsing out of my skin, throwing our shadows long and dancing on the walls. It lights up the tears in his clothes, the black crust of dried blood on his chest. You burn, he whispers, staring at the light moving under my skin. You are fire. You're the stone, I pant. Ground me, Gorvek, please. And then he gives himself to me, fighting his own blood to be gentle. Careful past anything a feral thing should manage, until there is nothing careful left and we are simply joined, his weight the mountain grounding the fire in me. He claims me, mine and his, and at the peak of it the magic explodes gold through the fissure and pours into him where we are joined, burning away the blood madness and the null iron sickness, knitting his torn shoulder and his wounds whole with shimmering gold scars even as he comes apart in my arms, groaning my name like a prayer. We stay like that for a long time. Pinned against the wall, joined, breathing the same air. The light fades, down to a soft amber glow that lights the dust motes dancing in the air. My heart is still racing, but the panic is gone. The cold is gone. I am warm. I run my hands down his back, over the ridges of scar tissue, the fresh cuts from the rocks. He is heavy on me, but I don't want him to move. Gorvek, I whisper. He grunts, he lifts his head, he looks exhausted. The white fire is gone from his eyes, they are soft now, human. You're bleeding, I say, tracing a cut on his cheek. I am fine, he says. The words are so deep I feel them in my own chest. He pulls out of me, the loss of him is an ache. He adjusts his breeches, wincing as he moves his bad shoulder. Your arm, I say, realizing, it's dislocated. He looks at the dangling limb as if surprised it's still attached. It was necessary, to fit. You dislocated your own shoulder to get in here. The rock would not move, he says, so I changed the shape of the vessel. I stare at him. You are insane. I am Oathbound, he corrects. He leans in and kisses my forehead, gentle, reverent, let me check the wound. He lifts my tunic. The cut on my side is gone. Where the null iron grazed me, there is a thin, silver scar, but pulsing beneath it is a web of gold veins. The magic sealed it, the bond sealed it. He runs a thumb over the scar. It is healed. You healed it, I say, with whatever that was. We healed it, he says. The bond requires contact, exchange. He rips a strip of cloth from his ruined tunic. He wets it with water from a canteen he still has clipped to his belt. He starts to wipe the blood from my face. I killed them, he says, his voice low. I freeze, the coin wraiths. All of them in the pocket. He pauses, the cloth hovering over my cheek. I lost control, the blood madness, it is forbidden. He looks ashamed. He looks like he expects me to be horrified. I take his hand, the one that killed them, the one with the torn fingernails. Good, I say, and I don't soften it. He blinks, good. They hurt you, they hunted us. I'm glad they're dead, and I'm glad you did it. I squeeze his hand. You're not a monster, Gorvek, you're my shield. He stares at me. A slow realization dawns in his eyes. He isn't used to forgiveness. He isn't used to someone seeing the violence and not running away. He leans his forehead against mine again. I will be your shield, always. He pulls back. We must go, the air is thin, and the stronghold is close. He tries to stand, bracing against the wall with his good arm. He sways. I can walk, I say, pushing myself up. My legs are jelly, but they work. No. He scoops me up with his good arm and lifts me against his chest. Gorvek, put me down, you're hurt. I am fine, he repeats, the stubborn ox. I am done risking you. You do not touch the ground until we are safe. He turns and walks back up the chimney. The climb is awkward with one arm, but he manages it, using his legs and his sheer mass to push us up the slope. We emerge from the fissure into the main pocket. I gasp. The tunnel is a ruin. Boulders are shattered. Iron beams are twisted like wrung rope. And the bodies. 3 coin wraiths, or what's left of them. One is embedded in the wall, one is crumpled in a heap. The third I don't let myself look at. The walls are painted with blood. I look at Gorvek. He is walking through the carnage without blinking. This is what he did, for me. It's terrifying, and it makes me love him so much it hurts. He steps over a pile of rubble. Ahead, the ley gate stands open. The massive stone doors are cracked, the mechanism destroyed by the collapse, but there is a gap wide enough for us. Light spills through, not the harsh bioluminescence of the deep roads. Torchlight, warm, yellow, flickering light. And the smell of incense, myrrh and cedar. The stronghold, Gorvik says. We cross the threshold. The air changes, cooler and cleaner, and the oppressive weight of the mountain lifts off us. We step onto a paved floor of black marble. Gorvek stops, he sways again, stumbling. Gorvek. He looks down at me, he smiles, a small, tired, crooked thing. We made it, he whispers. Then his eyes roll back. He crumples. He falls to his knees, still clutching me tight to his chest, protecting me from the impact. Then he tips forward. We hit the floor together. Gorvek. I scramble out of his grip, I roll him over. He is unconscious, his skin is gray. The crash after the fight has caught up to him, dumping him out of his own body. Help, I scream, my voice echoing in the vast hall we've entered. Someone help us. Footsteps echo, heavy boots running. I don't look up, I just hold his hand. The ruined, bloody hand of the monster who saved me. Stay with me, I whisper. You promised you're mine. The heartstone hums in response, a slow, steady beat. He stays.
The silence of the lay chamber has a weight to it. It presses against the eardrums like a held breath, humming with a tension older than the stronghold itself. I step across the threshold, the black basalt cool beneath my bare feet. Senna is a feather in my arms. She sleeps the sleep of the dead, limp, pale, her breath hitching in a chest that rises and falls with a terrifying irregularity. The golden light of the heartstone pulses beneath her skin, a fevered second pulse fighting her own heart for dominance. She is burning. Even through the calluses of my palms, through the thick leather of my bracers, the fever reaches me. This is no sickbed heat. It is a fire shut in a vessel too small for it, beating to get out. She is cracking. The vessel is failing. I walk to the center of the room. This is the heart of the mountain, the place I guarded for 20 years and never entered. The irony tastes like ash and copper in my mouth. I stood at the gate, an ignorant dog guarding a master I did not understand, reciting oaths to a door I never opened. Now I bring a thief into the Holy of Holies to destroy the very thing I swore to protect. The room is a perfect circle, carved from the living rock of the volcano's throat. The floor is a grid of iron grates, and far below, miles down perhaps, or only yards, the magma churns. I can hear it, a deep, wet, roiling sound like the earth digesting itself. Heat rises in shimmering waves, bending the air, smelling of sulfur and the deepest, oldest dust. The walls are black basalt, carved deep with old arrays of interlocking circles and runes that groan with a low, buried sound. It rattles my teeth. It shakes in the marrow of my bones, singing a song of power that makes my blood itch. In the center stands the anvil of roots. It is a slab of polished obsidian, waist-high, shaped like a waiting altar. There are no restraints. The magic holds you here. I lay her down. The black stone drinks the light from her skin. She looks small against the dark expanse. Fragile, a porcelain doll broken and glued back together with gold. Her hair is matted with sweat and dust, fanned out like a dark halo. She's wrapped in the shredded remains of my own cloak, the heavy wool stiff with dried blood, hers, mine, the coin wraiths. I brush a stray lock of hair from her forehead. My hand trembles. The tremor travels up my arm, a betrayal of the nerves. Rest, I whisper, though she cannot hear me. It ends tonight. I turn away from her. I must prepare the vessel. I move to the control pedestal at the head of the anvil. It is a block of white marble, covered in levers and dials of meteoric iron, cold enough to burn. Above it, the primary instruction tablet is carved into the wall in High Orcish. The dialect is archaic, sharp-angled, and aggressive, predating the separation of the clans. I trace the glyphs with my finger, dust flakes away under my touch. To bind the stone is to plant a seed. To hold the stone is to become the soil. To remove the stone is to tear the root. My finger stops, the stone feels freezing under my touch, despite the heat of the room. I read the next line, I read it twice, then a third time, willing the translation to be wrong, willing my scholarship to be faulty. The root does not yield, it takes the soil with it. Extraction requires a counterweight, a life for the husk. The air leaves the room. The roar of the magma below seems to vanish, replaced by a hard pulse drumming behind my eyes. I stare at the words, they are simple, brutal, there is no nuance here. The heartstone fuses to the chest, it weaves itself into the soul, binding to the bone and the blood. To pull it out is to pull out the foundation of the house. The vessel collapses. Unless the extraction force is greater than the root's grip, unless the backlash is diverted. I look back at the anvil. Senna's breath is shallow, quick. The gold veins on her neck pulse faster now, drawn toward the ley lines, reaching for the loose magic of the room like tree roots seeking water. If I perform the ritual as written, the extraction will kill her. The shock will stop her heart. The stone will be recovered, sitting on the altar, and she will be a cooling corpse. If I do not perform the ritual, the stone will detonate in an hour, killing her and taking the mountain with it. There is a third path, the text implies it in the margins, in the warning glyphs painted in red ochre, a counterweight, a sinkhole for the trauma. I look at my hands, they are large, scarred, made for violence, made for enduring. I have taken axe blows to the chest. I have walked through blizzards that froze lesser men solid. I am not the soil, I am the bedrock. A strange calm settles over me. It is the calm of the axe swing. The moment after the decision is made, when gravity takes over and there is no more room for doubt. I will not be leaving this room. The realization does not frighten me. I have lived my life in service to a rock. I have eaten silence and drunk duty. I have been a weapon stored in a rack, waiting for a war that never came. But she is the war. She is the noise and the chaos and the heat. She is the first thing that has ever made me want to be a man instead of a monument. Equivalent exchange, I murmur to the empty room. I turn back to the anvil. There is work to do. I walk to the sacred basin set into the wall. It is filled with water from the deep aquifers filtered through purified charcoal. The surface is black and still as a mirror. I dip a linen cloth into it. The water is freezing, shocking my skin. I return to her. Wake, little thief, I say. Her eyelids flutter, she groans, a sound of disorientation that tugs at something deep in my chest. Her whiskey gold eyes crack open, unfocused and glassy. Gorvek, her voice is a rasp, she tries to lick her cracked lips, where it smells like ozone and sulfur. The lay chamber, I say, we are safe. Safe, she repeats, testing the word like a coin she suspects is counterfeit. She tries to sit up, her elbows trembling. Lie still, I place a hand on her shoulder. The ritual requires stillness. She slumps back, too weak to fight gravity. She watches me as I wring out the cloth, the water dripping onto the black stone with soft plips. What are you doing? Cleansing, I say. The runes cannot be painted on dirt. The connection must be pure. Oil and grit disrupt the flow. I start with her face. I wipe away the grime of the deep roads. I scrub the soot from her cheekbones. I clean the dried blood from her jawline. The water turns dark on the cloth, swirling like smoke, but her skin emerges beneath it, pale and freckled and beautiful. I move to her hands. Her knuckles are bruised. Her fingernails are broken, the cuticles torn. Thief's hands, survivor's hands. I wash each finger on its own, taking my time. I want to memorize the shape of them. I want to know the weight of her hand in mine one last time. You're being gentle, she whispers, her eyes narrowing. You handle me like a sack of grain. You are not grain, I rumble. You are a storm trapped in a bottle. If I drop you, the world breaks. She huffs a laugh, but it turns into a wince as the movement pulls at the stone seated beneath her collarbone. Is this the spa treatment before the execution? Something like that. I move the cloth to her neck. I trace the line of her throat. The pulse there flutters under my fingertip, fast and frightened. Gorvek, she says, her voice dropping. Her gaze sharpens, cutting through the haze of pain. Your hands. I freeze. What about them? They're shaking. She reaches up, her cold fingers wrapping around my wrist. You never shake, not when the ceiling fell, not when the coin wraiths came. Why are you shaking now? I force my muscles to lock, I force the tremor into the stone floor. Because the magic here is dense, I lie. It vibrates the nerves, it is like holding a lightning bolt. She studies my face, she is looking for the lie. She is good at finding them because it is her trade, but I have worn a mask of stone for decades. Is it going to hurt? She asks, letting go of my wrist. I pause, I look into her eyes, they are clear now, trusting. She trusts me to save her. She believes I can fix anything because I am the guardian, because I am big and strong and I promised. I cannot tell her if she knows she will fight. She will try to save me and the delay will kill her. Yes, I say, it will hurt. The stone does not want to leave. It will fight you. Great, she closes her eyes, letting out a long, shaky breath. Just be quick about it. I will be efficient. I finish washing her. I dry her skin with a clean linen. Now for the anchors. I walk to the supply table. There is a pot of black paste, ash mixed with oil blessed by the high priest. It smells of burnt cedar and old sorrow. I dip 2 fingers into the paste. It is cool and viscous. This is the conduction array, I explain, keeping my voice level, the tone of a lecturer boring his student. It gives the magic a path to follow out of the body. I paint the first line on her forehead, a simple circle, the symbol for mind. I draw a line down the bridge of her nose, over her lips, to her chin. You're painting a target on me, she murmurs. I am building a road. I move to her chest, I unlace the tunic further, baring the skin over her breastbone. The heartstone glows hot and angry beneath the surface, the gold veins forking out from it like cracks running through ice. It looks painful, it looks like infection. I paint the rune for release over her heart. My fingers brush the heat of the stone, it reacts to me. It surges against my touch, a magnetic pull that snaps at my blood. It recognizes me. It remembers the taste of my magic from the fissure. It wants me. The stone knows I am the stronger vessel. It knows my capacity is greater than hers. It is eager to jump like a spark seeking dry tinder. I paint. While my fingers trace the lines on her skin, my mind betrays me. I think of the things I will not do. I will not build the fire in the stronghold hearth for her. I will not watch her heal. I will not see her eat a meal without looking over her shoulder for guards. I will not know what she looks like when she is old. The grief is a physical blow, sharper than any axe. It hollows me out. Gorvek. I blink, I have paused too long. Done, I say, my voice thick. I wipe my hands on a rag. The array is set. My heart is hammering against my ribs, a slow, heavy drumbeat. Doom, doom, doom. I must be quick now. The lie is fragile, and she is watching me with too much intelligence. I walk back to the control pedestal. Senna cannot see the console from where she lies. She cannot see me shift the monoflow levers. They are heavy, rusted by time and disuse. I have to put my weight into them. Grind, clank, the gears beneath the floor scream in protest. I shut the venting shafts. I lock the chamber doors. The bolts slide home with a sound like a prison sentence. Then I find the extraction setting. By rights, the flow is directed into a containment box, a lead-lined coffin that sits at the foot of the anvil. I pull the lever that diverts the stream. I reroute the output. I bypass the containment box. I direct the flow into the operator's standing circle. My circle. The runes on the floor light up, red, angry, a warning. The ley runs live here. Backlash is death. The sound in the room changes. The hum becomes a roar. The magma vent beneath us hisses as the wards open. What was that? Senna tries to crane her neck. It sounds angry. Calibration, I lie. The machinery is old, Senna. It protests the wake-up call. It feels like the pressure is dropping, she says, her voice rising an octave. My ears popped. Gorvek, what are you doing? I am tethering you, I say, so the gravity shift doesn't throw you off the table. Gravity shift, she struggles against her own weakness, trying to push up. You didn't mention a gravity shift. I don't like gravity shifts. It is a metaphor. I reach for the ceremonial dagger on the console. It is obsidian, the blade rippled like napped flint, sharp enough to split a hair. I turn my back to her. I look at the door. I could open it. I could pick her up, walk out, and spend the last hour of her life holding her hand. We could watch the sun set. And then she would burn. She would die in agony, and the explosion would kill thousands. That is not a choice. I unbuckle my harness. I pull down the top of my shredded tunic, exposing my own chest. The scar tissue is thick there, white ridges of old wounds from old battles. I place the tip of the dagger over my heart. My hand hovers. Everything in me screams to stop. My survival instinct, the orcish drive to endure rebels. It tells me to run. It tells me to fight. I look at her over my shoulder. She is lying back down, her eyes closed, trusting me. I press the blade down. I carve. I cut the rune for acceptance into my own flesh. It is a deep, jagged shape. The skin resists, tough and leathery, but the obsidian bites deep. Blood wells up hot and dark. It runs down my stomach, soaking into the waistband of my breeches. The pain is sharp, immediate, and grounding. It focuses the mind. It silences the survival instinct. This is the target. This is where the lightning will strike. I wipe the blade and set it down. I do not bandage the wound. The blood is part of the spell. I face her again. I keep my distance so she cannot see the blood on my chest in the dim, red-lit room. "Is it time?" she asks. She sounds small, scared. I walk to her side one last time. I look down at her. I want to kiss her. I want to crawl onto the obsidian slab and hold her until the world ends. But I cannot. The bond between us must run through the runes, not through my hands. If I touch her now, it will close too early. "Senna," I say. She looks up. "Yeah. You are the only holy thing I have ever known." Her eyes widen. "Gorvek, that's a lot for one night." She tries to smile, but it trembles. "You're scaring me." I do not smile. I cannot afford to crack. Do not move. Do not break the circle. Whatever happens, you stay on the stone. Okay, I promise. Close your eyes." She hesitates, searching my face. She sees something there, the sweat on my brow, the tightness in my jaw, the blown-wide eyes of a man stepping off a cliff. But she obeys. She closes her eyes. "Do it," she whispers. "Make it stop burning." I step back into the operator's circle. The red runes bathe me in bloody light. The heat coming off the floor is intense now, baking the air. I take a breath. It smells of ozone and my own blood. It is the last clean breath I will ever take. I begin the chant. The words are guttural, torn from the bottom of the throat. They are not spoken. They are vibrated. "Othgar Verkan Saldrek." The room responds. The hum rises to a scream. The geometric etchings on the walls flare with blinding white light. The air pressure drops, sucking the moisture from my eyes. On the anvil, Senna arches her back. A silent scream tears her mouth open. Her muscles lock rigid. The magic begins to tear loose. It sounds like tearing canvas, wet and organic. Liquid gold seeps out of her pores, rising like steam. The veins on her neck bulge. Her fingers claw at the stone, scraping against the obsidian until her nails crack. "Hold on," I beg, the words only in my head. Just let it go. I raise my hands. I grab the current. This is no figure of speech. The current has true weight in the air, heavy and dense as lead. I seize the stream of magic with my mind and I pull. It hits me like a falling building. The beam of energy arcs from her chest, shoots across the room, and slams into me. My vision goes white. It is like swallowing magma. My blood boils. My skin begins to smoke. The rune on my chest, the open wound, drinks the power. It sears the edges of the cut shut. I roar. I cannot help it. The sound is ripped from me, a primal defiance against the pain. I plant my feet. The stone beneath me cracks. My tusks ache as I clench my jaw and grind my teeth together. Everything in my body fights it, the berserker rage rising to drive out what does not belong. The enemy is inside. "More, give me more." I pull harder. On the slab, the gold is receding. The veins are draining from her skin, flowing in a river of light toward me. The heartstone itself, the physical gem, begins to rise from her chest, phasing through flesh and bone. It hovers above her heart, spinning, angry, red-hot. "Come to me," I bellow. The stone lurches. It flies across the gap. It hits my chest. It doesn't phase through. It impacts, a sledgehammer blow that cracks my sternum. I stagger back, but I do not fall. The stone sinks into the bloody rune. It roots. Agony, absolute blinding agony. It tears through every nerve at once. My muscles lock up. My heart stutters against the intruder, trying to beat around it, failing. The stone weaves its tendrils into my lungs, my spine, my soul. But I look at the anvil. Senna is still. The gold is gone, her skin is pale, but it is her own skin. Her chest rises and falls on a deep, clean breath. She is free. I sink to my knees, the floor rushes up to meet me. My skin is cracking, fissures of light are opening up on my arms, my neck. I am leaking light, the vessel is too small, the pressure is too high, I am a dam breaking. On the slab movement. Senna sits up, she gasps, touching her chest. She looks down at herself, amazed. It's gone, she whispers, Gorvek, it's... She turns to look at me. The smile freezes on her face. Time seems to slow down, the roar of the machine fades into a dull thrum. She sees me kneeling in the circle of red runes. She sees the smoke rising from my shoulders. She sees the heartstone embedded in my chest, pulsing with a violence that shakes the room. She sees the blood running down my stomach. She says the truth. Gorvek. Her voice is high, terrified. I try to speak, my throat is scorched. It is done. No, she scrambles off the table. Her legs wobble, but she forces them to work. No, 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 what did you do? She runs toward me. Stay back, I croak. I hold up a hand. The skin is blackened, glowing from the inside. The heat of it will burn you. She stops at the edge of the red circle. The heat coming off me blows her hair back like a wind. Her eyes are wide, reflecting the destruction of my body. You took it, she screams. Tears stream down her face, cutting tracks through the clean skin. You said you were grounding it. You said you were tethering me. I lied. I cough, sparks fly from my mouth. Why? She falls to her knees, reaching for me but terrified to touch the barrier. Take it out, put it back in the box. There is no box, I wheeze. The root requires soil. I look down at my chest. The stone is glowing brighter. It is close now. The blast is coming. The thing inside it strains toward the end of itself, the whole structure ready to come apart, and the mountain holds its breath around me. You have to go, I say. Run. The door is unlocked. I'm not leaving you. Senna, I look at her. My vision is tunneling. She's a blur of brown and pale light. You are free. Do not waste it. I don't want it, she screams, hammering her fists against the invisible barrier of heat. I don't want to be free if you're dead. Give it back. She lunges. She tries to cross the line. No. I summon the last of my strength. I slam my hand onto the floor. A shockwave of air knocks her backward. She slides across the smooth stone, hitting the far wall hard. She stays there, stunned, gasping for air. Our eyes meet across the chamber. The machine is screaming now. The walls are shaking. The light coming from my chest is blinding, turning the shadows into hard, black knives. I see her lips move. I love you. I smile. It is a grim thing. My lips are cracked and bleeding. Live well, little thief. I close my eyes. I grab the magic inside me. I don't hold it back anymore. I embrace it. I pull the pin. Take me. The world turns white.
The white doesn't take me. It takes him. One blink and the world resolves. Gorvek in the operator's circle, skin cracking like drought ground, bleeding liquid fire where blood should run. The beam of stolen light arcs across the chamber from my chest into his, and he is drinking it down, and it is killing him. He decided this, without asking me, without letting me vote. He decided his life was the price of mine. The rage hits me before the grief, hot and sharp, and it burns clean through the paralysis, pinning me to the obsidian. How dare he make me the survivor again? Leah took the sickness. Kadik took the throne. I will not let Gorvek take the fire too. I try to lift my arm. The release rune he painted on my chest holds me open, passive, the power pouring out of me and into him, and my muscles strain and burn and do not move. So stop trying to be a warrior, Senna. You can't outmuscle a god's heart. Be what you are. A thief. I stop fighting the gravity. I stare into the blinding stream of light connecting us and let my thief's eyes adjust to the glare. The flow isn't a solid wall of force. It's a woven braid, strands of mana twisting, locking, pulling. It's a mechanism, a lock, tumblers made of fire, pins made of gravity. Complicated, lethal, fast, but a lock all the same. And I am the best lockpick in the 5 realms. I close my eyes. I don't need to see it. I need to feel it. I make my mind a pick. Thin, sharp, seeking. I thrust my consciousness out of my body, pushing it into the stream of magic leaving my chest. It burns like a forge mouth, like frostbite and branding irons at once. But I push deeper, searching for the tumblers for the catch. Click. There, the anchor point, the place where the magic hooks into Gorvek's soul. It's rigid, unyielding. He's holding it on willpower alone, clamping down on the flow like a vice. He's trying to swallow the ocean. Gotcha. I don't try to break his grip. That would kill us both. Instead, I slide past his defenses. I slip into the connection. The world dissolves, the noise stops, the heat vanishes. I am standing in a white void. It is silent here, peaceful, the eye of the storm. In front of me stands a mountain. It is massive, towering into the white sky, black basalt and iron scarred by centuries of wind and ice. But cracks run through it, glowing with a terrible heat. The mountain is crumbling. Boulders the size of houses fall from its flanks and dissolve into dust before they hit the ground. This is him, this is his soul, immovable, stubborn. Gorvek. The mountain shudders. A face forms in the stone, his face, but vast and ancient, eyes like caves filled with magma. Geo, the voice booms. It doesn't come from a mouth, it comes from the rock itself. You are free. Run. No. I run toward the mountain. The wind picks up, a magical gale trying to blow me out of the bond. It tears at my clothes, screams in my ears. It pushes me back, sliding my boots across the nothingness. I dig my heels in. I lower my shoulder and charge. I slam into the rock face. I grab a jagged outcropping of basalt and hold on. You don't get to leave me, I shout into the stone. You swore, you said you were my shield. What kind of shield explodes? I am containing the blast, the mountain rumbles. The vibration shakes my grip loose, but I scramble back up. I am the vault. You must be outside when the door closes. You're not a vault, I snap, clawing my way higher. You're an idiot. I reach a ledge near where his heart would be. The heat here is brutal. The cracks in the stone show a core of blinding white magma. He is holding it all in. He is smothering the fire, and it is eating him alive. You're too rigid, I say, pressing my forehead against the rough basalt. You're trying to stop the flow. You can't stop a river, Gorvek, you drown. I can't endure. For how long? A minute, two, I look up at the crumbling peak. You're breaking, and when you break, the heartstone detonates. We both die. There is no other way. I must protect you. I don't want protection, I scream. I want you. The wind howls louder, trying to rip me off the face of the cliff. I wrap my arms around a spire of rock. I love you, you stubborn bastard, and I am not going to let you die just because you think you're disposable. The mountain freezes, the crumbling stops for a second. You love. Yes, and I am not a victim, Gorvek. I am your partner. Stop treating me like something you have to save and start treating me like an equal. I let go of the rock. I step into the crack. I step into the magma. No, the mountain roars. It will burn you. Let it. I grab the fire. Not the stone, the fire eating it. It screams when I touch it, a high, keen sound of power. It tries to burn me, but I don't resist. I don't put up a wall, I let it in. I open myself. I want this. I admit it for the first time. Surviving was never enough. I want the power. I want the heat. I want to be something other than the small, scared girl hiding in the alley. Share it, I command. I force the connection back open. I drive my pick into the heart of the bond and twist. The mountain groans. I pull the current, I don't take it all back. I loop it so it runs through me and grounds in him. I draw the fire from the ley line, channel it through my own chest, and feed it into him. But instead of letting it pool and explode, I force it through him, down into the imagined earth beneath us. I am the channel, he is the anchor. Breathe with me, I scream at the mountain. Let it flow. The white void shatters. Reality snaps back with the force of a whiplash. I am back on the anvil. The paralysis is broken. I lunge. I launch myself off the obsidian slab. I hit the floor running, stumbling on numb legs, and tackle Gorvek. We crash to the ground, inside the operator's circle. The heat is unbearable. His skin is burning against mine, but I don't let go. I clamp my arms around his torso, pressing myself against his scarred, bleeding chest. Gorvek, I scream over the roar. Look at me. His eyes are rolling back, white fire leaking from the corners. He is lost in the agony. His body is rigid, every muscle locked in a spasm. I grab his face, I slap him, hard. Stay with me, don't you dare fade out. He blinks, the amber iris finds me through the haze. Senna. He tries to push me away. His hands come up, weak and shaking, trying to shove me out of the circle. Get out, he wheezes. We'll kill you. Shut up and hold me, I snarl. Channel it, don't hold it, push it through. I press my hand over the acceptance rune he carved into his chest. I press my other hand over the release rune on mine. I complete the loop. The heartstone, hovering halfway between us, a jagged star of terror, stops spinning. It splits. It doesn't break. It stretches, forming a bridge of solid light between our chests, and snaps into place with a sound like a bone seated back into its socket. The agony vanishes. A rush of pure, singing heat takes its place. Flying and falling at once, the moment the lock clicks open and the treasure is yours. The current flows. It rushes into me, wild, hot, chaotic, and I let it spin. I add my own rhythm to it. I add my defiance. Then I push it into him. He gasps, his back arches. He catches the flow. He doesn't block it. He anchors it, gives it weight and shape, and then he pushes it down. Through his legs, through the floor, into the mountain. The cracking on his skin stops. The fissures seal, leaving behind glowing gold scars. The shaking of the room slows to a steady thrum. Some thump, some thump. It's a heartbeat. A dual heartbeat. We are breathing in sync. Inhale the magic, exhale the excess. That's it, I pant, my forehead resting against his burning chest. Just like that, don't fight it, ride it. His arms come around me, weak at first, then with crushing strength. He holds me like I'm the only solid thing left in the world. You, he coughs, his voice sounding like shifting scree. You are insane. I'm the channel, I correct, giddy with the rush. You're the ground, we have to move it, we can't store it. The room is steadying, but the energy is still too high. The heartstone is awake now, all the way awake. It's too big for one body, it needs to vent. It's too much, Gorvek rasps. We cannot hold the flood, the dam is full. Then we open the sluice, I say. I look down. The ley lines run beneath the floor grate, dry rivers waiting for rain. Direct it down, I say, push. We do it together. We take the overflow, the centuries of stored power the heartstone has accumulated, and we shove it into the earth. A shockwave blasts out of us. It carries no ruin in it, it is pure life. It passes through the walls of the chamber and ripples out into the stronghold, into the stone, the iron, the people. I close my eyes and ride the wave. I don't just feel it now, I see it. The valley below the stronghold, the snow melts in a clean circle. Mountain flowers, blue and gold, burst from the frozen earth in seconds, blooming in a riot of color. The twisted, dead trees of the tree line knit their broken branches back together and burst into leaf. And then further. A thread, thin, gray, fraying, and it runs not to the north but close. Down, I send my mind into the stone beneath us, past the foundations, into the dungeons of the stronghold. Leah. She is curled on a cold stone floor, wrapped in a coin wraith's cloak, shivering. The rot in her chest stirs at the surge of power in the room above. I grab the healing pulse. I wrap it around that gray thread and send it down the line like a struck spark. Live. The vision flares white. I see the black shadow scream and dissolve. I see the golden fire burn it away. Leah sits up. She gasps, her eyes flying open. She touches her chest. She takes a deep breath, a clear, unobstructed breath. Color floods her cheeks. She looks around, confused. Senna, she whispers into the empty room. The rot dissolves under the flood of golden light. She takes a clean breath. She stands up in the dark cell, cured, the roar of the ritual still shaking the stone above her. She is here. She is safe. That breaks me. The tension snaps. The light in the room fades. The roar dies down to a soft, contented hum. I collapse. Gorvek catches me. We slump together onto the cold black marble, a tangle of limbs and sweat and burnt clothes. The room is silent except for our ragged breathing, and the air smells of scorched stone, rain on hot rock, and cooked meat. I lay my head on his chest, and it rises and falls in a slow, even rhythm. I trace the new scar on his skin, where the acceptance rune is gone, replaced by a fern-like pattern of gold and silver that matches the one burning on my own sternum. We are branded. Gorvek is trembling, not the tremors of the madness now, just the shakes that come after. He runs his hand down my back, over and over, as if checking I'm still solid and whole. I wince as his hand brushes my ribs. "Careful," I murmur. "I think you bruised me when you tackled the mountain." "I did not tackle the mountain," he rasps. "You punched my soul." "It needed punching." He shifts, drawing back far enough to find my face. His face is streaked with soot and blood, his tusks chipped, his eyes wide amber pools of disbelief. And he is crying, silent tears tracking through the grime on his cheeks. The great stone face is crying. It makes my chest ache. His relief comes through the bond and settles on me, heavy and warm, and so does the ghost of the pain in his chest where the stone struck him, an echo of the ache in my own. We are blurred together. Where I end and he begins is no longer a clear line. I reach up and wipe a tear from his cheek. It leaves a clean streak in the soot. "Senna," he whispers, he sounds wrecked. "I thought." "I know what you thought." I make a fist. I punch him in the arm. It's a weak punch, my arm feels like jelly, but it makes a satisfying thud. "Ow," he grunts, blinking. "If you ever," I wheeze, pointing a shaking finger at his nose, "try to die for me again, I will kill you myself. I will stab you in your sleep. I will put poison in your tea. Do you understand me?" He stares at me. He touches the spot where I punched him. Then he laughs. It's a rusty, choked sound, a sound that hasn't been used in decades. It starts in his chest and bubbles up, turning into a cough, then a real, genuine laugh. "You are a terror," he says, wiping his eyes with a bloody hand. "A small, violent terror." "I'm serious, Gorvek. No more martyrdom. We vote on deaths from now on." He sobers. He reaches up and cups my face. His thumb strokes my cheekbone, gentle and reverent. "Agreed," he whispers. "We vote." He pulls me down. He kisses me. This is nothing like the desperate, hungry kiss in the fissure. This one is grateful. It tastes of life, of a future we weren't supposed to have. I kiss him back, pouring every ounce of relief I have into it. We made it. A sound interrupts us. Clank, hiss. The bolts on the chamber door slide back. The heavy stone doors groan open. Light spills in from the corridor. Torches, voices. "Guardian," a voice shouts. "The mountain shook, the valley is blooming, what has happened?" "Kadek, the chieftain." Gorvek sighs against my mouth. "Company." "Ignore them," I mumble, burying my face in his neck. "Tell them we're busy saving the world." He chuckles, the rumble of it warm against my chest. He sits up, pulling me with him. He doesn't let go. He keeps his arm around my waist, anchoring me to his side. We sit there in the center of the scorched room, covered in blood and glowing scars. Kadek rushes in, followed by a dozen armed guards. They stop dead when they see us. They stare at the blackened floor. They stare at the glowing runes on our chests. Kadek lowers his axe. His eyes go wide. He looks at the anvil, then at us. "Gorvek," he asks, his voice hushed. "The Heartstone, where is it?" Gorvek looks at me. He squeezes my waist. "It is exactly where it belongs," he says. He looks back at the chieftain. He lifts his chin, the old authority returning but tempered with something new, something warmer. "The ritual is complete," Gorvek announces, "and the guardian is off duty."
The walk from the lay chamber to the great hall is the longest mile of my life. Longer than the climb up the mountain, longer than the years I spent standing still in the snow. The corridor is lined with warriors. They do not speak, they do not salute, they only stare. They felt the mountain shake, felt the pulse of magic that knocked the dust from the rafters. And now they see their guardian walking out of the forbidden zone, covered in soot and blood, with a human woman leaning against his side. A human woman who is glowing. I keep my arm around Senna's waist. I tell myself it is to support her, that her legs are still shaky from the ritual. But it is a lie. I am holding her because if I let go, I might shatter. The hot rush of the fight is fading, leaving behind a deep, rattling exhaustion. My chest aches where the Heartstone rooted. The new scar burns like a fresh brand. But the bond is a warm, steady hum at the base of my neck, and it is the only thing keeping me upright. The crowd reeks of sweat and iron, and under it their fear. It comes off them like heat off a forge. They look at the gold veins pulsing on my neck, at the steam rising from my shoulders, and they see a monster. My hand drifts to the hilt of my axe. The blade is chipped, the haft cracked from the magical backlash, but it will still kill. "Easy, big guy," Senna murmurs, leaning into me. "You're growling." "I am breathing," I correct. "You're breathing hard, they're just looking. They are judging, they see a traitor." "Let them look," she says, lifting her chin. Her face is smeared with ash, her hair a rat's nest of tangles, but she walks with the swagger of a queen. We saved their mountain. If they want to complain about the noise, they can get in line. I look down at her, a fierce pride swells in my chest, displacing the fear. She is small, fragile, and terrifying. We reach the massive iron doors of the great hall. 2 guards cross their halberds, barring the way. "The chieftain is in council," one says, his voice wavering as he looks at the glowing veins pulsing on my neck. "The council is over," I say. I don't draw my weapon, I just step forward. The sheer mass of me, and the leftover charge of the heartstone riding my skin, presses against them like a held breath. The guards flinch back, the doors swing open. We step into the light. The great hall is a cavernous space, lit by 1,000 torches and the massive hearth fire at the far end. Trophies of war hang from the walls, skulls of cavern beasts, banners of rival clans. At the head of the room, on a dais of granite, sits the high table. Chieftain Kadok is there, so are the elders, the clan mothers, the war leaders. The conversation dies, 500 heads turn. The silence is absolute. Kadok stands, he is a massive orc, green-skinned and battle-scarred, wearing the furs of a cave bear. He looks at me, then he looks at Senna, then he looks at the glowing scars visible through the tears in our tunics. "Gorvek," he says, his voice carries across the hall. The mountain shook, the gate is destroyed, the forbidden arts were used. He descends the dais steps, his heavy boots echoing on the stone. He stops 10 paces from us. "Explain," he demands, "before I have you executed for treason." Senna goes rigid against me. I squeeze her waist, a silent command to stay back. "There is no treason," I say, the words grinding out of me like shifted stone. The temple was breached. The coin wraiths infiltrated the lower tunnels. They sought to steal the heartstone. "So you destroyed the gate?" Kadok asks, his eyes narrowing. I did what was necessary. I do not kneel, I do not bow, I stand tall, meeting his gaze. The vessel was compromised, the stone was unstable. I performed the rite of transfer to save the artifact. "Lies." An elder slams his fist on the high table. It is Vrak, the keeper of the old laws. He stands, his withered face twisted in fury. "He admits it, chieftain, he broke the seal. He let an outlander touch the holy relic. The law is absolute, the punishment is death." A murmur of agreement runs through the older orcs. Vrak points a shaking finger at me. "Look at him, he is corrupted. He glows with the stolen fire. Kill him before he detonates." The guards grip their spears. Kadok's hand drifts to his weapon. "Tradition nearly destroyed the mountain." The shout comes from behind me. Senna steps out from my shadow. She pushes past my arm. She walks right up to Kadok until she is staring at his belt buckle. "Senna," I warn, reaching for her. "No," she says, not looking back. She looks up at the chieftain. "Listen to me, you overgrown decorative rug. Your tradition left a back door open for assassins. If Gorvek hadn't broken the rules, your precious mountain would be a crater right now." The hall gasps. No one speaks to the chieftain like that. Kadok stares down at her. "You have a sharp tongue, human." "I have a sharp mind too," she snaps. "Which is more than I can say for your gate guards. The coin wraiths were inside. They had maps, they had passphrases. Someone on your council sold you out." She turns and sweeps her gaze across the high table. Her eyes land on Vrak. The old orc goes a shade paler. "We stopped them," Senna continues. "We fixed the stone. And yeah, we broke the gate. Send us a bill. But don't you dare talk about executing him." "She speaks heresy," Vrak screeched. "She is a thief, a rat." Rage spikes in my chest, not my rage, our rage. The bond flares. A pulse of golden light ripples out from me. It casts long, jagged shadows against the walls. The torches flicker and dim. The air pressure in the room drops, popping ears. "She is not a thief," I snarl, stepping in front of her. My voice is distorted, layered with the grind of the mountain. "She is the vessel, and she is under my protection." Vrock sits down hard. Kadik takes a step back, his eyes widening. He is not looking at a traitor anymore. He is looking at a power he cannot control. You claim you saved the stone, Kadik says, his voice neutral. But I see no stone. I see two people glowing like fireflies. It's complicated, Senna admits. We're sharing custody. Sharing custody, Kadik scoffs. The Heartstone cannot be shared. It destroys the weak. Then I guess we're not weak. Kadik studies us. He is calculating. He is a politician as much as a warrior. He sees the power rolling off us. If he tries to kill us, half his hall will burn. If he exiles us, he loses the Heartstone forever. The doors at the back of the hall burst open again. Two guards drag a man into the room. It is a messenger, breathless and covered in snow. He looks half mad. Chieftain, he gasps, falling to his knees. News from the valley, the lower settlements. Kadik frowns, annoyed at the interruption. What is it? Are we under attack? No, sir, it's a miracle. The orc looks around, his eyes wild. The prisoners, the ones the coin wraiths brought in, the ones with the rot, the sickness just vanished. One moment they were coughing blood, the next they were clear, whole. The dungeons are clean, my lord. A murmur runs through the crowd. What did you say? Kadik demands. A wave of gold light came from the mountain, the messenger says. It passed through the valley. Where it touched, the ice melted. The sick stood up from their deathbeds. Kadik freezes. He looks at the messenger, then he looks back at us. He looks at the glowing scars on our chests, the dual heartbeat that thrums in the silence. You released the energy, Kadik whispers. You did more than contain it. You vented it into the land. We had to, I say. The pressure was critical. You healed the valley, Kadik says, his voice rising in wonder. The Heartstone has been dormant for 3 centuries. It has been a stone. You woke it up. He looks at Vrock, who stares at the table in sullen silence. Then he steps closer, the heat of the Heartstone reflected in his dark eyes. You glow with the fire of the earth, he rumbles, but fire consumes. How do I know you are not burning from the inside out? How do I know this bond is not a parasite? He holds out his hand. Prove it, Gorvek. Share the heat without burning the king. I hesitate, the stone humming against my ribs. Then I reach out. I grasp Kadik's forearm. The gold veins on my skin flare. He flinches, his eyes widening as the warmth, pure and controlled and life-giving, rushes from me into him. He takes a breath. He looks at an old scar on his own arm as it pales and smooths. Kadik releases me. He looks at the council and he starts to laugh. It is a booming, joyous sound that echoes off the rafters. He throws his head back and roars. The Guardian broke the rules, Kadik shouts, turning to his council, and he saved us all. The tension breaks like a fever. The warriors in the hall lower their weapons. Confused muttering turns into cheers. Kadik claps a heavy hand on my shoulder, nearly buckling my knees. You are not a traitor, Gorvek, he declares. You are the first warlord of the new age. You have brought the spring back to the mountain. He turns to Senna. He bows, a shocking gesture of respect. And you, little thief, you are no longer an intruder. You are a hearthkeeper. The stronghold is yours. Senna blinks. She crosses her arms. Hearthkeeper, she says flatly. I don't keep hearths, I light fires, and sometimes I steal the mantelpiece. Kadik grins. Shadow Walker then, or Gold Finder. Choose your title so long as you stay. I prefer advisor, she mutters, with a generous tribute. Done. Kadik's grin fades. He turns back to the high table, to the old elder sitting rigid in his seat. Vrock. The hall goes quiet again. The coin wraiths walked my halls with my own passphrases in their mouths, and the vessel says someone on this council sold them the gate. You went gray when she looked at you. Vrock opens his mouth, then closes it, and the silence is answer enough. Take him, Kadik says to his guards without heat. He will answer for it before the clan. 2 warriors lift the old orc from his seat. He does not fight. The old laws have no clause that forgives a man for selling the door. I am not a warlord, I say low. The laughter dies down. Kadik looks at me. I am the guardian, I say, or I was, but I have failed my oath. I let the enemy in. I broke the gate. I fused the holy relic to my own flesh. I reach back. I unstrap the massive executioner's axe from my back. The weight of it is familiar, comforting, a part of my body for 20 years. I cross to the middle of the room. I lay the weapon at Kadik's feet. The steel rings against the stone. The guardian is dead, I say. I am no longer a watcher on the wall. I cannot stand apart anymore. I turn to Senna. She is watching me, her eyes shining. She understands what I am doing. She understands that I am laying down the burden of my isolation. I take her hand, I lace my fingers through hers. I lift our joined hands for the court to see. The scars on our wrists flare gold. I am hers, I announce, the words level and certain. My oath is to her, my life is hers. If you want me, you take us both. Kaduk looks at the axe, then he looks at us. He picks up the weapon, he weighs it in his hands. A guardian stands alone, Kaduk agrees, but a warlord leads. He holds the axe out to me, handle first. Take it back, Gorvek, we do not need you to watch the wall anymore. We need you to fight for the future, fight for her. I look at the axe, then I look at Senna. Take it, she whispers, you look naked without it, and it scares people, I like that. I take the axe, I strap it back on. Then I accept, I say. The hall erupts, cheers, stamping feet, weapons banging against shields. It is a deafening roar of approval. Food, Kaduk bellows, wine, open the deep cellars, tonight we celebrate the awakening. The crowd dissolves into chaos, tables are dragged out, casks are rolled in. In the confusion, a small figure darts through the crowd. Senna spins around. Leah. Her sister is running toward us, dodging orc warriors. She looks healthy. Her skin is pink. She is moving with a speed I have never seen in her. She tackles Senna. They collide in a hug that nearly knocks them both over. Senna buries her face in Leah's hair, shaking with sobs. You're okay, Senna cries, you're okay. I woke up in the cell, Leah says, breathless. The pain just stopped. The guards let us out when the shaking started. Senna, what did you do? I fixed it, Senna chokes out. We fixed it. I watched them, the two sisters, reunited. The reason Senna stole, the reason she fought, the reason she nearly died. A cold wind blows through my chest. She has her sister back, she has her family. The job is done, the thief has her prize, and the sick girl is well again. Does she still need the monster who guards her? I take a step back, retreating into the shadow of a pillar. I am not part of this circle. I am the shield, not the hearth. A heavy hand lands on my shoulder, Kaduk. Don't be a fool, Gorvek, he says, watching me. She is with her kin, I say. I should go. You look like a dog who chased the wagon and doesn't know what to do now that it's stopped, Kaduk snorts. Soldiers retreat, husbands step in. Which one are you? Before I can answer, Senna's hand shoots out from the huddle. She grabs my tunic. She yanks me forward, nearly off balance. Leia, she says, wiping her eyes and pulling me into the light. Meet the idiot who saved the world, and me. Leah looks up at me. She has Senna's eyes, but softer. She smiles. Thank you, she says, for bringing her back. She brought herself back, I say, awkward in the face of such pure gratitude. I just carried the luggage. Senna snorts. He means he carried the mountain. The feast is a chaos of noise and light. I sit at the high table, a place of honor I have never held. Kaduk sits on my left, plying me with strong ale, and Senna sits on my right, eating like a starving wolf. But the clan is still wary. They eye Senna, a small human at the warlord's table. A knife thuds into the wood between Senna's fingers. The table goes silent. It is Vrok's son, a young warrior with more scars than sense. He sneers at her. Fast enough to steal, human, he grunts. Fast enough to keep your fingers. It is a challenge, 5-finger fillet, a test of nerve. I start to rise, but Senna puts a hand on my chest. Sit down, big guy, she says. I got this. She picks up the knife. It is heavy iron, balanced for killing. She spins it over her knuckles. You want to play? She asks the warrior. Standard rules or thief rules? Thief rules, the warrior scoffs. Right. She slams her hand palm down on the table. Thud, 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 thud. The knife is a blur. She goes between the fingers, then over the thumb, then flips the knife and runs it backward. She finishes by burying the point in the wood a hair's breadth from the warrior's nose. She hasn't even looked down. She's staring him right in the eye. You missed a spot, she says, picking up her ale with her other hand. The warrior stares at the knife. He stares at her hand, not a scratch. He starts to laugh. He pounds the table. Shadow Walker, he roars. She has the speed of the wind. The table erupts, mugs are banged. The tension dissolves into respect. She is more than my consort now. She is one of them. Under the table, Senna's hand finds mine. Her thumb traces the calluses on my palm. Show off, I murmur. Presentation, she corrects. Never let them see you sweat. Later, when the moon is high, we escape. We walk through the winding corridors to the guardian's quarters. It is deep in the rock, near the old gate. I open the door. The room is stark, a stone bed with furs, a single chair, a wash basin, and nothing else. No decorations, no color. It is the cell of a monk. Senna steps inside and looks around. Well, she says, this is Blake. It is functional. It's depressing, Gorvek. We are going to need a rug and maybe a window. Can we cut a window? We are underground. Details, she walks over to the single chair. She touches the worn wood, and we're going to need a bigger bed. I close the door and lock it. I walk over to the basin, dip a cloth in the cold water, and come up behind her. Turn around, I say. She turns, and I wipe the soot from her cheek and the dried blood from her neck while she closes her eyes, leaning into my touch. You look tired, I whisper. I feel like I carried a mountain. You did. I wash her face. She takes the cloth and washes mine. It is intimate, quiet, a holy ritual of its own. We are washing away the war. Come, I say. I lead her not to the bed, but to the small balcony that overlooks the valley. The cold air is a relief, and the wind bites at our faces, stripping away the heat of the hall. Below us, the valley is transformed, and even in the dark, the new flowers throw a strange, soft glow up off the snow. Overhead, the northern lights dance, green and gold ribbons that mirror the scars on our chests. It is peaceful. Senna leans against the stone railing, wrapping her arms around herself. It's over, she says softly, actually over. The immediate danger is past, I agree. I wrap my heavy fur cloak around her shoulders, pulling her back against my chest. But Vargas is still down in the low city, and the House of Coins still keeps your name in its ledger. That debt is mine to settle now. Settle it later, she says, after I sleep for a week. A week seems reasonable. She turns in my arms, she looks up at me. The aurora reflects in her eyes. So what now, she asks. No more stealing, no more running. We rebuild, I say. The temple needs a new gate. The magic needs to be studied. The world needs to know that the stronghold is awake. Sounds like a lot of work. It is. And us, she asks, what are we? I look at her, the thief who broke into my temple and stole my heart, the woman who saw the monster and didn't run. We are the anchor, I say. I am the rock, you are the wind. Without the rock, the wind has no shape. Without the wind, the rock has no voice. We hold the world together. Cheesy, she whispers, but she's smiling. Accurate. I cup her face, I lower my head. Tonight, I say, we rest. I kiss her. It is slow and gentle, a promise made in the cold air. No dying man kisses like this, no desperate one. This is the kiss of a man who has a future. She melts into me, the bond hums, a contented low purr. It is an alloy now, gold and iron fused together, stronger than either was alone. We stand there for a long time, watching the lights dance over the mountain, two scarred, broken people who found a way to fit together. The mountain stands silent and strong above us, and the valley blooms below in the dead of winter, and here we are between them, warm in the cold. We are home.
Sunlight pries my eyelids open, heavy and golden. It's a soft glow through the new glass window, not the blinding glare of the snowfields. The air in the room doesn't bite, and it doesn't demand I check for exits or reach for a knife. It smells of pine, wood smoke, and the musk of the massive orc sleeping next to me. I shift my legs, my bare feet sinking into the thick, white fur rug beside the bed, the first thing we bought for the room, just like I promised. A heavy arm pins me to the mattress. Gorvek's forearm is thicker than my neck, a band of iron muscle relaxed in sleep. His skin radiates a furnace heat that seeps through my thin nightshirt, baking the chill out of my bones. It took weeks for the bruises to fade and the magic to settle, but the silence kept its promise. 4 months ago, waking up trapped like this would have sent my heart slamming and my hands grabbing for a throat or a window. Now I just burrow deeper. Being pinned doesn't feel like a cage anymore. It feels like an anchor. My hand drifts to my chest. Under my palm, the scar traces a delicate, fern-like pattern over my sternum, glowing. Thump thump. The heartstone hums against my ribs, a second heartbeat synced with the slower, deeper thud of Gorvek's heart against my back. I am not running, I am not freezing, I am not alone. A contented sigh escapes me. I try to shift, intending to slide out from under the limb to reach the water pitcher, but the arm tightens. No, a voice rumbles. It sounds like gravel tumbling down a ravine. Gorvek doesn't open his eyes. He just pulls me flush against his chest, burying his face in the crook of my neck. His tusks graze the sensitive skin there, sending a shiver racing down my spine. I need water, I whisper, patting his hand. Let me go, you overgrown heater. You are a heat thief, he mumbles into my skin, his breath hot and damp. You stay. I have things to do, the feast, the delegation. Later. His hand moves. It slides from my waist down to my hip, large fingers kneading the flesh like he owns it. The bond flares at the friction. Gold light blooms behind my eyelids, and the heat in the bed climbs. My breath hitches. Gorvek. He bites the cord of my neck. Not hard, just enough to claim. His hips roll forward, pressing the hard length of him against my lower back. He is heavy and awake and very much interested. You're insatiable, I accuse, though I lean back into him, my body softening. I am thorough, he corrects. He rolls me over. He does it like I weigh nothing at all. He hovers above me, blocking out the sun, all gray skin and scars, and amber eyes lit with a possessive fire. He doesn't rush. We aren't in the deep roads anymore. No monsters scratch at the door, no magic counts down to the moment I burn. There is only the slow slide of his hand up my thigh, pushing the nightshirt out of the way. You are warm, he murmurs, his thumb tracing the glowing scar between my breasts. Because of you. Good. He kisses me, and there's nothing gentle in it. It's acclaiming. His tongue sweeps into my mouth, tasting of sleep and want, demanding a response I give him. My hands tangle in his long, black hair, pulling him down. And then there is no rush in it, no monsters at the door, only the slow, certain claiming of two people who have all the time in the world now. He fills the restless hum that always lives under my skin, mine and his and always, and at the peak the magic behind my breastbone surges and pours into him, and he takes it, grounding the heat and the light through his own body so I do not burn, the circle closing between us. We collapse. For a long time, the only sound in the room is our ragged breathing and the settling of dust motes in the sunbeams. Gorvek rolls to the side, pulling me with him so I lie sprawled on his chest, my ear pressed to the thudding drum of his heart. He runs a hand down my spine, his touch lazy and sated. We are going to be late, I murmur into his chest hair. Let them wait, he rumbles, the sound rattling my teeth. The Guardian is busy. The Guardian is a slacker. He chuckles, a deep, rusty sound I'm still not used to hearing. He kisses the top of my head. The Guardian is happy. There is a difference. Getting out of bed is a negotiation. Getting dressed is a comedy. I stand by the wash basin, trying to fasten the small, intricate silver buttons of my new tunic. My fingers are still trembling, and the buttons are stubborn. Allow me, Gorvek says. He stands behind me, dressed in his dark leathers, looking like a cliff face in a shirt. His hands, huge and calloused, brush mine aside. He fastens the tiny buttons one by one, gentler than anything that size has a right to be, his breath stirring the hair on my neck. You look like a noble, he says, smoothing the blue wool over my shoulders. I look in the mirror. The fabric is fine, embroidered with silver thread, a gift from the weavers in the valley. It fits. I look like a thief in a stolen coat, I retort, tugging at the collar. You look like a hearthkeeper, he corrects, and the coat is yours, paid for in full. He catches my eye in the mirror. He isn't smiling, but his eyes are warm. He rests his chin on the top of my head for a second, a silent grounding, before stepping back. Come, the wolves are hungry. The Great Hall is a riot of noise. 4 months ago, this room had been a place of judgment, filled with hostile stares and drawn weapons. Now, it smells of roasted boar, spiced wine, and too many bodies. Music, a chaotic blend of orcish drums and human fiddles, clashes in the air, loud and joyous. I smooth the front of my tunic. Stop fidgeting, Gorvek murmurs, his hand resting on the small of my back. He is scanning the room, his gaze sharp, a steady warning glare for anyone who steps too close to us. I'm not fidgeting, I'm checking for exits, old habits. The exit is behind us, and no one is chasing you. Yet, I mutter, but I lean into his touch. His hand is heavy, a constant reminder of the tether between us. We weave through the crowd. Humans from the valley mingle with orc warriors from the mountain. It isn't perfect harmony. There are still wary glances and awkward pauses, but the beer is flowing and no one is killing each other, and that counts as a victory in my book. We reach the high table. It is already crowded with the strange, motley family that fate has assembled over the last year. There they are, a cheerful voice cuts through the din. Nell waves a honey cake at us. She looks exactly as she had the day I met her during the trade negotiations. Messy brown hair braided with wilting wildflowers, eyes bright with an optimism that should have been fatal. Her other hand is busy holding back a toddler with pale green skin and tiny tusks who is trying to climb the roasted pig centerpiece. Zola, no climbing the dinner, Nell chirps, hauling the kid back. Uncle Gorvek frowns on table acrobatics. Next to her, Rune sits with the stillness of a statue. The massive orc scout doesn't look up from the block of wood in his hands, his knife peeling away shavings with delicate precision. Gorvek leans over. Is that cedar? Rune looks up, his amber eyes meeting Gorvek's. He holds up the half-finished carving, a small wooden bear. It holds the grain better. Gorvek nods, a silent communication of craftsmen passing between them. I have some ironwood in my quarters, for the next one. I would appreciate that, Rune says. Further down the table, a woman with auburn hair is lecturing a large orc warrior about his own bones. If you put weight on it before the tendon knits, Thane, I will break it again myself, just so I can set it right, Ember threatens, bouncing a sleeping infant on her hip. Thane, whose scarred face looks like it could curdle milk, looks at the healer like she hung the moon. It is better, Ember. The pain is almost nothing. Almost nothing is still something, she snaps, checking the baby's swaddling with quick hands. And it says, sit down. Thane sits. I hide a grin, glad to see the hearth life is spreading. It is a plague, a deep voice rumbles from the head of the table. Chieftain Kadek sits on his throne, looking exhausted but content. One hand rests on the hilt of his axe, and the other is deep inside a pouch of dried meat that looks empty. Beside him sits a woman who looks like she could cut glass with her jawline. Bryn, the envoy or the spy, depending on who you ask. Her honey blonde hair is pulled back in a severe, elegant knot, and she is using a dagger to point out something on a map spread between their plates. The whole alliance rests on grain, Bryn is saying, ignoring the festivities. If we don't get the shipment in before the first snow, we'll have unrest by spring. Kadek sighs, munching on a piece of jerky. Can we not discuss unrest during the feast, my heart? Starvation waits for no feast, Kadek. She looks up, her sharp brown eyes locking onto me. Senna, you're late. I take it the perimeter took longer to walk than usual. Heat climbs my cheeks. Gorvek coughs into his fist. Something like that, I say, sliding into my seat. It needed a thorough sweep. Bryn hums, a knowing smirk touching her lips. Guarding the hoard is slow work. Food appears in front of us. Platters of meat, bowls of root vegetables, endless pitchers of ale. I eat, listening to the chaotic banter. Nell is trying to teach Rune a tavern song. Ember is fussing over a warrior who wandered past with a sniffle. Bryn is haggling grain prices with a drunk merchant. It is loud, it is messy, it is real. My hand drifts to the old brand Vargas burned into my skin, the broken coin that was meant to mark me as his property until I died owing him. It is just a scar now, one more line on the map of my failures. Gorvek went down to the low city in the first thaw and settled my debt the only way a debt to the House of Coin ever truly clears. He came back with little to say about it, and I knew better than to ask. The brand does not mean I belong to anyone now. It means I outlived the man who thought I did. I look around the table. A guard, a scout, a healer, an exile, a spy, a chieftain, a guardian, and a thief. We are a punchline to a bad joke, but we are also the reason the mountain is still standing. My eyes drift past the table and scan the wider hall. The old itch starts between my shoulder blades, the need to find the one person who matters. She is in the courtyard, Gorvek says, reading my mind. I just want to check. Go, I will guard your plate from Zola. I slip away from the table. As I walk, the bond stretches. It doesn't hurt, but I feel it, a tension beneath my breastbone, a tether reminding me where my gravity lies. The courtyard is cooler, the noise of the feast muffled by the stone walls. Torches flicker in iron sconces, casting long shadows across the straw targets set up for the archery competition. A group of young orcs and humans are gathered at the far end, laughing and taking turns with a short bow. I spot her. Leah stands near the firing line. She isn't wrapped in blankets. She isn't coughing into a handkerchief stained with blood. She wears a simple tunic and trousers, her hair tied back. Her skin, once gray and translucent, is flushed pink with the cold and exertion. She pauses, glancing up at a banner flapping in the wind. She shifts her stance, correcting her aim for the draft. Then she turns her head. Her eyes lock onto the shadowed archway where I'm standing before I even step out. "You're not checking the exits," she calls out, her voice clear. I step into the light, surprised. "What?" "You walked in without checking the back gate," Leah says, grinning. "You're slipping, Senna." "I checked it on the way in," I lie, walking over. "Nice stance." She turns back to the target. She draws the string back, no shake in her arms now, no weakness, and looses. The arrow thuds into the outer ring of the target, not the center, but a solid hit. "Ha," she cheers, clapping a young orc warrior on the arm. "Pay up, Krell, that's inside the line." The orc grumbles but hands over a copper coin. Leah laughs, the sound bright and clear, unclogged by the rot that had lived in her chest for years. I stand there, my hand pressed to my mouth. For 10 years, my whole world had been keeping her alive. Every coin I stole, every risk I took, every scar I earned went to her medicine, her warmth, her next breath. I had been her shield, her healer, her mother, her father. Now she is winning bets and reading the wind. She doesn't look for me, doesn't scan the crowd for her protector, she is just living. A weight I hadn't known I was still carrying lifts off my shoulders and drifts away like smoke. I feel light, light enough to float. "You look happy," she says, pocketing the coin. "I am." "Good," she hugs me, then pulls back. "Are you staying for the next round? I'm going to take all their money." I laugh. "No, I have to get back to the boring grown-up table. You take their money, just don't get hustled." "Please," she scoffs, throwing my own sass back at me word for word. "I learned from the best." She runs back to the line. I watch her go. The job is done, the debt is paid. She doesn't need a savior anymore. She just needed a sister. I turn back to the hall. The bond in my chest snaps tight, pulling me back toward the warmth, toward the high table, toward him. "Attention!" Kadek's voice booms across the great hall, silencing the music and the chatter. The chieftain stands on the dais, holding a tankard of ale the size of a bucket. "Tonight we celebrate the harvest," Kadek roars. "We celebrate the alliance, but mostly, we celebrate the fact that the mountain did not explode 4 months ago." A cheer goes up, a few warriors thump their tables. "We have many heroes," Kadek continues, his dark eyes sweeping the room. "But there is one who came to us uninvited, one who broke our gates, stole our secrets, and then decided to fix them instead of selling them." "Oh no." I sink lower in my chair. Gorvek's hand lands on my shoulder, holding me in place. He is smirking. "To the thief," Kadek shouts, raising his tankard toward me. "The one who stole our luck back, to Senna." "To Senna," the hall roars back. 500 voices, orcs pounding their chests, humans raising their glasses. "Stand up," Gorvek nudges me. "I hate this," I hiss. "Stand up, little thief, take the credit. For once, you are not hiding." I stand. My knees are shaking, but I force my spine straight. I raise my goblet, my face burning hotter than the heartstone, but I don't look away. I look Kadek in the eye. I look at the room. "Thanks," I say, my voice steady. Then, louder, with every scrap of bravado I have left. "Thank you, but if the gate breaks again, I'm charging double." Laughter ripples through the room. It is warm, it is accepting. I sit back down into the curve of Gorvek's arm. "Never again, I am retiring." "Unlikely," Bryn says from down the table, not looking up from her map. "You're too good at this, Senna. People notice." "I'm an advisor now," I mutter. "Perimeter checks only." Gorvek squeezes my shoulder. A worthy trade. Later, when the torches burn low and the bards grow hoarse, we escape. The balcony is quiet. The wind died down to leave a crisp, clear night, and the sky is thick with stars, no cloud or smoke to dull them. Below us, the valley sleeps under a blanket of new growth, the strange flowers glowing in the dark like fallen stars. I lean against the stone railing, the cold seeping into the wool of my tunic but never reaching my skin. The bond keeps me warm. Gorvek stands behind me. He wraps his heavy fur cloak around both of us, turning us into a single, massive silhouette against the night. His arms cross over my chest, his chin resting on top of my head. "It is quiet," he says, the words traveling through my spine. "It's weird," I admit. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the guards to show up, for the sickness to come back. It will not come back. How do you know? Because we are the anchor, he says. The stone does not move. I reach up and touch the hands crossed over my chest. I trace the scars on his knuckles, feeling the rough callus and the heat beneath. Then I move my hand to my own chest, feeling the fern scar through the fabric. I close my eyes. I picture the map of the 5 realms. I picture all the places I had run to, all the holes I had hidden in. None of them had ever felt like this. I turn in his arms. Gorvek looks down at me. His face, once a mask of stone and duty, is open, softened around the edges. He looks like a man who has put down a heavy load and found something better to carry. "I'm not running anymore," I whisper. "I know. And I'm not stealing anything else, except maybe the blankets." He smiles. "You have already stolen everything that matters." I stand on my tiptoes. He lowers his head to meet me. We kiss. There's no hungry fire in it like the morning, no desperation like the night of the ritual. It is a seal, a promise, a quiet thing made of stone and steel and a heart that finally beats in time with another. I pull back, resting my forehead against his. I look out at the mountain, silent and strong above us. "We're home, Gorvek." "Yes," he says, pulling the cloak tighter around us, shielding me from the last of the cold. "We are home." If Senna and Gorvek got their hooks under your ribs, thank you for going down into the dark with them and coming back up. Would you leave a review? Even a sentence or two helps other readers find these books, and every single one means the world to me. https://www.amazon.com/stores/Luna Draven/author/B0FSID6KQ5. Start at the beginning. Soulbound to the Orc, Book 0 of Stone and Storm is free. A merchant guard who braids flowers into her hair, a disgraced orc scout, one blood moon night, and the ancient ritual that takes the blood of enemies turned allies and a word spoken out loud. https://dlbookfunnel.com/gffit8ou8u. Browse the whole series on Amazon. https://www.amazon.com/stores/Luna Draven/author/B0FSID6KQ5. The Stone and Storm world keeps growing. New clans, new hearts, the same promise. A love worth bleeding for and brave enough to name. Sign up for the newsletter to be first in line for what comes next. http://www.dreamcrestpublishing.com. The war that forged the Worldbreaker is over. Its maker is not free of it. The Stone and Storm series continues with Ironbound to the Orc, a refugee convoy's quartermaster who keeps her people alive by arithmetic, the outcast Iron Singer blacksmith whose hands once made a weapon that killed thousands, and the elf warlord hunting him across the snow. Turn the page for the first chapter. The wind screams through Icethroat Pass. It shrieks constant and abrasive, the sound of the world filing itself down against the granite teeth of the mountains. I tune it out. I have to. The wind is a variable I cannot control, and in my line of work, you ignore the uncontrollable variables to focus on the ones that will kill you. Scrape. The sound cuts through the gale like a razor. It is faint, muffled by 50 yards of snow and canvas, but my brain isolates it, amplifies it, and categorizes it. Metal on metal. Specifically, a standard-issue iron ladle dragging across the bottom of a cast-iron cauldron. Empty. The sound triggers the spin. It starts at the base of my skull, a static buzz of pressure. White noise. The ledger is failing. The thought is a calculation, not a panic response. A ladle scraping the bottom means the portion control is off. It means the gruel is too thin, or the server is too generous, or, worst of all, the supply is lower than the manifest states. The spin accelerates. The world narrows down to a ticker tape of numbers running behind my eyes. Current fuel per serving, enough for a body at rest. Required to hold heat at 20 below, more than 4 times that. The deficit eats at the marrow. Time to collapse for the average grown man, 14 days. For the children in wagons 7, 4. I stop walking. The wind slams into my back, trying to push me face first into the permafrost, but I am anchored by the weight of the book at my hip. The ledger. My breath mists inside the wool scarf wrapped 3 times around my face. It freezes at once, stiffening the fabric. I check my internal clock. 14:00 hours. Lunch service should be halfway through. If the pot is scraping now, we are short. 4 ounces, I whisper. The words are lost to the storm, but my throat hums with them. We are short 4 ounces per person. That doesn't sound like much. 1/4 of a pound, a few bites. But mathematics is a cruel god, and it demands tithes. 4 ounces times 214 people is 53 pounds of food, 53 pounds of usage ahead of schedule. If we are 53 pounds light today, and the degradation rate remains constant, we will run out of food 6 days before we reach the coast. 6 days. I close my eyes, I see the map in my head. A jagged blue line marks the coastline. The convoy is a black dot. The distance between them is measured not in miles, but in meals. Total mortality. The phrase flashes in my mind, red and pulsing. I force my eyes open. The spin slows just a fraction. Panic is inefficient. Panic burns glucose. I need to balance the equation. I turn my back to the wind and march toward the center of the laager. The wagons are arranged in a tight defensive circle, wheels locked, heavy iron chains binding them together against the storm. It is a formation designed to repel bandits, wolves, and the occasional desperate bear. It does nothing against the cold. The camp is a study in gray, from the leaden sky to the dirty snow. Even the faces of the refugees huddled around the few sputtering braziers look ash-dusted. I see the resentment in their eyes. They don't see Sybil, the quartermaster trying to keep them alive. They see the ration witch, the woman who measures their lives in ladle scoops and denies them that extra crust of bread. They hate me, that is fine. Hate is warm and hate keeps the blood moving. Indifference is what freezes you. I reach the heavy supply wagon at the core of the formation. Davin, my porter, is there, scraping the last of the oatmeal from the cauldron. He looks up, his face patched with frostbite ointment. "We're out, quartermaster," he says, his voice cracking. I heard. I step up to the cauldron, I look inside, clean, not a smear left. "You served generous today, Davin." He flinches. "They were hungry, ma'am, the miller's girl, she looked so thin." "Physics does not care about the miller's girl," I say. My voice is flat, stripped of inflection. It has to be. If I let emotion in, the math falls apart. "You gave her an extra scoop, which means the 3 people at the end of the line got nothing." Davin looks at his boots. "I couldn't help it." "You will help it," I say. "Because tomorrow, you will cut the ration by 10% to make up the deficit." He looks up, horror dawning in his eyes. 10%, they're already starving. "Then they will starve slower," I state. "If we run out at mile marker 20, everyone dies. If we ration now, maybe only the weak die. It is a numbers game, Davin. Stop trying to play it with your heart. Use the scale." I turn away before he can argue. I can't look at him. If I look at him, I'll remember that he is 17 and gave his gloves to his little sister yesterday. I'll remember that he is a person, not a variable. And I cannot afford people right now. I can only afford cargo. I need to find the leak. If Davin was generous, that's one variable. But 53 pounds is too much for just a heavy hand. Someone is stealing. The spin revs up again. Theft, parasitic loss, unaccounted variable. I scan the camp. My eyes land on the splash of color that insults the monochrome landscape. Merchant Kalen's tent. It sits in the lee of the 2 largest cargo wagons, protected from the worst of the wind. The tent is heavy, treated silk, dyed a deep, royal purple, the color of kings, the color of bruises. Smoke curls from the iron chimney pipe poking through the roof. Wood smoke, hardwood. My teeth grind together. We are burning dried dung and splintered crates to keep the refugees from freezing, and he is burning oak. I walk toward the tent. The snow crunches under my boots, a rhythmic thud crunch that matches the pounding of my heart. I check my pulse, 110 beats per minute. Anxiety, anger, both wasteful. I reach the tent flap and rip it open without announcing myself. The heat is a wall. The air is thick and wet, scented with lavender and roasting meat. The sudden change makes my skin prickle with phantom needles. Kalen sits on a pile of furs that could have outfitted an entire squad of guards. He is a large man, the furs straining to contain a lifetime of excess feeding. He wears a velvet robe over his wool tunics, and his feet are propped up on a brass brazier glowing with red-hot coals. He is eating a sausage. A cured, smoked pork sausage. The casing snaps with a wet sound as he bites into it. Grease runs down his chin. I stand in the entrance, letting the cold air rush in past me. The spin screams in my head. Pork, good meat, high salt content, reserved for the scouting parties and the pregnant women. Kalen, I say. He looks up annoyed. He swallows the bite without chewing properly. Quartermaster, close the flap, you're letting the draft in. I'm letting reality in, I say, stepping inside and dropping the flap. The warmth is suffocating. It feels greasy. That sausage, where did you get it? He wipes his mouth with a silk handkerchief. My private stores, I packed well. I inspected your private stores 3 days ago, I say. I tap the ledger at my belt. You had dried fruit, hardtack, and 3 bottles of brandy. You did not have pork. His eyes narrow. They are watery, weak eyes buried in flesh. Are you calling me a liar, Sybil? I am calling you a thief. I walk to the brazier, I look at the coals, and a traitor. Kalen laughs. It is a wet, phlegmy sound. Traitor, because I eat my own food? You adhere too strictly to your little book, girl. This is the real world. The strong eat, the weak beg. The Crown's law on war supply, I recite. The words come out automatic, a shield of legality. In times of crisis, every scrap a convoy carries falls under the quartermaster's hand. Hoarding what keeps us alive is a crime. Stealing rationed meat is a hanging offense. I look at the sausage in his hand. That is evidence. Kalen sneers. Who is going to arrest me? The guards work for me. I pay their wages. They work for the convoy, I correct. And they are hungry. How long do you think your gold will protect you if I tell them you are eating their dinner? He stiffens, his grip on the sausage tightening. You wouldn't. I calculate risk, I say. If I let you keep stealing, we fall short on rations. A shortage means people die. If I expose you, you die. 1 casualty versus 200. The math is simple. He stands up. A head taller than me, he outweighs me by 100 pounds. He steps close, using his size, crowding me back. I smell the lavender oil he uses to mask the stench of unwashed bodies. I smell the pork. You think you're so high and mighty, he spits. But I know who you are, Sybil. I know why you're out here in the frozen ass end of the world instead of sitting in a warm office in the capital. My breath hitches. Oh, Caven, he whispers. The name hits me harder than the cold. Oh, Caven. The spin goes erratic. Static floods my vision. I see the smoke. I hear the coughing. I see the ledger from that siege, the pages black with crossed-out names. You counted beans while they died, Kalen hisses. With your math, you decided who lived and who rotted. Do you think this notebook makes you a god? It makes you a monster. He pokes a sausage-fat finger into my chest. You killed them, and you'll kill us too. I stare at him, my heart rate spikes. 140 BPM, my blood roars in my ears. He is attacking the foundation of my logic. But he made a mistake. He reminded me of the stakes. I grab his wrist. My grip is iron. I might be small, but I am wire tough, and I am fueled by a desperation he cannot comprehend. I twist his hand, forcing the sausage from his grasp, and it falls into the dirt. Yes, I whisper, I know. I look up at him, and I know my eyes are terrifying. I have been told they look like glass when I get like this. Dead, empty. I killed them because I let the variables get out of control, I say. I let men like you hoard the medicine. I let the strong take from the weak. And the math failed. I release his wrist. He stumbles back, rubbing the red marks on his skin. Not this time, I say. I am confiscating your charcoal. I am confiscating your private stores. You will eat the gruel like everyone else. And if I catch you near the supply wagons again, I won't arrest you. I lean in. I will recalculate your ration to 0. I turn and leave. I stumble out into the snow. The cold hurts now. It bites through my layers, seeking the heat I stole from the tent. I am shaking, not from the temperature, from the encounter. The ghost of Oakhaven is screaming in my ear. Failure, failure, failure. 214 names, I know them all. I recite them when I can't sleep. I need to check the cargo. The thought centers me. The cargo is the penance. It is the only way to balance the ledger. I move toward the lead wagon. Wagon 1, the most armored, the most guarded. The driver, a grisly veteran named Horg, nods to me as I approach. He looks like a snowman covered in a layer of ice. Quartermaster, he grunts. Status, I ask. Cold, he says. Wheels are stiff. Axles are complaining. What about the payload? Quiet as the grave. I climb up the side of the wagon, my boots slipping on the icy wood. I unlatch the heavy canvas cover and slip inside. It is dark. It smells of straw and sawdust. In the center of the wagon bed, strapped down with leather belts and cushioned by wool blankets, are the crates. They are small, unassuming, but they are heavier than gold. Alchemical stabilizers. Vials of blue liquid, refined from the rare frost blooms that grow only on the highest peaks. They are the only cure for the rot, the plague eating the city of Oakhaven alive. My mentor is there. Master Alander, the man who taught me that numbers dictate reality, the man who stood up for me at the tribunal when everyone else called for my execution. He is dying. If I get these vials to him, he lives, the city lives, the ledger balances. If I fail, I kneel next to the nearest crate. I strip off my glove and place my hand on the wood. Cold, too cold. The stabilizers are temperature sensitive. If they freeze, the glass shatters. If they get too warm, the alchemy denatures and becomes poison. They need to be kept between 30 and 40 degrees. I press my cheek against the crate. I can feel the chill seeping through the wood. Current temperature, 25 degrees, danger zone. The math turns red. They are freezing. I unbutton my coat. I pull out the spare wool blanket I keep wrapped around my waist. I drape it over the crate. It's not enough. Body heat, I need to give it my heat. I wrap my arms around the crate, pressing my body against it. I give it my warmth. The heat drains out of me, flowing into the wood. I start to tremble. Good. Trembling generates heat. I have to save him. I stay there for what feels like hours. My mind drifts. I calculate the wind chill. I calculate the distance. I calculate the probability of the glass cracking. Probability, 85%. It's too high, we aren't going to make it. I need a better heat source, the smith. Axel. I picture him, the orc, the mountain of muscle and scars who runs the forge wagon. He radiates heat like a furnace. He could keep the crates warm. But Kaelin's words sting, traitor. Axel is an orc, the enemy. The war ended 5 years ago, but the hate didn't. He travels with us because we need a smith, but he is an outcast. If I bring him here, if I let him touch the stabilizers, the convoy might mutiny. Kaelin would use it against me. Logic mutiny. I can't risk it, not yet. I squeeze the crate tighter. Just hold on, I whisper. Don't break, please don't break. Then it happens. The wind stops. It doesn't fade, it cuts out. 1 second the gale is screaming, and the next, total silence. My head snaps up. Silence in the pass is impossible. The wind funnels through the throat without stopping, unless the airflow is blocked. I scramble out of the wagon. I jump to the ground. Horg is looking around, confused. Wind died, he says. Maybe the storm broke. I look up. The mountains loom above us, invisible in the gray, swirling mist. But I don't need to see them to know the geometry. Slope, 45 degrees. Snow accumulation, heavy. Variable, the wind stopped because a massive pressure wave pushed the air aside. Displacement. No, I whisper. I look at the snow on the ground. It is vibrating. a fine mist of ice crystals dancing on the surface. Resonance, like a tuning fork struck in the dark. My brain runs the calculation. Mass of snowpack x gravity slash sheer strength of the ice layer. The answer is 0, the strength is 0. Structural failure, I say quiet. What? Horg asks. Structural failure, the whole mountain, all the way to the roots. Then the sound comes. A crack, high-pitched, sharp, the sound of the world's spine snapping. It echoes off the canyon walls, a thunderclap that lasts for eternity. I stand frozen, I clutch the ledger to my chest. Ironbound to the Orc is available now. Continue Sybil and Axel's story wherever you found this book. Luna Draven writes orc romance for readers who want the fantasy and the feelings, big worlds, bigger warriors, and the soft, stubborn women who refuse to flinch from either. Her heroes are gentle where it counts and dangerous where it matters, and they always say the brave thing out loud in the end. Her heroines keep their hope like a blade, sharpened, carried, and never once apologized for. Join the newsletter and be first in line for every new release. http://www.dreamcrestpublishing.com